We all dream, every night, 4 or 5 times. Our dreams fascinate and intrigue us, but most of them are forgotten. And the few we do remember seem strange and confusing.
Welcome to the Way of the Dream. I'm sure that you have a special interest in dreams. A special interest perhaps in Carl Jung's and Louise Von Franz's understanding of dreams. If that is so, we are setting off on a journey that you will never forget. We are going to move into a realm that I have known for many, many years. Watching these episodes, I find myself repeatedly thinking, that's it. I got it. I finally got what that dream is about. Some light is shining deep into some dark corner of my unconscious. And after 20 years, I am ready to hear it. Body, mind, and soul. That is the experience that you are going to find as you listen. Where you are in your journey will determine what is challenging you most. Some people think that dreams are a pile of images, bizarre images. Other people find the images numinous, divinely enshrouded. They want to put them into music or poetry or dance. And others spend a half an hour a day with their dream journal, trying to understand what the unconscious is telling them about consciousness. They may believe that there is a spiritual guide in the dreams, because the dreams are the language of the soul. The symbol is carrying a spiritual message in the sensual imagery. If we believe that, then the dream becomes the water of life, which is what Jung called it. Without that nurturing, we are in a desert without water. We are like T.S. Eliot's people in the wasteland, headpieces stuffed with straw. The unconscious unable to contact consciousness. And now, we're ready to head for dreamland.
I very much regret to say that I hardly ever have any dreams.
Could you tell us a dream?
I honestly don't remember any.
I don't dream. Never. No. If I do, I don't remember them anyway. There's no such thing. No such thing. No.
Couldn't tell you much about dreams. They're a mystery to me.
Oh no, I can't tell anybody. I get in trouble and leak out.
No, isn't that funny? Because I've just been reading about the times there. What a load of rubbish. The funny things they say about you having dreams.
I'll usually forget them.
I don't go to bed every night thinking, oh, am I going to have a dream tonight? Goody.
Well, actually, I haven't had a good one in years.
Dreams? I don't dream that.
You dream about a broad, you're able to get a wet dream. I don't dream. Yes, that's the thing.
My dreams?
Oh my God.
They are important. Yes, I think so.
Why are they important?
I think, sometimes you think about the different things during the day, and so I think it doesn't come out. So it's very good when it does come out during night.
From my experience, sometimes dreams can be just a result of having had too much for dinner.
Well, there must be some reason for them. I don't know what they do. I have dreams every night. I dream every night, but I don't know what. I can't associate any significance with them.
I sometimes remember frightening ones when you're being chased or something like that. I used to have nightmares when I was small, but not anymore. I mean, they're just sort of, visions.
Sometimes when I'm very ill, I get peculiarly baroque dreams, or sort of gothic horror stories. They're normally quite frightening, but after a while I got so used to them, they don't worry me anymore.
I guess the dreams that stand out the most in my mind are the bad dreams.
No, I don't have any.
You think they're important?
No, I don't think so, no.
Thank you.
Well, I thought about them, I read a lot about them. I consider they're just arbitrary. They have absolutely no meaning. They're just caused by things that have occurred to you in the past few weeks from your distant past.
Well, I guess I'm getting past dreams.
They're amusing to think of, but I wouldn't place any great significance on them.
Well, anybody that's figured out what exactly they might mean, but they probably mean something.
Do you think they're important?
I don't know. It said they are. But whether they are or not, I wouldn't like to say.
Do you remember any?
I can't say I do offhand.
You guys got to be crazy. Why would anybody be doing a documentary on dreams?
I can't associate any significance with them.
I certainly do, like everyone does, but I do not remember my dreams.
Not often. Not often.
I very much
forget them in the morning.
I hardly ever have them.
I don't believe that it's important for my life, what I'm dreaming in the night. I don't believe that
I've even
that
dreamt
it's
I was
important.
dancing with Humphrey Bogart when he hadn't got a stitch on. How about that?
Dr. Louise Von Franz is an analytical psychologist who worked directly with C.G. Jung for over 30 years. Here in this consulting room, people from all over the world have brought her dreams to be analyzed. And for the series, we film people telling their dreams. Dr. Von Franz will interpret these dreams in relation to the lives of the individual dreamers. Dr. Von Franz, how long have you been studying dreams?
Well, I think about now 30 years approximately. I have figured out that I have interpreted approximately something like 65,000 dreams. That's a minimum.
And probably you've asked yourself a question that's often puzzled me. When I go to sleep, I enter a void. I don't exist. And when I dream, some power takes me over and makes me undergo some experience that I don't initiate myself. What's the power? Who makes up the dreams?
That is the most mysterious thing of all. Who makes the dreams? There is still a naive prejudice among many people that dreams are express our own wishes or our own schemes or plots. But the longer one looks at them, the more one sees that cannot be true. Too many dreams represent what we hate hearing.
I have nightmares, not dreams, nightmares. One time I jumped out of bed about 2 feet. I landed on my butt on the floor.
I always had this one recurring dream when I was little.
Tell us.
Yeah, it's a dream that I get rolled up in a window shade and my head's sticking out one end. It's not funny, my feet are at the other end and it's falling and falling and falling. And I can't scream, I have no voice. And right as as though I almost hit the floor, I wake up.
The basis from which dreams originate seem to be rather, let's call it with a vague expression, nature. Nature itself. It's a natural phenomenon. We take dream like being like a tree or a wild pig or something. We cannot say what makes a wild pig. Well, if we believe in God, then we'll say God makes the wild pigs. But about that, it is that unknown power or mysterious force which makes all existence. The best perhaps is to call it with a vague expression, the Godhead or nature, which in such a vague sense that we don't pin it down to anything special because we just don't know. The only thing by observing dreams for a long time is that we see it has a superior intelligence in it. Perhaps you have seen that in some of the dreams, the wisdom and the intelligence and the guiding cleverness with which dreams lead us. They show us where we are wrong, they show us where we are unadapted, they warn us from danger, they predict some future events in our life, they they hint at the deeper meaning of our life. They convey to us illuminating insights.
I remember the ones that make me most comfortable. I'm sure there's a lot that I have that I block out. If you want to remember a dream, you have to write it down immediately when you wake up. And they'll tell you a lot about how you really feel.
I have children, and sometimes I'll dream about my kids getting lost, you know, and then I get real frantic in my dreams. I have a bad dream. But then when I try to tell myself, you know, figure out why I had that dream, sometimes it's because I feel guilty for not spending enough time with them, and they're home supervising themselves, and so it's kind of making me like my conscience coming to life, you know, making me aware of what I was subconsciously thinking of throughout the day.
Dreams are compensation, and I suppose useful if you can remember them in finding out what kind of games you're playing with yourself, and then you can do something about it. And that's how I see dreams.
The dreams cannot prevent us from the vicissitudes and illness and sad events of human existence, but they seem to be able to give us a guiding line how to cope with them and how to find a meaning in our life and how to fulfill our own destiny, how to follow our own star, to realize our greater potential of life within us.
Dr. Von Franz, how did you first become interested in the study of dreams?
When I met Jung first, he explained something about a case he had who had a vision, and he interpreted the vision of that woman. And that gave me the shock-like realization that for him inner events like visions or dreams were the reality. They were a reality as real as the outer, what we call the outer reality. And that was a great revelation and a great shock to me. And then I went and read the books of Jung, and there I saw the importance he gave to dreams, and I felt I could never really judge if what he was saying was true or not true, or right or not right, if I wouldn't go through an analysis myself. So I took my whole courage in my hands and asked him if I could have an analysis with him, and he agreed to that. And then every dream interpretation was a revelation. I seem to have, according to Jung, especially difficult and complicated dreams, so I never understood a word of my own dreams. They were just Chinese puzzling nonsense. And I always arrived with that Chinese puzzling nonsense to Jung, and he, with a big effort, unfolded the whole meaning of it. Sometimes he took a handkerchief and wiped his head and said, "What would you do if you hadn't a Jung to get through that complicated dream?" And it was always a surprising revelation, and that lasted on as long as I worked with him. Later, when he got old, I didn't tell him so many dreams anymore because I saw that it tired him. Dream interpretation is a real physical effort. It's not just a mental exercise. And therefore, later I tried to cope with it as well as I could myself. But the first years of my analysis, the work mostly consisted in unraveling those Chinese messages of the night. And I always remember going there in a tense, nervous, often depressed mood, and always coming back after the hour with the feeling of, now I know, now I see where the whole thing is going.
Mm-hmm. Many of the people we talk to were interested in their dreams and would like to know what they mean, but very few go into psychoanalysis. Do you feel that dream interpretation is so difficult that it's only accessible to an elite?
Yes, I think it's like with all sciences. It will be only an elite which will go into all the intricacies and the scientific complications of the dream interpretation and its question. It's a profession, and it needs professional skill, and a man in the street cannot pick it up and know it as well. But like all sciences too, certain rules of the thumb, certain generalities can be spread to the general public. And also I would say it is already very helpful for people who don't want to go into analysis and who don't want to plunge into that complicated scientific dream interpretation problem to watch their dreams, because among 20 unintelligible dreams, there are always from time to time very simple dreams, which everybody can see at once. The unconscious is a great, among other things, a great joker, a great jester. And from time to time he tells people just write out bang, so that while you write the dream down you just explode with laughter and you know what it is. Just the other day I was very ill and revolting against my illness, and I dreamt that I was in a festival to let old soldiers home from military service. And they handed in their carpenter's tool, and I saw that they were terribly old, they were 100 years old, and somebody said into my ear, yes, they have kept those people much too long in active service. Now, you don't need to pay an analyst to understand that dream. I've at once reduced my work drastically.
I was back visiting some people in Illinois, and I was thinking about a girlfriend that I had. And that night I was laying in bed, and I had a dream that I was on the same beach. I was throwing these rocks in the water, and a hand grabbed me from behind and said, "Don't ever let go of the things you love." And I was thinking about all the things, how I'd cope with it if I didn't have it. I turned around, it was gone. I opened up my hand, and there was a picture of my girlfriend in my hand. And it really got me to thinking that I shouldn't give up on it so quick, and I haven't. So that was about the most influential dream I had.
But many of our dreams are not obvious. I've had dreams that I was sure I understood, but after I worked on them, I was shocked to see I'd tricked myself.
That's why one should in general not interpret one's own dreams, because our dreams generally point to our blind spot. And they never tell us what we know, they always tell us what we don't know. But people tend, when they interpret their own dreams, to say, yes, I know what that means, and then they project what they know already into the dream. Oh, that's my problem, so and so and so and so. I have often even patients who do that. They come in and they say, I have a dream, but I know what it means. They don't want to hear what I say. They say, I know what it means. And then they give a completely banal explanation of something they know already long ago about themselves. And then I always say, wait, let's take the dream as it is, slowly, with beginning to end. And then it always comes out quite differently and surprisingly. So to interpret one's own dream is very, very difficult. That's why Jung advised even Jungian analysts to from time to time go to colleagues and exchange their views of dreams, to not go on lonely, always interpreting their own dreams. And Jung even himself, he always complained bitterly, I have no Jung to interpret my dreams, he said. And so he used his own pupils and told his dreams. Because even when you tell it, and even if the other says something stupid, it might you get another slant on it, and then you are more objective about it. I always say you can't see your own, everybody can see your back if you show it to the other person, but you can't see your own back. That's the trouble, and the dreams point to your own back, to what you don't see. And you have to, so to speak, stand on your head to understand your own dreams. That's the great difficulty. And that causes so many errors, because people always say, oh, I know what that means. I had a schizophrenic patient, she came always with a ready-made interpretation. And it was always a complete banal outer nonsense. She took it out of such kitchen dream books. Oh, it means that I'll get some money, or it means I'll get that job, or I won't get that job, and so on. And the dreams had nothing to do with it.
But if it's so beneficial to look behind your own back, then why is it that so many people resist taking the dream world seriously?
The unconscious itself can devour the human being. The dream world That is why the dream world has not... We now are discovering that the dream world is the most beneficent thing on earth, and that attending one's dream is the healthiest thing one can do. But why then has mankind also always been afraid of the dream world? There is a good reason for this. The dream world can also devour us by the way of daydreaming, of spinning neurotic fantasies, or by spinning, chasing unrealistic ideas. You have only to go into a lunatic asylum to see the victims of the dream world. One is living in the dream that he's Napoleon sitting for 20 years like that in an asylum. Another, when you begin to talk to him, tells you confidently that he's really Jesus Christ, but nobody seems to understand him, and so on. They have been swallowed by the dream world. And that's why the devouring, when we speak of the devouring unconscious or the devouring mother, it is that dangerous aspect of the dream world. The dream world is only beneficent and healing if we have a dialogue with this, but we are in actual life. We must not forget living. The actual real life and the duties of actual real living must not be neglected. As soon as one begins to neglect outer life, one's own body, eating, doing one's ordinary job, and so on, then the dream world becomes dangerous. It can suck us away from reality and spin us into some neurotic or even psychotic unreality, into a fantasy world which is not constructive. So the dream world is only positive if it is in a living dialogue and in balance with a actually lived life.
We've talked about the positive effect of dreams and their power to transform people's lives. Have you had dreams yourself which changed the course of your life?
Yes, I had many dreams which changed my life and which I experienced as a great revelation which changed the course of my life. But I had really only one dream which I think is the biggest dream of my life, and that dream I dreamt between having met Jung and between having asked him for analysis. When I was still 18, and in the Christmas night I had a big, what Jung would call an archetypal dream, a religious dream, and that I consider still today the biggest dream of my life. But it is a very long mythological descent in the underworld. One could sum it up as a descent into Hades in the underworld and in finding the mystical water of alchemy and discovering that and coming back with it, a kind of shamanistic journey into the underworld and into the land of death. And that I consider the biggest dream I ever had. I woke up deeply shaken. I was so shaken that I couldn't get up for a few hours. I had to stay in bed shivering till I had the courage to get up and put my clothes on again. And I told that dream Jung, but he never interpreted it to me. He only said, I knew you had something to do with alchemy. Just when I met you, I knew that was so, and now we see. And so that laid the basis of my collaboration with Jung on the symbolism of alchemy.
Excuse me, we're doing a documentary film on dreams.
You gotta be kidding.
No.
On dreams.
On dreams, yeah. What do you think about dreams?
What do I think about dreams? I think they're nice.
You think you pay attention to your own dreams?
What do you mean, do I pay attention to them?
Do you remember any of your dreams?
Oh, sure.
Why?
Why do I remember them?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why do you remember that you go to sleep or you wake up?
Can you recall them?
What do you mean? Well, sure.
Can you tell us one?
Oh, excuse me. You have the usual flying dreams, I suppose. For some reason or the other, every once in a while, I find myself flying around in an Edsel. Don't ask me why. Now, you make an Edsel. I can't help it. You guys got to be crazy. Why would anybody be doing a documentary on dreams?
Tell us about the Edsel. How well does the Edsel fly?
That's great. It's great. The only thing is, when you're flying, you have to be sure that you keep on thinking about flying, because if you don't, the thing comes down.
Did it ever crash on you?
Oh no, just sort of floats down. You know, Edsels.
Thanks very much.
Enjoy it, gentlemen. You really are crazy.
As we continue, you will come to know Dr. Von Franz more and more. I would like to introduce her by quoting one of her pithy remarks. Too many people use the tit of compassion when they should use the sword of discretion. She does say it like it is. I remember talking to her after she did the film. I had been to the opening in Boston, and we had difficulty there because too many people, guests in the hotel, the waiters, and others were coming in and just slipping through and were fascinated by the film, so there wasn't room for our own audience. And she laughed and laughed, and she said, "That makes me very happy. I like to think that this film will go out to people who are not aware of their dreams and do not understand the unconscious." I am honored to introduce this woman, to have you share her wisdom, her sense of humor, and her profound humanness. I am honored to bring The Way of the Dream with Louise Von Franz. I am also honored to introduce the director-producer of the film, Fraser Boa. For 3 years, he labored to bring the dream to reality with patience, with discretion, with commitment. He gradually brought the images to life. I am honored to introduce you to my brother.
Dreams have been called the royal road to the unconscious. We'll be traveling down that royal road, but first we're going to look at a map. C.G. Jung discovered that in the apparent chaos of dreams, there are recurring figures and motifs which he documented and named. These landmarks are easily recognizable, and they act as reference points in dream interpretation. Once seen, then dreams begin to make some sense. But there's nothing to interpret if you haven't got a dream.
Well, I don't have too much experience with with dreams, but I guess some people do.
Did you ever have a dream that you thought was important?
If I did, it was forgotten right away. Yeah.
The main thing I remember about them is I can't really remember them, unfortunately.
Can't recall any that I've had lately.
In the moment, I can't tell you any dream. I don't remember it in the moment.
Every night, would you tell us a dream? Do you recall them? Do you remember your dreams?
No, I don't, sir. I quickly forget.
Dr. Von Franz, why is it that people can't recall their dreams?
I think it's because they don't pay attention. Some people have come to me laughingly and said, "You analyze people with their dreams, don't you?" Well, you can't with me because I never dream. And I've just grinned and said, "Okay, let's see." They always dreamt. It was just that they didn't pay attention. But the next night they go to bed and they think, wonder if I dream or if I don't dream. And already that question probably tickles out a dream and the dream appears. So in fact, I have never met anybody who didn't dream. Except you can say that in very, very heavy state of depression, people have what I call dream constipation. They don't dream much sometimes. And they always feel better. As soon as they begin to dream, they are better. And sometimes in very old people, over 80, the dreams get fewer, very few dreams. And then come up again frequently shortly before death. Then generally there's a period where people dream again.
Well, now, I'll tell you, I don't have very good memory. Now, I'm pretty near 90 years old.
Are you really?
And I just can't, I know I used to dream a lot, but I don't dream anymore.
Do you remember any of the dreams you used to have?
Well, not this moment, but maybe after I get walking away, I'll think of them.
What happens when people don't remember their dreams? What happens to the energies? What happens to the feelings that aren't expressed and the potentials that aren't realized?
They are the sources of what we call neurosis, neurotic symptoms. The most general neurotic symptom is restlessness. That isn't yet looked at in modern times because everybody is so restless. It isn't looked at to be a neurosis, to be restless, but it is actually. Primitive man or the Hindu or the Chinese criticize the white race very much for being constantly restless. And you can see that those are those energies which, because we are not connected with the dream world, with the unconscious, we have a surplus of bottled up energy which makes us fuss around all the time. Or it can take the form of a kind of all-pervading anxiety, a fear that somewhere something dark is luring and might happen any minute, and then one is anxious about nothing all the time. That is also an unawareness that there is bottled up energy in the unconscious, which we do not tap and which we do not integrate in consciousness. Irritability, aggressiveness, over-sexiness, or a feeling of complete meaningless emptiness, all the different symptoms of different neurotic diseases come from that. So we can say if you are not connected properly with your own dream life, then you are liable to develop some kind of neurotic behavior.
In everyday speech, we often say that a person has a complex, power complex, inferiority complex, mother complex. Would you explain the psychological meaning of the word complex?
Well, a complex is simply the motor of the psyche. They are like different nuclear centers which give the drive and the impulse and the aliveness to the psyche. If we had no complexes, we would be dead. You see that at once. For instance, you are somewhere and you are terribly bored, and then something touches your complex, and you go and you get going. Your interest is aroused. That is because a complex has been touched. So the complex are simply the energy centers of the psyche. But we generally, in colloquial language, use it only in its negative form. We say somebody has a sex complex or a money complex or a mother complex, and then it means that this special theme arouses the person negatively.
We filmed the dream of a young woman in which the complex is personified by the father. All the energies of the dream focus around this father figure, and she eventually finds him sitting at the wheel of a car, apparently dead.
I went out and I noticed in the porch my father's car was still there, and he was at the wheel, motionless, bent forward as if about to drive, but not moving. And I realized then that he may be dead, and I should call an ambulance. But I looked around the driveway. There was a circular driveway. The driveway was filled with balloons, hundreds and hundreds of white balloons. And the thought came to me then that before an ambulance could get to him, every one of those balloons have to be burst.
We've said that dreams reveal the unconscious of an individual. What do you mean by the term unconscious?
All that which we know is psychically real but is not conscious. It's a borderline concept. It's not conscious. It's a negative concept. we use that negative concept in order to not have a prejudice, because some people call it supra-consciousness, and others would call it the divine sphere, and others would call it the existential ground of existence, or you can have 1,000 names. We prefer the word unconscious because it says nothing. It says only it is not conscious, and it leaves it as a mystery. We don't know what it is. We only know that there are psychic phenomena which manifest through dreams or through involuntary gestures or speech mistakes or hallucinations or fantasies, and which are not conscious. You can, for instance, be befallen in daytime by a fantasy and tell it to your analyst and say, it's a completely weird fantasy, it's crazy, I don't know what it means. So, as you don't know what it means and you think it's crazy, it's obviously not conscious. Because if it were conscious, you would know what it means, and you would know to what it refers to. But it has come. Now, it is psychic. It has not happened materially. It has happened as a psychic event. And that's why we call the sum of all psychic events which are not conscious the unconscious.
But many people don't realize that dreams reveal the unconscious. That every element of a dream represents some aspect of their own personality. If, for example, a person dreams about wrestling with a dark stranger, what's difficult to understand is that the dark stranger represents some aspect of themselves that they're wrestling with. Let's look now at what Jung called the shadow.
When I was younger, I used to sort of get dreams about when people were chasing me, and I'd be running along, and I couldn't run fast. I was as if I was being pulled back, and these people were getting nearer, and it was really frightening.
One typical nightmare is that one is pursued by some terrible or demonic or unknown power, and one runs and runs for one's life, and knowing all the time in the dream that finally they will get one. And you hide, and you can't hide, and they will see you, and you look for another hiding place, and they will discover you again, and you run and run. Persecution always means something wants to come to us. The only way to meet a persecuting demon is to turn around and to say, here I am, what do you want from me? Then the nightmarish pursuer generally changes face. It simply represents that we have turned away from some part of our psyche, and therefore it runs after us, it wants to get at us, literally. But we don't want it. The unconscious shows us the face we show it. If we reject something within us, then it becomes destructive to us. And if we don't reject it, that's what I mean by saying turning around and saying in a friendly manner, what do you want? Then you suddenly see that it isn't so bad. Then you have a chance that whatever pursues one shows a more amenable face, and that one can make some pact with it or some arrangement.
Yes, I had a particular one as a child where I dreamed I was in a room full of people who got up and said good night and left me alone, and then I waited for it, some frightful spectre came in through the door, and I had that dream 3 times running.
There was a little tiny window, and in there was the wild woman, and she'd been there since 1928, and she was so wild that she couldn't keep still at all. Her arms and legs kept moving, and her hair was everywhere. You couldn't see her face at all. Somebody else went over to her to talk to her, and she put a knife to their throat.
I had a bad dream about somebody who was vicious to me, or was going to attack me in my dream, and somebody I knew, and I met him on the street, and I wanted to punch him in the mouth.
The shadow is the name we generally use for persons of the same sex appearing in dreams, which very often have a slight inferior quality or opposite quality to the ego of the dreamer. The shadow can be our inferior side, our best enemy, so to speak, but can also just be our other side. a beautiful couple of ego and his shadow are, for instance, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. The one being completely crazy and unrealistic, and the other being a body man, down to earth. They can't live without each other. Sancho is not evil and Don Quixote is not only good, but they are a typical example of the ego and its shadow in 1,000 forms.
We film quite a humorous example of the interplay between the shadow and the ego. In the dream, the shadow takes the form of a popular rock star who quite literally hooks the dreamer.
In this dream, I'm going to a David Bowie concert, and I've decided I want to meet this man, David Bowie. And I come into this large, like, circus tent that's lit with many different colored lights. And I have a sense of being in sort of a tale of the Arabian Nights. The show begins, and he comes out and begins to sing a song of his, which is called Move On, Move On. And throughout this dream, there's this sort of repetitive theme of move on, move on. And come intermission time, the stage is emptied, and a crane comes out, and a hook comes down and grabs me, pulls me up, brings me over the stage, and drops me onto the stage. And I just feel myself falling and falling and falling. And I realize that I've messed this thing up. And I wake in an incredible panic, realizing that I've missed an opportunity. I've missed a chance for something.
Let's leave the shadow now and move on to other figures of the unconscious. The women in the dreams of men and the men in the dreams of women. Jung says that, psychologically speaking, every man has an inner woman and every woman has an inner man. Many people find that a difficult concept to understand.
Well, we well know that we are born from genes, and that only the predominance of male or female genes make the gender of a child. And there are even androgynous creatures sometimes where even nature can't make up quite their mind what to produce, a man or a woman. And even every man has breasts and nipples on the breasts, and, so to speak, a sketched feminine side, and the woman has a clitoris and a sketched masculine side, and the same is true for the psyche. Not only our body is predominantly male or female, but having the other element in it, our psyche too is predominantly male or female, but contains the other side.
And isn't it interesting how the feminine side of a man's personality in his dreams takes just as many forms as there are women in real life?
I think that most of us, when we dream, we think of women.
At that moment in time, I believe I started to stroke her, and I inserted my hand into the lower part of her bikini, and I was fondling her and stroking her. And suddenly she said, "I don't want your hand." She said, "I want your penis. I want you to make love to me." And I said, "Oh no, if I did that, then if I entered it, I would be afraid that then she would change completely into a fully fledged vampire, blood-sucking vampire, and I would be lost."
Well, I have dreamed about Greta Garbo, who I was mad about for a long time.
I was standing at the top of a huge staircase, and it was a well staircase, and it sort of wound round down. You could see it descending. It was quite high up. And there were lots of people screaming and rushing about in agitation, because slowly up the stairs was coming this dead 15-year-old girl.
Men have always created an idealized form of a woman. Marilyn Monroe, for example, was worshipped like a goddess. Is there an equivalent masculine figure, an idealized masculine figure?
What Marilyn Monroe has been to men, Valentino has been to women. He represents, so to speak, the ideal demon lover, where women are carried away into a romantic ecstasy and fantasize to be like the chic in more modern films, to be carried away by the demon lover into a romantic, us two aloneness.
And then I was followed by a tall blonde man
who wrapped me up in his cloak and took me to his gypsy caravan.
I've even dreamt I was dancing with Humphrey Bogart when he hadn't got a stitch on. How about that?
Generally, especially if the women are such women who are unhappy in their relationship to their husband or to their lover, the fantasy, therefore, of being carried away and having a secret nocturnal love affair with animus and anima. Animus and anima are therefore very ambiguous, very dangerous inner figures, which have to be approached with great wisdom. They are the great mischief makers between men and women.
We've talked about figures of the same sex as the dreamer and figures of the opposite sex. Let's look now at the figure which Jung described as the center of the psyche, the self.
In most religious systems, you have an allusion to a kind of divine center from which everything, all order and all organization stems. And if we can find out where dreams come, we can say from that center, whatever that center is. That center appears in the dreams itself, sometimes as a center, as a mandala, as an inner city, as a circle or a square, or some other abstract formation, or it appears as a divine savior child, as a savior figure, as a wise old man or wise old woman figure personified, something, a psychopomp, something which guides our psychic life. All these figures seem to point to that ultimately unknown and unknowable greater center in our psyche. Nowadays we speak very much of self-realization, and there's always the danger of mixing this up with what Jung meant by this, the self. For Jung, the self, written with a capital, is meant to be that supraordinate inner divine center, unknown divine center of the psyche, which we have to explore all our lifetime. Nobody knows what the self in him is and wants from him. We need the dreams. We can say the dreams are the letters of the self, which the self writes us every night, telling us, do a bit more of that, or do a bit less of that, or go ahead to the left, or go ahead to the right. And as I say, if one looks back, one sees suddenly there is a pattern in this. As if the self with the capital is having a plan with us, a kind of destiny. While what in general psychological literature is meant by self-realization is more building up a strong ego consciousness. That is also something important, especially in the first half of life, but it's nothing to do with the adventure of encountering the self within one. That is not self-realization in the ordinary sense of the word. It's an adventurous encounter with a greater inner center within oneself.
Would you say more about the pattern of dreams? Is there an overall pattern which unfolds over a person's lifetime?
In the first half of life, it's directed more towards an outgoing adaptation to earthly and material outer life, and in the second half of life it generally begins to steer the individual more towards withdrawal and to develop a certain wisdom and a certain insight into the background of life. And the last dreams of dying people are a clear preparation for death. Ultimately, we don't know where we come from psychologically speaking, and we don't know where we go. We are part of that cosmic mystery which is the existence of nature and all things. We don't know why there are galaxies and stars, we don't know why there is a universe. And we only begin to realize that there are certain master patterns, and it looks as if our psychological inner life is also organized by a master pattern. It's centered somewhere. There is a directing force. It's not a chaotic, random thing or phenomenon. And when people get very old, they have therefore an inclination to go through their lives and muse again over their big events in life and their dreams. And if one does that carefully, one generally sees a certain pattern in it. Problems which solve themselves, which pose themselves, solve themselves, switch over into new problems. There seems to be a secret organization. And the center of that organization is what the mystics would call the divine spark in the psyche, or the God image in the human psyche, the Western mystics. The Buddhists would call it the Buddha mind in us.
Jung dreamt of the self in the form of the yogi. You remember he was walking down the road and came to the little chapel? There were no crucifixes or statues, just the flower arrangement. And Jung saw the yogi sitting in front of the altar. The yogi was in a state of deep meditation.
Jung realized with a shock that this was the yogin who was imagining him, and that in the trance he was in a kind of active imagination, imagining the life of Jung, dreaming him, and that when the yogin would wake up, he, Jung, would no longer exist. The ordinary Professor Jung, was the dream of that greater inner figure.
That reminds me of the dream of Chang Tzu.
He dreamt that he was a butterfly, and now he's puzzling all the time. Is he a man who dreamt that he was a butterfly, or is he a butterfly who dreamt that he was a man? That is very true. We cannot figure that out. A butterfly is a symbol of the soul. Are we the dream of the self, or is the self our dream? We don't know.
To interpret a dream, we have to look at the structure. Each of the dreams we have in our lifetime is unique. Some seem straightforward and others more complex, but each is spontaneous and unpredictable. It's surprising, therefore, to realize that dreams do have a structure, an actual framework around which the dream is organized. And when we start to trace the outline of that structure, then the random flow of images and events starts to make sense. Excuse me. We're doing a documentary film on dreams.
Oh, really?
Yes. You're interested in dreams?
Yes.
Why?
Why? Because I'm interested in my life, and I believe they reveal my life to me.
Tell us a dream. I fly often.
How do you fly? Do you have a motor, or do you just fly with your arms? Do you have to flap your arms?
Nah, it's mental. Mental. Just think about leaving, and I do.
Do you think dreams are important?
Aye, that they certainly be. I write them down often.
Why?
Aye, because they tell your future or tell how you are feeling. Most definitely.
Can you think of an example of your own dreams which told you something of the future?
Aye, but they tell me how I feel if something is heavy upon me. I cannot move when things are heavy upon me. Or I be smashed by boulders or some type of weird objects that are very heavy upon my head or shoulders.
Things you are thinking and worrying about during the day, they come back in the night, in dreams. And you get lost of your worries in dreams.
You can imagine things and do things in dreams that you can't do in real life.
Do you remember your dream?
I do remember, and sometimes they tell me what is going to happen, or whatever happened during the day gets totally changed at night in the dream state the way I wish it would have happened.
With me, I find dreams that I remember have elements of thoughts from my day thrown together in a different way than they actually happened.
They probably reflect something of reality, of everyday existence, you know. But what, I'm not sure, you know.
Dr. Von Franz, how much of dream interpretation is scientific and how much is art?
I think there's something of both in it. There's a lot of, Jung has really laid down a lot of helpful rules which are purely technical or scientific, which you can apply according to rules of thumb. And whenever I don't understand a dream, I go back to them. I say, now, what is the exposition of the dream? What is the setting up? What is the association? And so on. By collecting the association, you can generally get quite far with the technique. But naturally, there's additionally, especially through long practice, is a kind of practitioner's skill which you develop, which you can't impart to a beginner. It's like an old carpenter. He cannot tell a young carpenter. He tells him how to use the tools and how to measure and how to cut the wood, but there's a certain touch of the wood which he can't convey to the beginner. The beginner has to work 20 years with wood, and then he'll have the same kind of touch. And when one has interpreted many dreams and puzzled about many dreams, one gets a certain hang of it, so to speak. Professional skill, which has to do with feeling and with a mediumistic feeling, with an empathy also into the other person.
People everywhere are intrigued by their dreams and want to know what they mean.
Well, they give me different feelings, you know, they're emotional, dreams are. But I can't, you know, I don't understand what they do.
Because they're part of you, because I dream them, they're obviously part of me, but they're a part of me I have absolutely no connection with at all.
I think they're fun. Interesting. I mean, I like analyzing them. Like, not that I know what they mean, but it's fun to try to find meaning.
In Jungian psychology, we have a technique, and that is we compare it to a drama. We take the exposition, the naming of the problem, the peripetia, that would be the ups and downs of the story, and the lysis, the solution or catastrophe. And if I don't understand the dream, I use that schematic. I say, now what's the introduction?
I had a dream that I was walking down by a small lake, and I saw these three women who wanted to go into the lake, but I felt that I needed to caution them. I felt there was something ominous in the lake.
I'm walking through very deep snow. On my right, there is quite a high fence. And as I'm walking along, I'm thinking, if violence is going to break out, what am I going to do?
I was in a village hall organizing a concert or something.
Once I was up at the clouds, like just all these fluffy clouds. Sat just in the clouds there and had tea with somebody.
On first glance, dreams seem to be bizarre nonsense. Do you have a general rule in approaching a specific dream?
The first sentence of a dream generally gives the situation, and also the first sentences give who I am with. Either I wake up at home, or I am still at my childhood home with my parents there, or I am at the university lecturing, I'm in my professional situation, I am with my friend Bob, I am with my friend so-and-so. And then you just take the first sentence and you ask the dreamer what it is, what was your childhood home like? How did you feel there? Were you happy there? How long did you stay there? And so on. So then and with whom are you? With your friend Bob. How is your friend Bob? Oh, he was a bore, but we did all our childhood mischief together with him, and whatever the people tell you. And then you kind of insert these, what we call associations, into the text. Then it would be, I am in a situation, I am psychologically still in my boyhood situation, and I am with a part of myself which is boring but also mischievous. That would be the translation. Now, then you have naturally to think that applies to the moment of the dream. So in what way is the dreamer, when one leg still in his childhood home, where is he still reacting like he reacted as a boy? The dream is speaking about that corner of his personality. You have to assume. Then you come to the naming of the problem. A car comes up the driveway and two dark men jump out or something like that, some dramatic the evolution. So that means now a special story is told. For instance, what I just mentioned would be an invasion, something which is breaking in, burglary. Burglars very often represent something breaking into one's conscious system. So it would mean in a corner where one still has childish reaction, something from the collective unconscious breaks in. So then we have the second sentence of the dream. And so we go through the whole dream, and the last sentence is always what it is driving at, to a solution or a catastrophe. What is the... I generally know this rule of interpretation so well that I kind of follow it half unconsciously. But I always specially attend to the last sentence of the dream, because some dreams peter out and they are not favorable. They mean that the unconscious itself has no solution. But otherwise, if you wake up with a cry or something happens at the end of the dream, that's the solution. That's what gives you the waking shock. That has to be specially realized.
I went back into the water and came face to face with what I thought would be a creature. And it turned out to be an ape-like figure with almost completely wrapped in bandages, almost like a mummy. And I confronted it and looked right at it and still remember the face. Gorilla-like face, really stern. I could sense there was an ape under the bandages.
You can, the best if you want to interpret your dream yourself, you write on one half of the paper the dream, and then to every word in the dream you write down your associations. And that means you are completely, what spontaneously comes to your mind.
And once the associations have been listed on the other side of the page, then how does a person proceed?
Then you try to show if you have a connection. If you are, the first sentence said, I am in my childhood home, that means where I am still childlike. Burglars come in, so something is breaking in. And then sometimes you don't understand why does something break into my psychological system. Now you have to also think of the day before and what happened before, inwardly and outwardly. You might, for instance, have the day before had some disagreeable experience, and those burglars refer to that disagreeable experience you had the day before. There's something broke into your system. Or you might have had a negative, destructive thought right from within. That might also be represented by burglars. Something destructive or negative suddenly breaking into your system. So you have to shortly try to remember what happened yesterday, outwardly and inwardly, main lines. And then you probably can make a meaningful connection. Then you see, aha, it refers to that. It refers to that thought I had yesterday or that experience, and it shows me that I behaved in the right way or in the wrong way. Kind of corrects one's attitude.
We filmed an amusing dream in Hawaii that made the dreamer feel a bit guilty.
Well, I'm a very, very happily married fellow, and my wife's in Arizona right now with our child visiting her folks. And I don't know why, but I started dreaming I was at a high school prom with one of the girls who works here, and there was nothing lustuous about the dream, but I have this little sense of guilt about dreaming I was spending time with another woman somewhere while my wife's away. I suppose that's a natural consequence. In fact, I even shared it with the girl this morning, just to alleviate any guilt I might have.
We've said that every element of a dream represents some aspect of the dreamer's personality, but that's not always true. There are dreams which are obviously about outer events. Many people dream about the death of a close relative, and in fact they do die. When you interpret a dream, how do you know whether it's about an inner reality or the outer reality? For example, a man dreams about his wife stealing his car. Is she actually stealing his car? Or how do you interpret the dream?
There one comes to the most ticklish problem of it all. Because the question, he will be inclined to think, there you see, that's exactly what she's doing. She's always taking away my ways of moving about. She's always interfering. And you are not so sure. It might just as well mean that that it is a so-called projection, namely that his own feminine side is stealing the car, and that he only projects that onto his wife. He thinks his wife does it. He sees it in her, so to speak, while he's really doing it unconsciously to himself. So that's why if one wants to interpret these dreams correctly, one has to know the whole marital situation, one has to know the wife, and have an idea of her objective behavior, and then one can evaluate, no, that is a projection, it's really what this man is doing to himself unconsciously, or it refers really to the wife. And sometimes it also does to both. That's the problem, what we call subjective or objective interpretation. Referring to an outer object, the wife is really stealing the car, or referring to the subject itself is stealing its own car with his left hand, so to speak, or his feminine unconscious side is stealing his own car. Generally, it's one can say that about, I would say, I have never made a statistic, but I would think that about 85% of the dream motifs are subjective, and that therefore it is recommendable to mostly interpret dreams subjectively, to always say, what is it in me which does that, instead of taking it as a warning against outer people.
And what happens if the dreamer has no personal associations to the image?
There are so-called archetypal dreams with big mythological meaning, and there generally people have no associations. If you say, what do you think about Jupiter? Jupiter, it's a star. They don't know what to associate. They have no personal things to come to them. In that case, you have to take the association of mankind. What has mankind fantasized about Jupiter? What has mankind fantasized about Saturn? And put that into the text of the dream, so to speak.
A lot of people have a sense that their dreams are really telling them something, and they want to understand it, but they're unable to. Do you remember any dreams?
Sometimes, yeah. I wake up that you would remember, but then by the time the afternoon comes, I forget them. Yeah.
Could you tell us one?
Flying. Yes. Just flying somewhere, going nowhere, you know. It's just like, keeps going and going and not reaching anything. And it was really scary, and I came to work and I told the girls, I got a book on dreams to find out what it meant, and couldn't find it.
I know analysts who've interpreted other people's dreams for years, and they can't interpret their own dreams. Why is it that a person can't interpret their own dream?
The dream never tells you what you know already. It always points to something you don't know, to a blind spot. And can you see your own back? You can show your own back to anybody, and the doctor can see what's the matter with your back, but you can't see it. And so your own psychological blind spots are like your back or your arse, you sit on them. And that's why sometimes the dream tells you obvious things and you can't see them. You need another person to tell you. And then you think, oh Lord, naturally, that's it. But it's very difficult to interpret one's own dreams. If one has to, but it is helpful to have another eye on it. Even somebody who doesn't know about dreams, it's good to talk to somebody about it. But while talking and while explaining to the other or giving association, one very often gets it. Jung, for instance, had nobody to interpret his dreams, so he had a man who knew nothing about dreams. He always told him to a large extent his dreams, and that man made off-the-point remarks, and they got Jung onto the track. And he said laughingly, just the to the point remarks of this man made me feel, no, it isn't that, but I know now what it is.
It was in the country. We were all in a house with a lake in front of it. And the top floor flips over. And all of us who are in bed upstairs get flipped into the front yard. And I get flipped into the yard in front. And my parents got flipped into the water. And I told my stepmother the dream. And she said, oh yes, very significant, because people falling into the water, all very sexual and everything. What I didn't tell her was that when she'd fallen in, she and my father were making love at the time, and that I didn't quite make it into the water, and I didn't quite make it into the sea of life or something.
Yeah, I dreamt I was catching a fish, and every time it keeps slipping away. I mean, that means pregnancy, It was my girlfriend.
Many people use dream dictionaries to interpret dreams. What do you think of these books?
I think they are very, very bad, because they get you off the track. Because generally it's a static interpretation. A snake means an illness or means the death of a relative. Breaking teeth means the loss of the parents or whatever. I mean, there are more primitive and more differentiated ways. There are now also modern dictionaries which are a bit more differentiated. But still, it's always a fixed meaning.
Do you remember a dream?
Yes, I remember one dream. I just fell down into a lake. It was terrible. And there were a lot of snakes. So I must say, perhaps for a psychologist, it's very bad. But I don't feel like that. I always felt I am very happy, so...
No snakes?
No.
The dream symbolism in our experience is very much more individual. It is always what that symbol means to me and what I have experienced with it, which counts. And therefore, one can sometimes let oneself be inspired by looking at one of those modern dictionaries to see what all possibilities, what the snake can all mean or what the peacock can all mean. But then I had to always return to say, what does it mean to me? And that is always much more specific.
Of what value are dreams in your work as an analyst?
I don't work with anything else. In our way of thought, we only operate with dreams, because the dreams are what comes out of the dreamer. The great danger of all psychological helping profession is that one interferes with the other person's life, that one has... Think, for instance, of the idea, what is normal? You have an idea of normality and you think the other should become normal. That's interference, that's a power attitude. Perhaps destiny or God or whatever you want to call the greater powers in the world don't want this man to be normal. How do I know that he or she ought to be normal? And on top of it, normal what I think is normal. My bourgeois ideas of normality, forced upon a poor human being who is destined to be very different. So if you think of that, you don't know, when a human being comes to you with a problem, if you are honest, you have to say, I have no idea where the problem comes from. Well, any idea you have about the patient, well, that the patient should become normal, that he or she should become socially adapted, are just prejudices. You have, in fact, if you are honest, you have to say you have no idea why somebody has a psychological problem and what it is there for, and to what you don't. We cannot know a human being's destiny. I have seen, for instance, the other day, dreams of a little girl of 7 years old, which were the dreams of a dying person. Now, actually, she had had a cancer operation. I didn't know it when I saw the dreams, but she's probably not living more than 2 or 3 years anymore. And she had the dreams of a old, wise personality. So you see how you cannot have theories, how a human life ought to be or should be. And therefore, dreams are the only thing which comes out of the patient himself. And if we try to understand dreams with as little prejudices as possible, we kind of try to find out what does the depth, the psychological depth of that patient himself tell him about him. And we, the psychotherapist, is only the translator, the dream translator, so that the analysis amounts to saying your own psychic depth thinks, let's take the man who is too juvenile, thinks of you that you are a bit too juvenile and damaging your health about being too juvenile. That's not my opinion, it's what we have extracted from the man's dream. And that generally hits home because the patient feels it's not the analyst's opinion. If you interpret the dream properly, generally what we say clicks. It clicks with the analyst and he says yes, and then he's impressed, and that is likely to change, to give him the motivation to change his life. While even if you would say to the same man, oh, you are behaving too young, like too much like a young man, it's not good for your health, he might not listen. He's heard that before. But if his own dream laughs at him in the way I just showed, then he, at least I can only say in that actual situation, the man blushed. And that shows it that the remark of the dream hit home. And then there is a better chance that he really changes his behavior. And so we in our school, we just go along with the dreams and try to find together with the patient, because we need the patient's association and his contributions to find out together, so to speak, in a common work, what the dream means, and leave it as that. Because generally that hits home and changes, slowly alters the personality. And then the patient doesn't feel he has been put into the straitjacket of some conception of normality or adaptation or whatever the idea is of the analyst, but is kind of having found to follow his own inner intimations, to follow what his own psyche tells him. So we are trying to educate people to be able to hear their inner voice and follow it with the help of dreams.
You're 2,000 meters up in the air.
I think.
On a little set of steps.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And you're coming down?
Yeah, no, I don't walk. I'm just on my...
On your knees?
Yeah, yeah.
You're on your knees?
Yeah.
Coming down a little set of steps, 2,000 meters in the air, and you fall off the end.
Yeah, but when I fall down, I wake up.
And you've had that dream 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, I think 3 times.
3 times?
Yeah.
And the dream doesn't say anything to you?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe that it's important for my life, what I'm dreaming in the night.
Yeah.
Why do we put such emphasis on the living symbol? In the extraordinary process of dream making, the sensation comes in on the flesh, on the body, and it is carried through the transmitters, the neurotransmitters, through the various depots where the exchanges take place, and gradually that sensation comes through to the brain. And that astonishing computer takes that sensation and computes it into an image. An exact image, often put together from our past, our present, and our future. I say an exact image because we are left breathless if we follow our dreams and really understand symbol.
Symbols are to dreams what words are to language. In sleep, we speak to ourselves in the language of symbols. And the key to dream interpretation is one's knowledge of the symbol. When we're actually in a dream, whatever we experience, flying, falling, killing, makes perfect sense. But later, when we recall a dream, it seems meaningless or bizarre. We no longer understand the symbol.
Quite often I dream that I'm flying, which is quite an exhilarating experience, and suddenly it occurs to you that it's faintly ridiculous that you're actually flying.
I start running faster and faster and faster. I don't use my arms much. I don't have any other support except just my body. I flap my arms a little bit, and the longer leaps I take, the higher and the higher and the higher I go.
You're talking about having dreams when you're sleeping. Things like being caught in outer space on a deserted planet.
I've flown. It's a high, right? It's an excellent high.
Like when you're up there, you're all by yourself, and you feel that there's nobody around you.
But that's, again, it's another dream.
I was in a grassy meadow, and it was a very warm day, and I felt very comfortable and happy. And then gradually my feeling changed, and I became edgy and nervous, and this grew even more, and I felt quite panicky and scared. But I was terrified. And I knew that by my left foot was a snake, before I'd even seen it. And I glanced down, and sure enough, there it was. It was a horrific-looking thing, with human eyes and enormous human teeth. And I knew it was going to do me harm.
About a couple of weeks ago, I had a real bad dream about the snakes. And I was afraid that I was going to pass out, you know, because I am just terrified by snakes. When I woke up, I was sweating all over. I was sweating cold. And I was very relieved that it wasn't true.
Tell you a dream. I dream about snakes. Yeah. And, well, when you look it up, it's supposed to mean enemies.
I dreamed that I fell down from the mountains. I mean, I just fell down. I could hold me only with two hands. And then it was so bad I have to wake up because, you know, otherwise I fell. So it must be something which happened before in my life.
That's right.
All right.
I dreamt once that I was, I don't know, some building of some sort. And we were just hanging around over the cliff, like, you know, over the ledge. And then we just fell. We had our foot on top of an eavesdrop. And then the eavesdrop broke, and we just kept on falling. I kept on falling. I don't know about everybody else, but I kept on falling. And that's all.
Okay, I'll tell you the dream. I moved into a house in Montreal, and it had a white staircase. 3 nights in a row, I fell down that staircase screaming, and it never had an end. It was terrible.
I had a dream that I fell off a cliff, and I woke up, I was on the floor. That's about it on dreams.
Tell us a good nightmare.
Yeah, riding on a motorcycle down cobbled streets and then just having no street left and falling. That's awful. But I never hit the ground, which is good. I'm supposed to die.
Dr. Von Franz, we've all experienced falling in dreams. What's its symbolic meaning? Is it true we're dead if we hit the ground?
I have experienced falling and not being dead, and being caught up or waking up before I hit the floor or so on. I don't think that's general.
So when you hit the floor, you're not necessarily dead.
No. It simply means a shock collision with reality. If you are too high up, if you have dreams of falling, it always means that you are somewhere too high up. Either you have a too good opinion of yourself, you are megalomaniac, or you have romantic, unreal ideas, or you are living in a make-believe world, or you are living in a theory instead of... You are somewhere missing the contact with reality. And then you have a sudden fall. And sudden fall dreams generally occur together with outer deep disappointment. When one is suddenly kind of faced with reality, naked reality as it is. And that can be a deadly shock to the ego. One can be, so to speak, be blotted out by it for a while. And that will be the death by hitting the floor. The ego is out, has nothing to say anymore.
Now I'd like to turn to one of the major symbols of our culture, the star. What is it that mankind has projected onto the star to make it symbolic?
The realm of the stars was always looked at to be the realm of the eternal divine beings, and therefore in many parts of the world there is the folklore tradition that when you see a shooting star shoot down, that is the moment the soul comes to earth and the child is born. And at the same time, as well in China as in, for instance, in the old Roman Empire, when a remarkable personality died, the astrologers went and looked at the sky for a new star, because they thought that the dying soul would return and become a star in the sky. Or, for instance, in the Egyptian death ritual, the prayer goes, "Let me become one of the unsetting star which circles around the North Pole." That is the goal of the dead person, to become one of the never-setting stars. So the star has to do with uniqueness, with the uniqueness and the eternity of the uniqueness of a personality. That has been projected into a star. And for instance, the immortal spiritual part of the psyche was represented in Egypt by the Ba, the so-called Ba, which was either drawn as a bird or as a star, and meant that part of the personality which outlasts death and then accompanies after death the sun god over the sky as a never-setting star.
This is one of the rare dreams in which I heard an authoritative male voice telling me unquestionably what it wanted me to do. I could not understand it. And a voice said to me, "This is your lodestar."
Will you tell us about the Star of Bethlehem?
That fits exactly into that context, namely that when a remarkable, outstanding personality is born, a new star appears bright star appears in the sky, and that's how the Magi, the three kings, interpreted it at once. When they saw the Star of Bethlehem, they knew now some outstanding, important personality is born on earth. And that's why they went to see the child. That fitted the general viewpoint of the time. Everybody would have concluded that at that time. A new star, that means somewhere somebody, an emperor or a great ruler or a personality who changes the whole fate of mankind, has come to earth.
I'd like you to interpret a dream now in which the star is the central image. It's the most ancient dream in the history of mankind, the dream of Gilgamesh, king of the ancient walled city of Uruk. Gilgamesh was a powerful leader, and they felt his dream was important enough to be inscribed in stone. Here's the dream. In the middle of the night, I walked proudly up and down among my people. There were stars in the sky. Suddenly, one of the stars of the sky god Anu fell upon me. I tried to lift it, but it was too heavy for me. All Uruk assembled around this star, and the people kissed its feet. Can such an ancient dream have meaning for us today?
This dream is about 4,600 years old, and still we can find modern parallels. The language of the unconscious has changed much less than the language of human consciousness has. And so if we interpret this dream from a modern standpoint, we could say that up till the moment where the star fell upon Gilgamesh, he fulfilled a collective role of the king. He was the hero and the king, and that he probably was a very ambitious man. He made a big career. He's the typical man who follows up ambitiously and successfully a collective pattern. Nowadays he would be a great politician or a movie star or somebody, a man who has followed up certain collective alleys and reached a goal. Such a person, looked at from within, is generally very not individual. He's fulfilling a collective role and fulfilling a role of power, reacting in a very collective way. The star, on the contrary, represents, as we saw before, the uniqueness, because every soul has one star in heaven. And we can say that up till now Gilgamesh, with all his collective power achievements, has not yet done anything unique. On the contrary, he has only filled out a typical pattern of the hero king. And now, presumably about in the middle of life, because that's when the most frequently it occurs, something changes. While he's walking around the people, so to speak, proudly of his own power position, collective power position, from the sky falls a star on his back and turns to be a very heavy load. That is the moment where the unique destiny befalls him, literally falls upon his back. That means from now on one's back one carries a load, and that means he has now, just as Christ had to carry his cross, he has now to carry like his cross the burden of having to become himself, to become the unique, chosen individual he was meant to be, and which he had avoided by being an ambitious collective man up till now. And that proves not to be a glorious call, but to be a heavy burden to him. Now, the star means also the immortal soul of man, the eternal. For instance, in Egypt, that part which survives after death freely in the Egyptian world beyond is the bar soul, which is drawn as a star. The star is the eternal kernel of the human psyche, and has always represented that, the unique, eternal man within us. And so he has now to follow his unique destiny instead of fulfilling a collective role. But the people kiss the star's feet. They prostrate themselves before the star, so that it means the real greatness is, there is probably Gilgamesh, up till the star fell upon him, also thought he was a great man. He was a king, he was a hero, he was the fortress of his people, and now he has to see not he is not much. What the people worship is that star stone, that greater thing in him. So that in that dream there is also a little teaching for Gilgamesh. Don't take all the honor people give you for yourself. Don't lap up the compliments they give you for yourself. It is that star upon you, and that is your heaviest load, your necessity to become a unique individual. That's what they worship in you, not you. And so from then on, Gilgamesh becomes the servant of his unique, heroic task, to the search for immortality.
Very few people follow their own star today. Why?
It is easier to admire a great personality and become a pupil or follower of a guru or a religious prophet or an admirer of a big official personality, a president of the states, or give your life for a general whom you admire. That is easier than to follow your own star, because to follow your own star means isolation, not knowing where to go, having to find out a completely new way for yourself, instead of just going on the trodden path everybody else runs along. And that's why there has always been a tendency in men to rather project the uniqueness and the greatness of their own inner self onto outer personalities and become the servants, devoted servants of outer personalities, admirers and servants and imitators.
What is the nature of the personality that receives that projection?
Generally, if somebody has by birth some outstanding qualities, intelligence or some other talents, and in time he or she attract the projection of the star, and people devote themselves to those gifted people and so on. And in that way, then comes the great temptation to develop an inflation. An inflation means an overestimation of oneself. Instead of saying my talent isn't me and I haven't, my intelligence isn't me. I have been born with a good computer and that's all there is to it. There's no merit. People identify with their gifts and they get blown up. Inflation means to be blown up like a balloon. And that you see on a minor scale whenever people have a success, even if a lecturer has a success and so on, he afterwards displays arrogant mannerisms and or condescendent mannerism. You see that he or she has an inflation. And naturally people who have made history, like the Roman emperors, for instance, to take just a historical example, many of them suffered from what one calls the madness of Caesars.
Inflation, then, is having either too high or too low opinion of oneself. But is it possible to get an accurate evaluation of one's own self-esteem or one's self-worth?
Well, the difficulty is that nobody has by nature a very good estimation of his values. Nobody knows how much or how little he or she is. I mean, ask anybody now, honestly, are you a great person or are you a small person? How small, how great are you compared to others? They would have to admit that they have no idea. It is a subjective feeling. Either one has an inferiority feeling and one feels the last worm on earth, or one has a superiority complex and then one feels one is elected far above the average, one has to achieve something special, and most people switch between those two. In neurotic people it's extreme, and in normal people it's less extreme, but everybody has days where he feels lousy and below the weather and a nobody, and days where one feels on top of the world, so to speak. That is a natural swing back and forth. And one could call a normal personality where the estimation of oneself is approximately reasonable to compare to what one has achieved, who one is, how the surroundings see to one and so on. But it's a very indefinite thing, really. Any lack of balance in this respect, when it goes either too far below the mark or too far above the mark, has an irritating effect on the surrounding. If one wants to know if one has an inflation, one has to only see if one gets on people's nerves. Then one is probably a bit overestimating oneself. Or underestimating oneself, because that's the same thing. If one has an inferiority complex, it's really ambition. One wants to be more than one is. One wants to be a great person and knows one isn't, and therefore one feels the last worm on earth. That is just a veiled inflation. Inferiority is a veiled inflation, and therefore also gets on people's nerves. When people sometimes come in and say, oh, well, I don't know, I can't do it. How do you think I can do this? I'm not capable, I'm so stupid, I can't think, and so on. Now, stop that nonsense. Get on with your job. They are really making a conceited dance in form of calling themselves incapable. So it has, again, this irritating effect. So the only measure one can have, because nobody knows who is in the last view of life, before God, so to speak, who is important or is not important. Nobody knows.
I'd like to return to something we talked about earlier. You said that it's easier for an individual to follow in someone else's footsteps than to find their own way. What happens when a person projects their own star out onto somebody else? When they project the self out onto another person?
Let's first see the positive side. If the self is projected, one falls into a tremendous state of admiring the person onto whom one projects the self, a kind of incredible fascination and devotion to that person. And that can have the advantage of being capable of learning. If one projects the self, for instance, onto somebody who is really wise or superior, one can learn a lot. That is even the secret of many miraculous cures, that people project the self onto a healer personality, and in the incredible fascination and faith they have into that healer personality, from that faith they are cured from all sorts of psychological or psychosomatic illnesses. So then it serves as a vehicle of promoting the individual. Much more frequently, however, this fascination leads to infantile giving up oneself and being, so to speak, flat on one's belly before the other person, worshipping the great leader or the great spiritual guru or whatever the projection is, and losing oneself in an infantile way. And remaining infantile, such people are generally very fanatical in the admiration of that admired person, defending that person against the enemies and so on, and basking in the glory of their master or admired person through identification. And that saves these people from making an effort themselves. The great man or the great woman out there is going to do it all for me, and my task is to only applaud and admire the thing. I have to make no effort to become more intelligent or more wise or more independent myself. So it can just annihilate the personality and make them infantile instead of make them grow up and develop them. It naturally depends a bit from the person onto whom the projection of the self falls. If that person has an inflation and misuses it to breed admirers and followers, it has disastrous consequences. But I know also that there are in the Far East sometimes masters who know about the dangers of the infantile dependence and send those novices and pupils back to their own inner task and don't take the projection, so to speak.
The psychology of one individual can be reflected in an entire society. What happens then to the collective if the self is projected?
Well, then you have either monarchies or leader dictatorships. The kings of all countries, down even to the chief of a primitive tribe, are carriers of the symbol of the self. And you have all the advantages and disadvantages of a monarchical system. The advantages are that such a tribe or population has a unifying symbol of the self which holds them together. That is a projected symbol of the self, and because it's such a deeply rooted need in man to have such a symbol, living symbol of the self. Naturally, for Catholics, the Pope very often represents the symbol of the self. as being more of a spiritual leadership than worldly leadership. But that's a split situation in the West. But because there is such a need, you have now, since monarchy has been mostly abolished, we have all the dictators, Napoleon, Hitler. We have always these leader figures which show that people want again or need to project the self onto some leader figure. And that, according to Jung, is an infantile gesture. It's because we want to remain children. We don't want to take the responsibility. Democracy is a very difficult task because it puts the responsibility on everybody. And most people don't want to take political responsibility. They don't want to wreck their brains, but they prefer to think the father state will do it all right. So one likes to project onto a leader. We have a group of leaders, and they are father figures, and they are the self, and they do it all right. Just mental and psychological laziness.
Laziness.
Laziness is, Jung once said, that's the greatest passion of mankind, even greater than power and sex and anything.
In our Western culture, our psyches and our DNA are carrying the symbolism of the Jewish and Christian faiths. In the next two films, we will be looking at the change, the shifting of the symbolism within the culture and in individuals. The foundations of our culture are based on the importance of dreams. In the Old Testament, for example, the priests and prophets, the leaders, believed in their dreams, honored them, and acted on them.
Today we ignore the importance of dreams. We rarely listen to what they're saying. In fact, we've even forgotten their language. Paradoxically, throughout our religious history, dreams played a central role in determining the fate of mankind. They were thought to be the voice of God. Dr. Von Franz, let's look first at some biblical dreams. A dream which changed the history of the Jewish nation, the dream of Jacob's ladder. And Jacob dreamed that there was a ladder reaching from the earth up to heaven. And the angels of the Lord were ascending and descending on it. The Lord stood above the ladder and said, "The land on which you lie I will give to you and your descendants. And by your descendants shall all the families of the earth bless themselves. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go." Quite a prediction, eh?
Jacob's dream has been one of the examples which have always been cited by medieval and later authors to justify the taking seriously of dream, and there are some more in the Bible, which were always taken in the Western civilization as proof that God sends dream and that dreams have an important, even they speak of God-sent dreams. They are communications with God. Now Jacob goes to a certain place near Haran, and there, because the sun set, he lies down and puts a stone as a pillow under his head. And that certain place is mentioned again at the end of the text, that Jacob said, "This is truly the house of God," and so on. This is one of the oldest beliefs of mankind, that in the landscapes there are certain places where one has either communication with the upper deities or with the lower deities. For instance, a dark chasm or a hole in the ground is generally by every primitive tribe looked at as to be the entrance to the underworld, where one communicates with the gods below, where the dead disappear into, or the souls of the children come up, and so on. And then other places, in general, especially mountaintops, are places where there is a special communication with the gods above. If you think of Moses on Sinai, for instance, and so on, because on the mountaintops you are closer, so to speak, to the upper gods. That's why Zeus lives on Mount Olympus in Greece, and all the gods live on high mountains, or goddesses. And in a flat country where they have no mountains, it can also be some other special place. Now Jacob didn't know that this place was a sacred place. He concluded it from his dream. He said, that must be a sacred place I have been, because it has come to me. That touches a mystery which we haven't yet solved. Namely, we project our soul into a landscape. There is a whole soul geography in the world. Every nation and every civilization has a geography. They have generally a place where one communicates with the gods above, a place where one communicates with the god below, a place where there are good spirits, a place where there are evil earthly spirits, and so on. It is as if in original man, his unconscious psyche were spread all over the landscape. In certain places in the landscape, you have a shudder and you have certain experiences. The Romans still knew that. They called that the genius loci, the spirit of the place. And when, for instance, they built a house or they made a garden, then they always put a little statue or phallic symbol up to the spirit of the place. May the spirit of the place be benevolent to me. And if you, with an open heart, still go through a landscape, you will notice that there are places you feel good and you would like to stay, and there are other places you feel somehow uncanny. You don't know why, but you don't want to stay there. You have the same in a house. You see even that your house, domestic animals, have favorite places where they lie and others where they won't go for anything, even if you think they are suitable. One can rationalize it and say it is because there is a cold draft or something like that, but it isn't always. Sometimes one can't find out what the reason is. They just feel psychically good in some places, and we are just the same. We have our favorite corners and we are angry if somebody else sits there where we want to sit. We are exactly like dogs. But in the landscape, the tribes have the same thing. And so Jacob hit there on a sacred place where his, now talking psychologically, his soul could open to a divine influence through a dream. And he put a stone under his head. And that stone is one, again, of the oldest symbols of mankind, of something sacred. In all most original tribes we still know exist on Earth, and also from all the archaic excavation, and even Neanderthal man and so on probably worshipped stones. Certain stones were felt to contain some sacred powers. And for instance, for the Australian Aborigine, in certain stones the spirit of the ancestor god lives, and if a woman passes those stones, she can conceive a child. The child comes into her womb from those stones. And the same was true. The Germans, old Germans thought that. They thought that the souls of newborn children came out of tombstones on the graves of their ancestors. The ancestors were jumped into the women from there. So the stone is a place of the origin of human life. The sacred is again the eternal man. The stone is something very similar than the star. It has to do with the eternal, everlasting substance of the human being. That was projected into the stone. So with this sacred stone, which is a primitive thing under his head, a kind of fetish, which makes him capable of connecting with the beyond, Jacob goes asleep and the sun sets. The setting of the sun could be interpreted as the blotting out of consciousness. He goes deep in the unconscious, he goes asleep. And in that moment he sees a ladder going up to the sky. Now this famous Jacob's ladder, on which angels go up and down, is the motif of a continuous connection with the realm of the gods. For instance, in the shamans and the medicine men of most countries, in their initiation, they climb a tree, or they climb a ladder, or they climb on a rope up into what they say the sky. It's naturally only a few meters what they do in reality, and with the idea of going up into the ghost world and into the world of the gods and having the connection. And for instance, the medicine men in Tibet and China of old were called the master of the cord, because only they had that connection. They could climb up to the sky. And in other places it is a tree or a ladder. It's simply one of the means to go up step by step and have a connection with the divine world. But later, in the Renaissance and in 17th century, Jacob's ladder was interpreted as being the sounds and vowels, or to be the different qualities of the world, or the different numbers of the world. There were all systems which projected into that ladder as being, but the basic idea is a continuous, constant connection with the powers of the unconscious, the divine powers of the unconscious. You could say the dream itself is such a ladder. It connects us with the depth of our psyche, with the unknown depth of our psyche. Every dream is a rung on a ladder, so to speak. And the angels are the messengers of God, so he can receive messages, and there the Lord predicts him the future. That belongs to the historical situation that dreams were mostly attended as means to predict the future or to know the future. And there the Lord predicts Jacob that he and his descendants will spread over the earth, and the Lord will be with them. He receives a confirmation that God is with him, and that gives him the courage to go on. And that's why when he wakes up, he calls this place the house of the Lord, Beit El, and puts a stone there as a mark. The stones have always been marker of sacred place. That's an age-old habit of mankind, and goes on from there.
When you use the word God, what do you mean psychologically?
Psychologically, I'm using the words anything which impresses a human being as completely overwhelming, so that the genuine reaction one has is to prostrate oneself to the floor, to venerate it, to fear it. It's what is fascinating, frightening, or positively overwhelming in a sort of blissful rapture. Anything which you can say, what sweeps a human being completely from its feet, that is always been called God.
Are you using the word gods in the same way?
In the same way, yes. Only it means that in polytheistic religions they characterize different ways of being overwhelmed by terror. Then it is, for instance, Shiva the destroyer, or overwhelmed by bliss, then you are overwhelmed rather by Vishnu, or so on. But in all polytheistic religions there are always assurances that really all those many gods are one. And when you have a monotheistic religion, like in Christianity, they are secretly more. For instance, we have Trinity and saints and angels. There's always a secret polytheistic. So monotheism and polytheism always interpenetrate each other. Sometimes the accent is more on the one, and sometimes the accent is more on the many who are one.
Are the gods alive and well in suburbia?
The gods are. The gods are nowadays everywhere where one doesn't expect them, and mostly in the desert. They are, for instance, in the bottle of alcohol, or in the LSD, or in some other addiction. Or the Wotan, the god of rage, is, for instance, in terrorists. A terrorist, generally, if you analyze him, is just dedicated to an overwhelming rage. And the rage has him, he has not the rage has him. So that is his God. So we have an innumerable amount of gods, but because we don't venerate them and we don't look at them, they are mostly nasty. That's why, for instance, if somebody has his God in a brandy bottle, you have to find for him a relationship to a spiritual God. You have to drive out the negative spirit by a positive spirit.
In Jacob's dream, angels bring him messages from God. Obviously, people back then believed in angels. But what aspect of the psyche do they represent? Are angels still alive today, or did they all die?
Well, I can tell what happened to me and my friend Miss Hannah. We were driving into town, and suddenly she stepped on the brakes so that I flew into the window. And I looked around. There was nothing around. At that moment, a child behind a car made itself loose and ran right in front of our car, but we had already stopped. And I said to Miss Hannah, how on earth did you do that? The child wasn't visible when you stopped. It wasn't yet visible at all. And she said, something in me told me, brake at once, brake at once. I don't know what that was. Now, historical man would have said, an angel told me that. My protecting angel told me that. It is sometimes as if a benevolent presence interferes with what we are doing. Miss Hannah had no idea why she braked. She just felt like a voice in her ear saying, brake, brake, and she braked. Now, people sometimes fall down from a roof and get caught up by a tree branch, or they have a bad car accident where theoretically they should be dead and they are practically unhurt, and that makes them feel that there was some intentional meaningful agency at work which helped them or saved their lives, a presence, and that it is not just a mechanism because thing does it intelligently. That's why one feels it's like a personality helping one, something personal, something protecting or personal. We have also naturally evil angels which can lead us down the road of destruction. But generally, the idea of angels comes from such miraculous experiences where one feels that some intelligent agency beyond us has helped us. Now, one feels a present. The angel has also sometimes to do with the idea of a double. Most primitive people in primitive civilizations believe that we have somewhere living in the bush or also invisibly accompanying us behind us a greater personality, an invisible double. Now, we would say that's a personification of the unconscious, of the maker of dreams. And if one sees that double actually in reality outside, then it is generally a symptom of death, primitives say, because they think that we are, as long as we live on earth, split. We have a consciousness, a restricted consciousness, which is the thing we would now call our ego consciousness, and we have a greater personality, invisible personality, which lives behind us or somewhere in the bush, and which so only appears at certain moments. And if a primitive is saved in such a miraculous way from an accident, he would think that his double has done it. So the double and the angel protecting angel have a lot to do with each other. It's always this same experience that something more intelligent and greater than your ego is alive in you, and sometimes makes you do things or arranges your fate against your own will and against your own planning. And that is an experience I think everybody has had in his life sometimes. And naturally in higher religions that was then transformed into the teaching that there are angels and that everybody has a good angel protecting him, and sometimes also an evil angel trying to seduce him or her. It is the battle of powers, half personified powers in the unconscious within us, for which we are not responsible and which were understood as messengers with God. The angels have the function. Primitive man thought that God has not the possibility of looking after everything himself, so the angels are his delegates who look after his creatures.
Many medieval paintings often show angels as messengers of dreams. They show the dreamer and then the angel bringing the dream down from heaven.
Yes, the dream was very often understood as being, so to speak, the angel was understood as being the personified essence of a dream, because you see, dreams also save our lives. Sometimes we have a warning dream, and if we attend to it, we can avoid all sorts of disaster. I, for instance, would never take a flight if I had a disastrous dream the night before, because I think if the unconscious takes the trouble to give me a warning dream, I should attend to it. Our unconscious, and we cannot explain that, but it is a fact that it does know more than we know. That it is as if the unconscious of the human being is expanded into outer nature and has informations which we cannot have. And therefore in dreams you get sometimes warnings or informations about things you cannot possibly know.
In Jacob's dream, an inner authority gives him direction for the rest of his life. We talked earlier about how that inner authority can be projected out onto an individual or a great personality. Can it also be projected onto a cause or an ideology?
Yes, you can either project on a personality of a spiritual or worldly leader, or it can be an ideology, an ism, or a religious conviction, which you also then look at to be the highest goal and dictating important factor of your life. That is just as possible. That's why wherever you have fanatical beliefs, be it in religion or an ideological system, you have this projected outer star, so to speak, which you follow.
Can you give us some examples of leaders on whom people have projected their star?
Hitler was a malefic star, so to speak, to whom thousands of Germans followed. And Christ was a beneficent star whom millions followed. There are naturally false prophets and good leaders, bad leaders, and even that history decides, and if one looks closer, even the good leaders have some drawbacks, and it is not so clear, but you have the same when somebody elects a guru or has a too great transference to his psychotherapist or so on. It's always having projected the star, the uniqueness of the personality onto the other, and being fascinated by the person out there instead of following it within.
And how would that apply to movie stars?
Just in that sense. For instance, a feminine movie star, you see how all the teenagers of the world try to dress in the same way and style their hair in the same way. It is the star, it is the ideal, the feminine personality they would like to become, or therefore they even try to imitate. And the same with male movie stars. That's why generally movie stars also start the whole clothes fashion and so on. Everybody imitates them. It is, so to speak, the ideal man or the ideal woman they represent. And as the ideal changes, every 5-10 years there are always new stars with a new style which then appeal to a new generation or to other people. To be a model personality, so to speak, for everybody.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's neither a good thing nor a bad thing. It depends on what one does with it. For instance, you can say that if the British hadn't, in those hard times during the last World War, projected their star on Churchill and have had complete belief and courage, which gave them courage, they would have probably not stood through the ordeal. So Churchill, being the star of the British nation in a dark time, saved the British nation. So in that case, it had a beneficent effect.
Dreams have determined the destiny of individuals, but they've also altered the fate of entire cultures. Let's look at 3 dreams which determine the destiny of our civilization. Dr. Von Franz, first of these I'd like to look at is the dream of a young man who lived in the desert almost 3,000 years ago. He was his father's favorite child, and his father gave him a coat of many colors. He had 11 brothers who were intensely jealous of him. And one day, he told his brothers this dream. Behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf rose and stood upright. And your sheaves gathered round it and bowed down to my sheaf. And then I dreamed that the sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down to me. Would you show us how this dream reveals Joseph's destiny?
Joseph was a bit naive to tell his family his dreams, because though they probably didn't interpret them consciously, they were hit by them and got angry. Namely, the first dream says that the sheaves of wheat bow before him. Now, the sheaves of wheat have been in those times a simile of the generations of human life. There is, for instance, a whole symbolism in Egypt, and you have allusions to it also in the Bible, that man is like wheat. He blossoms, he is cut by death, and from the roots he sprouts again. So the cycle of life and death and eternal, returning to eternal life has been always projected into the wheat. You have that also in the Greek Eleusinian mysteries. You have it in the biblical saying that if the corn doesn't fall onto the earth, it doesn't bear fruit, and so on. So there is the idea. So if he dreams that the sheaves of wheat bow before him, it would mean that the whole earthly life, the vegetation and the earthly life, and with it the human beings, the tribes of human beings, would bow before him. It is a dream which shows his inner election to become a leader, a leading, outstanding personality. And naturally, some people further remote might fall for that and admire him and follow him and imitate him in the sense we mentioned before. But the family generally hates a family member to be a genius or to be outstanding or different. Sometimes you have families who have a genius child and they identify with it and run the show with it and kind of bask in its glory. But more frequently, if we read the histories of gifted people, outstanding people have generally trouble with their family member. Jealousy and wanting to bang them down into shape, and misunderstanding of their outstanding fate. It has also to be said that outstanding personality generally pay in some way for their outstandingness. They have also generally some unpleasant characteristics to compensate their greatness, and therefore they are difficult to swallow for the surrounding. And Joseph naively tells his dream, and the reaction becomes quite clear. And then he has even a worse dream, namely that sun and moon and the stars bow before him as if he were the new sun, the new center of the sky. So this is again a very exaggerate formulation of his outstandingness, of him being the man elected by the Lord. From a modern standpoint, one must conclude that Joseph was not knowing about his importance, that he was rather underestimating himself. If one has such a dream, if he needed such a dream, it shows that he probably thought himself consciously as a very ordinary person. And that's why the dream hammers into him, no, you are something special, you have a special destiny, and the sheaves of wheat and the luminaries in heaven will bow before you. You are the center, you are the important person. On you everything will depend one day. That also prepares him to later take responsibility for his tribe, for the Jewish tribe. Without such dreams, nobody can take the responsibilities of a leader. But with such a dream, one can take the responsibility. One knows one has to stand there and have the courage to take the responsibility.
In your practice as an analyst, have you ever seen a dream like Joseph's which revealed a person's destiny?
Oh, yes. I had, for instance, in my practice, a painter who painted, he was his training was, but also his predilection was, that he painted very accurately outer things and therefore earned his living mostly by very accurate old-fashioned portrait painting. Not modern portraits like Chagall or Clay or so on, but old-fashioned photographic-like paintings. And that was his passion, and he had a violent resistance to what he called modern art and its destructive and impossible ways he despised. And night after night he dreamt that he had to change completely and paint inner things and abstract things. And for instance, he used always dark colors. He had clear dreams which said he had to paint in bright colors. And he had a very disagreeable physical symptom. Among other, he was impotent, and as soon as he began to obey the dreams, his physical symptoms and his impotence disappeared. He was cured by having to change completely his artistic style. Now, that was not a vocation where he had to change profession. He had only within his profession to change completely his way. But you have other people. I have had people where they had to change profession. They had to become writers, or they had to give up everything and do something else instead. That's naturally always a terrible moment of fear and crisis, but what we call a vocation, a call, to have a call to do something, that occurs very often. And quite frequently, the neurosis of people comes from the fact that they don't have listened to their call.
Joseph later became quite a dream interpreter. Here's the dream of the Pharaoh, which he interpreted. Pharaoh dreamed he was standing by the Nile, and behold, 7 cows, sleek and fat, came up out of the river and fed in the reed grass. And 7 other cows, gaunt and thin, came up out of the Nile and ate up the 7 fat cows. Joseph's interpretation saved Egypt from the fate of starvation. Can you explain how he made that interpretation?
If we want to understand Joseph's interpretation, we have to a bit follow up the thoughts of that time. Now, the cow in Egypt was a mother goddess, and for instance, they thought that a heavenly cow covered the whole heaven. A cow was standing over the sky and supported by the god of air, Shu, and on her belly were all the constellations of the star. When you looked up, you really look at the belly of an enormous cow, and Isis, the great feminine goddess Isis, was also sometimes represented with a cow head, and so was the goddess Hathor. And so the cow had to do with the cosmic maternal principle, with the principle of feminine fertility of the earth and the sky naturally giving the rain in those dry countries. The milk is the rain is the milk of the heavenly cow and guarantees all life. And the number 7, according to the thoughts of those times, was always associated with the 7 planets and with the 7 metals and so on, and meant a complete cycle. After 7, with 8 it re-begins. That has also to do with a week. We have 7 days, and the 8th day is a re-beginning. So it is associated with 7 is in the tradition of number symbolism is associated with the symbolism of a complete cycle of time. So Joseph thought along those lines and thought there will be a complete cycle of time of fertility where the mother goddesses will give plenty, and then a cycle where there will be poverty, and so he predicted to the Pharaoh that there would be 7 years of plenty and then 7 years of hunger and drought would come, which fulfilled itself completely. That was the way he thought or he interpreted the dream.
You know, the amazing thing about that is that the Pharaoh acted on the interpretation. The President of the United States suddenly said, we're going to build big storage bins and put all the grain of the West into them for the next 7 years. We're going to have a famine. And he said that that's based on a dream I had last night. The whole economy is going to change because of the dream I had last night. He'd be put in a loony bin. If the Pharaoh came to you with that dream, would you have given that interpretation?
Yes, if I knew I have an old Egyptian pharaoh before me in my practice, I would talk in that language.
The third dream of destiny is a dream which we all know, but perhaps don't realize is a dream. It's the dream of a carpenter who was engaged to a young woman whom he believed was a virgin. And when he found out she was pregnant, he had this dream. Behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, do not fear to take Mary for your wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, and he will save his people from their sins.
Though in the time of Joseph, that was a time people were still inclined to, more than they are today, to believe in supernatural facts. Obviously, Joseph too had his very common and ordinary suspicions against the pregnancy of his wife. And he needed this dream of God to tell him that the supernatural divine birth of Christ had taken place. In all religions, the central teaching contains such paradoxes, namely generally something which is right against human experience. It is, so to speak, the essence of a religious saying that it says something impossible. And this asserts the superiority of the spirit over matter. In the materialistic world, there is not such a thing as a virgin birth. But by asserting it is so, the religious saying asserts the priority of certain inner spiritual things above outer material things. That's the meaning, and that's why it's wrong to want to do away with it. And you find the same thing in dreams. Whenever people are too rational and materialistic, then the dreams point out something completely supernatural. I remember the dream of a woman who dreamt that she saw on the floor a little mechanical animal made of diamonds, but which was alive and walked around. And she consulted Jung about it, and he said, that is to prove to you that the impossible is possible, that you are still too rational, you think such a thing cannot happen. You are not open to miracles. And there are miracles, there are in the realm of the psychic realities, miracles can happen. And that the dreams assert generally by asserting the impossible. And say, look, you think that's impossible, and just that does exist in the realm of the psyche. It doesn't exist in the realm of matter, but it does exist in the realm of the psyche. And Joseph also needed the angel, a messenger from God, to, in a dream, tell him that Christ was born in a supernatural way, conceived by the Holy Ghost, which is how most heroes, mythological heroes and heroes in different religions are born. The virgin birth is not something unique for Christ, but most supernatural savior figures are born in such a way, or conceived in such a way. And Joseph, according to the spirit of the time, took that completely literally and accepted it, and stood up for the Virgin Mary and accompanied her and protected the child and carried all the difficulties for her without ever wavering in his faith, because naturally one can imagine that the people in his surrounding talked quite differently about these events. So it shows again how here the dream unites certain people into a common action. And that was the dream life is a community promoting factor. If people attend their dream, some people always think if one attends one's dream, one becomes a solitary, lunatic, funny kind of autistic person who follows his own dream in an asocial way. But that is not true. Very often dreams order us to relate to somebody or something which doesn't occur to us at all in consciousness. And so the dreams create social bonds and new social behavior just as much as they sever sometimes old social ties. But this dream is not at all an asocial phenomenon. And that you see here, that Joseph, who might have turned against his wife and been destructive to her, through the help of a dream, completely changes his attitude and supports her throughout her whole life.
You've written about other cultures in which the dream plays an important social role. Can you tell us about those?
Many so-called primitive tribes, I don't like the word primitive, but let's say people who still live in a natural surrounding and have their own natural culture intact from white influence, those people rely very much on their dream. There's this famous tribe of the Senoi who educate their children to relate their dreams from early age on, and every dream is discussed in the family and the tribe and interpreted, and one can say that practically their whole social life and behavior is oriented towards and based on their dreams and their way they interpret dreams. Or for instance, there's an Australian origin tribe who have a festival, Kunapipi, which lasts 30 years, a whole generation. Every year part of the festival is performed. And at the end of each part of the festival, they assemble the tribe and they ask who had dreams about the ceremony. And then they discuss the dreams, and if there are propositions in the dreams to change the ritual, they change the ritual, so that the ritual always corresponds to their inner dream life, or that their inner dream life always has a say about their religious ritual.
In Canada, the Iroquois Indian tribes took their dream seriously. In fact, one of the massacres of the Jesuits was a result of a dream.
they also, some of their prophets foresaw the disaster of their community in dreams. And they tried to defend themselves as well as they could. And they also told the white missionaries who tried to destroy their faith as superstition, they told them their dreams and to prove the reality of their spiritual experience. So I think the writer of this thesis says that one should now study many more primitive societies, and one will probably discover that this is true for most primitive societies. But up till now, ethnologists haven't asked about it, and then they didn't tell about it much. I mean, one has to go for these themes before finding out. But it looks, from all we can know now, that most primitive cultures and societies heavily rely on dreams. Also in China, they always had, I just read a paper the other day that still in the streets, even now in communist China, there are specialists to whom you can go and have your dream interpreted. There are different, they are kind of medicine men, sometimes a bit charlatans, and sometimes very serious people, who interpret the dreams to people in the street. They go up there and they pay something for having their dream interpreted. And from the interpretations I have read, they sound most modern. Those men, Chinamen, are very good psychologists, and they have intuitions about the dreams of people which would completely correspond to what we would say.
What can modern psychology learn from the way in which primitives relate to their dreams?
That in general primitives are less technologically and rationally oriented, and therefore have a more natural outlook on life and on death and on their own inner life. They are better related to their instinctual life, as long as they are not disturbed by our technological civilization. And therefore we have the urgent need to return to a similar way of life. They can show us by their more natural and more wholesome reactions what we have lost. We have to become too lopsidedly intellectual, and therefore that's why we don't relate anymore to our dreams, or we think in waking up our dreams are silly dreams or absurd dreams or nonsense. That's our first impression. While the primitive man who has more symbolic thinking, and generally also through his tribal traditions, he has more mythological and symbolic knowledge. He has a better relationship to his dreams, and that means he has a better relationship to his inner life, to his instinctual life.
Is that part of the role of the psychoanalyst in modern society, to reconnect the individual with their instinctual inner life?
That's why in Jungian therapy, the offer for the patient is that he can establish a unique relationship, and that one offers him a unique relationship, which is not a technique of therapy or a certain way of approaching or looking at the other, but a personal encounter. And that's why Jung said, forget all psychological theories when you meet the patient. Just meet him with your heart and your mind as a unique human being. And then it doesn't become boring. Every encounter is an adventure.
And what role does the dream play in this?
The dream does that. Among the over 60,000 dreams I've interpreted, I've never met two same dreams. The dream is always unique and comes always uniquely at the right moment, at a certain moment. And that's the message of the powers of the instinct, of the powers of the collective unconscious, the message which comes that night through at that moment, and is a message which is meant for you. The dream is a message which is, the alchemists would say, is a message from the unique to the unique. Namely from the divine center of the psyche to the unique individual one is and to the unique situation one is in. And that's why you can never predict dreams. You can never go to bed and say, I'll probably dream about this and that. It never comes off. You will always dream about something completely different. So at the source of the dream there is a creative mystery which we cannot rationally explain. It's the creativity of nature. It's the same creativity which has created the million of species of animals and flowers and plants on the earth, which man could never invent. And the dreams are also like flowers or plants. They are something unique you can only marvel at.
Perhaps it would be helpful at this time to look at a model of Jung's understanding of the psyche. Remember, this is only a general format. Every person is individual in their actual dreaming and in their actual process. But this is how he saw the general pattern. If we take this circle as the self, that includes the known, the unknown, everything. And if we hold this line as the threshold of consciousness, by threshold I mean it's that space when you're waking up, when you just come over into this world, or you can fall back into sleep. Here is the unconscious, here is the so-called world of consciousness. Between those two is this little tiny ego. Tiny little thing. And yet all of our world, our reality, moves through that space. It's partly in the unconscious, partly in consciousness. In the unconscious, as Jung understood it, there are these floating islands in this vast sea. And these are known as the complexes. They are energy centers, and they have at their core what he calls archetypes. And those archetypes are immense energy, divine energy, that have the power to knock the ego right out. They also, however, are essential to human beings in that it's from that archetypal world that poetry, music, all the great arts come. And of course, religion is from that space. Now the complex comes into action when something out here in the ordinary world attracts it. I'll use an addict as an example because it's so clear with an addiction. Supposing I had no loving mother. Not because she didn't love me, my mother, but because through her generations behind her, she didn't know how to look at me as I was, or at me as, she saw me as she wanted to be, but it wasn't my reality. So somewhere along the line, I developed a craving for sweetness, a craving for nourishment, for life. I happened to put this onto chocolate or any other food that was sweet and could give me that feeling of being loved. So I see the chocolate. I want the chocolate. If I have a weak ego, the ego cannot tell me, no, you shouldn't have any more chocolate. So I come past the ego and go for the chocolate. I go right up through that unchallenged line. Supposing I try to say to myself, I won't have the chocolate. It may be that the archetype will say, I will. And I don't care what you think, what your ego wants to do, I want the chocolate. I've always had the chocolate. I always will have it, and I will go direct to the chocolate. The ego has been wiped out, and we are really in a complex situation. From the Jungian point of view, this is a very dangerous space to be in, because the ego has lost its power, the complex has taken over, and the archetypal energy is at work. Now, in a well-working psyche, the ego is strong enough to hold that complex in abeyance. And yes, let it develop, let it mature, but not to allow the archetype to take over. The archetype will be more powerful than the ego later on. When, for example, you have an ego strong enough to write, well trained that it can play music, and the ego can be forgotten while the archetypal energy is moving through. Or in prayer, for example, the ego is out of the road, the prayer is coming through. The archetypal energy is essential to life in the dimension that we as human beings relate to it. The tragedy in our culture is that so many people do not believe in symbolic language. And so they try to satisfy a spiritual yearning with a physical food or alcohol or drugs or silk underwear, whatever the addiction is. That cannot work. There is no satiation point for a spiritual longing by physical means. So long as that symbol is not alive as a living symbol, it cannot do its work to bring us into our totality. This series is really a short course in Jungian psychology. We start out with an understanding of the shadow. In Jungian terms, the shadow is the same gender as the ego. It is the part of us that we do not know. It's in the unconscious. And we must remember, unconscious means unconscious. not knowing. There's something that wants to come through, tell us something, and we must recognize that every dream is giving us something new from the unconscious. So the shadow is that part of us that we do not know. Or it may be a part of us that was buried when we were very, very young. For whatever reason, we didn't have a chance to live that side. We were shamed for it. We were humiliated. We weren't in our own peer group. And so we stepped away from it and buried it and hoped we would never see it again. The other side of the shadow is the bright, creative, full of vibrant life shadow. The creature that is hidden within us, who has never dared to come out. Or, as a child, when it dared to come out, we were told, we don't do those kind of things here. And we knew that we had done something wrong. But if that shadow does emerge, that creative shadow, everything may become, yes, I said, yes, I will, yes. Physical energy works like psychic energy. For example, if we take these two little magnets, and I have the like poles, and I'm trying to bring those poles together, they absolutely refuse to meld. If I bring the negative, it's instantaneous. They automatically want to clip into each other. Think of yourself at a party, and you see someone and you say, of all the people at this party, that's the one I don't want to get involved with. But all the time you know where he is in the room, and he knows where you are in the room. And those two energies are coming together. That's how life brings us to our own reality. In Jung's understanding, there is a natural gradient towards wholeness, not towards perfection, but towards knowing all of ourselves, to recognize the darkest corners as well as the light corners, and to recognize, as Blake said, without contraries is no progression. You need that grain of sand there to cause that continual grind. You need that world of contraries to bring out the very best of your strength. And that natural gradient will go through and try to pick that up. That is true both negatively and positively. I like to think of that natural gradient towards wholeness as the two snakes in the yogic world. If you imagine the one is the masculine, the other the feminine, the one begins to move, finds the strength, the other begins to move, and they move to a point of meeting. They kiss, then they have to separate. The one may become stronger, the other is then forced into a place of strength, and they work their way through till they come again to meeting. And again they kiss, recognize each other, and again they must separate. And so they go through that third round. And at the top, they meet in the divine embrace. The process is a natural evolution of growing together, separating, opening into a further individuality so that each is allowed to come to their own wholeness within and within the relationship. And now we are going to look at the structure of a dream. I think it's very important to realize that the archetypal structure in narrative is the same in a simple dream as it is in a classical play. It is in us that structuring of the archetypal energy. Take, for example, Macbeth. Very simple plot. We have the introduction, the rising action. I'm sure you all learned this in grade 12. The climax, the denouement, and the end of the dream is the lysis. That little part on the end that tells us where the energy wants to go. There are 5 parts to a classical play. And if we could remember the entire dream, there would be 5 parts there, but very few of us can remember them. Most of us just get the lysis. But that is very, very important, as you will see in a moment. In the introduction, we are given the characters, the plot, and the setting. We see that there may be some kind of conflict developing even in the introduction, but it is highlighted as it moves through the rising action. 2 conflicting energies begin to meet. Then they come to the climax. And something happens there that turns the energy of the play. So that you begin to see whether the outcome is going to be good for the hero, quotation marks, or whether he is going to be destroyed. For example, Macbeth, everything seems to be going on his side until he gets to this climax. And Macbeth makes a decision. And here is what he says. I am in blood steeped in so far that should I wade no more, returning were as tedious as go o'er. Strange things I have in head which will to hand, which must be acted ere they may be scanned. That is his decision, and the rest of the play is the outcome of that decision. It is a tragedy. So that tragedy begins to develop in what is known as the denouement, and gradually he comes to the place where he loses all. His head is taken off. In the lysis of the play, we know that there's going to be a new king. We know who that's going to be, and the hero is dead. Now, in a dream, this lysis is terribly important. Let me give you an example. A man dreams that he's been walking through a jungle, and he's been into one ambush after another in that jungle. And he goes through the jungle cutting off one big leaf, steps through. He has no idea where he's going. But he just keeps cutting off one leaf. And gradually he comes to a river. And he is so happy to be at the river. Finally, he's finished with the jungle. He looks across the river, and behold, there's a jungle on the other side. That does him in. He can't go any further. And then he realizes that somebody has been cutting through the jungle on the other side, coming to meet him. That divine presence has been coming through on the other side, and so he has the strength to go on. The lysis will carry the energy into the next place of action. Often we only get the lysis of the dream, but if we get even that, we know where our energy is trying to go. We are left breathless if we follow our dreams and really understand symbol. Let's go to Macbeth again. When Macbeth hears that his wife is dead, he says, she should have died hereafter. He says this about the woman who came to meet him at the very beginning of the play with all her love and passion expressed in one word, my husband. However, after the servant leaves, when he's had the news, he launches into that great soliloquy, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in its petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. Out, out, brief candle. Now, any of you who have watched a loved one die, take their last breath, understand brief candle. The whole body just shrivels into ice. The warmth, the vitality, the light, finished. And you are faced with the enormity of the mystery of death. That tiny little phrase, brief candle, brings together the intellect, the feeling, the imagination, and for one moment you are whole. That Jung says that without the archetypal image, there is no healing, because the harmonic is in the totality of the symbol that can bring you into a wholeness that acts as a tuning fork for where you are going to go next. Our unconscious is often imaged as a vast ocean. Some people go fishing every night. Some catch a minnow, some catch a whale. Some don't go with any fishing gear. They're not interested in fish and not interested in trying to catch one. Other people are very interested in catching a fish. They bring up that unconscious content in order to relate to it, in order to open up their vision into a very new place. The old symbols will not move us into a new vision, a new place in ourselves where we can see life in a new way. And so we live with that symbol that is operating as an energy source in our body. Sometimes we have to remember Keats' phrase, "Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter." It takes courage and faith to try to remember those unheard melodies. I think of a businessman, for example, who is up to his ears in glass and concrete. And one night he has a dream, a compensating dream. This is one of the great things about dreams. They compensate for an over-exaggerated attitude and consciousness. So this businessman has a dream about the pond he used to fish in when he was a boy. And the trilling of a bird brings him into a place in himself where he can hear those songs, those unheard songs. Can he sing that song? Dare he sing that song? In our Western culture, our psyches and our DNA are filled with Christian and Jewish symbolism. It is really important when you're studying dreams that you recognize your own heritage and honor it, because it will be manifesting in ways that you could never have imagined. It is important when you are looking at a culture and the individuals within that culture that you look into the foundations. For example, in our culture, the foundations have been in dreams. In the Jewish world, in the Old Testament, kings, prophets, leaders listened to their dreams. In the New Testament, Mary listened to the inner voice, bore a divine child, and her husband Joseph was told to take the mother and child to Egypt in a dream. He obeyed and saved their lives. The great biblical figures wrestled with their angels, and they either surrendered or found a new meaning for their lives. It's no small thing to be met by an angel, especially if the angel wants you to do something that the ego does not want to do. Sooner or later, we realize that we are walking down a path. As my dear old Dr. Bennett used to say, well, Mrs. Woodman, you're going to walk that path whether you like it or not. You can either go like a squealing pig being dragged to the slaughter, or you can muster as much dignity and grace as you can. With our framework well in place, we turn now to the interpretation of modern dreams. Beginning with men, we see how dreams reveal an unlived shadow side. The shadow is the same gender as the dreamer. I think it's really important that we recognize, too, that in our society, when the feminine is mentioned, people tend to think we are talking about women. But in this process of integration, in the individuation process, it is the relationship to the feminine within that is determining the relationship to the feminine without.
Inside everyone lurks the shadow. Behind the mask we wear for others, beneath the face we show ourselves, lives an unknown side of our personality. At night, when we lie helpless in our sleep, its image confronts us face to face.
Well, it was about 4 years ago, and I was in residential work, and I had a breakdown. And my mother, who had been dead then about 13, 14 years, every night I kept dreaming of her, and somewhere up above me, she kept beckoning me to go to her. And I kept saying, no, I'm not ready to come yet. And she kept saying, you've got to come, I want you, I want you. And I said, well, you never wanted me when you was alive, and I'm not leaving Bob, and that's my husband. And this went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. And in the end, in one of my dreams, I told my mother all the things I'd felt about her when she was alive, and got it all off my chest, and I didn't have any more. But it was awful because I was frightened to go to sleep because I knew, this dream would recur every night. But she didn't want me when she was alive, and I thought, well, no way you're going to get me now. So it really was horrible. Yeah.
Dr. Von Franz, dreams show us our unlived life through the figure of the shadow. Psychologically, what is the meaning of the word shadow?
That is simply a name we use for the fact that most people are not fully aware of all their personality traits. We like to imagine ourselves as being intelligent or generous or good-natured or practically gifted and whatnot. And there are other qualities of our conscious personality, inferior qualities, which we know somewhere. I mean, the surroundings tell us about them generally, and in quarrels it comes out. But we tend to push it into the shadow. We don't look at it. And when we think about ourselves, we forget about these qualities. Only our best friends and people we live with, our marital partners, can generally very clearly point out these more inferior traits.
I'd like you to interpret a rather amusing shadow dream of a 13-year-old boy.
I dreamt I was a huge eagle, and I was flying over the town, and I saw my friend Chris and Mike. They were walking to school. So I swooped down, and I shit right on top of Chris's head, and he had to go home to wash his hair. And then I was sitting on top of his roof, and he was going back to school at lunch. And so I swooped down, and I shit right on top of his head again. And he went crying inside, and I thought it was the funniest thing I'd ever done.
In this dream we see again Gilgamesh and Enkidu, so to speak, in another variation. The two boys are friends, but they are also as contrasts. The friend onto whom he shits is more of an extrovert boy who likes collective sports and wants to go out. And the dreamer himself prefers individual plays and seems to be a more reflective character. And in the dream it begins that he flies, he's an eagle and is flying. An eagle in general is, in heraldics, the eagle is always the animal of kings and leaders, And because one thought that, like the lion is the king of the wild animals, the eagle is the king of the birds. So he has something to do with the power drive, but also with spiritual elation, with high flights in thought and fantasy. It looks as if the dreamer has more fantasy, much more fantasy, capacities of fantasy than his extrovert friend. Now all introvert individualists secretly envy the extrovert because the extrovert is more successful collectively, and generally introverts have a certain feeling of inferiority towards extroverts. Extroverts have them too towards the other, but they never admit it. But the introverts generally admit that they envy the worldly successful friend. And therefore, in the dream, the balance is restored, that our dreamer as an eagle succeeds in shitting on his friend's head, and by that humiliating him. He has to go and get Mama's help, and he has naturally an elated feeling of triumph. One could look at the dream a bit suspiciously and say there's also a little warning in it that he shouldn't elevate himself too much above the friend, but I think it rather means a compensation, that he feels a bit uncertain or inferior towards his friend, and therefore the dream shows him the possibility, look here, you are the real eagle, you can shit on his head, so it's no problem.
Can the shadow also take a positive form?
Because of wanting to play a social role, most people identify more with their positive qualities, and therefore the shadow is generally more awkward, inferior, sometimes a bit evil, or socially unadapted. But that is not always so. There are people who prefer to live their worst side, and then their shadow is positive. There has been made studies among criminals who live, so to speak, the worst side of their personality, and then they have a positive shadow. They have a well-meaning helper of man as a shadow figure. But the normal average is that we identify or prefer to identify more with our positive and developed traits of character, and therefore push more the inferior side into the shadow. The most famous example is Mr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That is a literary representation where we can really see how man and his shadow live together and act upon each other. Everybody casts a shadow, so to speak, by the very fact that we are, for instance, if we use a lot of intellectual thinking, our feeling will be relatively inferior or undeveloped because we don't give it enough time. Or somebody who works mostly with machines and technical things tends to neglect his fantasy, his passive fantasizing or his artistic gifts. And so so the shadow, if we repress the shadow, we are only half people. That's why there are in literature such tales that the devil steals the shadow from people, and then they are, so to speak, in the claws of the devil, because we need a shadow. The shadow is what keeps us down to earth, which reminds us of our incompleteness, and which also provides us with complementations. We would be very poor if we were only what we imagine to be.
Could you give us some examples of where we see the shadow in everyday life?
I would say whenever we are tired or under stress, another personality breaks through. For instance, people who are very well-meaning and helpful suddenly become ruthlessly egocentric, push everybody else aside and become very nasty. Also, for instance, when people have the flu or are ill, suddenly you see their shadow side coming through. Or, for instance, you have people who are always in a good mood and cheerful and enterprising, and one day they become suddenly like ill-tempered bears, and you have a feeling, I've never seen that person that way. There's a sudden change of character. That's the breaking through of the shadow. It can take on 1,000 forms. Or, for instance, you have a very good friend, and he lends you a book, and just that book your friend loses. He wants to nothing, the last thing to do, but his shadow wanted to play you a trick. That happens very often when people are jealous of each other. Then they play to the person of whom they are jealous, they play nasty tricks, they lose their objects, or they don't keep the appointments, and so on. And they have the best of intentions, but their shadow plays a role and does nasty tricks behind their own back. It's well known that, for instance, policemen and criminals have a shadow relationship to each other. Criminals are very good policemen if one makes them into one. And many policemen fight their own shadow in the outer form of criminals, and would have a criminal inclination themselves if they weren't policemen. And that is only one example which is well known in criminalistics. And we have all our favorite enemy, our best enemy, so to speak. That is generally our shadow. We have to, if somebody gets on one's nerves without reason, if somebody does some harm to you, then you can't say it's natural that you hate him or her. But if somebody doesn't do special harm to you and you just feel madly irritated every time that person enters the room, you could just spit at them, then you can be sure that's the shadow. The best way then is to sit down and write a little paper on the characteristic of that person, and then look at it and say, that's me. I have done that once when I was 18, and I blushed so that I was sweating blue in the face when I had done that. It's a real shock to see one's shadow.
Well, about 3 days ago, I had a dream which involved a tiger that suddenly appeared in my house. And the tiger, I never really actually saw its body. All I actually saw was the head. And in our house here at Eton, we have long passages with doors on either side of our own individual rooms. And I remember being in the bathroom, and this tiger was trying to grab me around the door. It had its head right underneath the door, and its neck was thin enough to actually get underneath the door. And I remember standing there pushing really, really hard against the door. I wasn't particularly frightened. It just appeared to me to be really against me. And I wasn't particularly frightened of it, I just didn't want it to come in. Friends at the other end of the bathroom weren't at all worried about it, and I was. I was the only person that actually had any qualms about this tiger trying to get in.
The more the people are righteous and therefore never leave their shadow side, the more they project it. The others are always the evildoers, and that's where they live in a constant righteous indignation and really hunting down their own shadow in the form of the outer person.
I just can't stand it if someone's got it wrong and I know that I've got it right. You know, I do have a temper, yeah.
Clergymen are very problematic natures because the community expects them to always be mild and friendly and helpful and virtuous, and the poor man or woman has a shadow too naturally. So then they can't live their shadow, and if they live it, the whole community howls against them, and so they generally spend their relationship to evil by seeing it in other people and preaching against it. Is that too poisonous?
Dr. Von Franz, why are we so often chased or threatened in our dreams?
Very often shadow figures pursue us, burglars or all sorts of enemies pursue us. And in general, one can say that if something in the dream pursues us, it wants to come to us. If only we could, it demonstrates that something which belongs to us and wants to come towards us, but we are afraid of it. And by being afraid, we lend it an evil figure. Could we turn round and accept it, it would probably become more benevolent. Naturally, all rules about dream interpretation are paradoxical. We are sometimes pursued by powers in the unconscious where in the dream we can only escape. It is right to escape. There are destructive tendencies in the psyche which we have to avoid. But 80% of what pursues us in dream really wants to come towards us.
I had the damnedest dream. I was up at the cottage out in the woods with my then girlfriend, who's now my wife, and a mutual friend of ours who helped build the cottage, in fact. He's a really down-to-earth, woodsy kind of fella. Really, really good person. And the three of us are up there in the woods, and suddenly this hairy ape creature appears again. And it's making a pass at my girlfriend. And I didn't like that at all, and I was ready to lunge at it, when this friend of ours puts his hand on my shoulder and says, "Wait a minute, I'll help you we'll take care of this together, and we'll get rid of him." And I looked around and I said, "No, I'll deal with him." My girlfriend, right? So I went out at this hairy ape creature, and I started talking to it, telling it, "No, you can't have her. She's mine." And it turned out to be quite reasonable. I was quite surprised, and it turned around and walked back into the woods.
The shadow is not at all 100% evil. I have already mentioned that in criminals sometimes they have even noble personalities as a shadow. But even in the ordinary man in our civilization, the shadow is very often a kind of harmless brute, or the more natural man, the man without good manners. The nature person, but not at all an evil person, and even something which likable and very important to have with one. Our ego and is by our education forced to wear a lot of masks and to behave in a unnatural form, and therefore we repress all sorts of natural animal reactions and simple human reactions out of politeness and good manners and whatever the situation requires. For people to learn to know their shadow and to live their shadow a bit more, it makes them generally more accessible and more natural and more round and human altogether. People without shadow who are perfect inflict an inferiority on their surrounding and irritate their surrounding. And that's why one is so relieved if something nasty happens to them and say, "Thank God he's also only human." I've noticed that analysts try to be very correct with their patients, but sometimes there's a slip-off. And I've often noticed that when I produce a real slip-off in an analytical hour and the patient can make me powerful reproaches, it improves our relationship. Because the analysants feel, oh, after all, Von Franz is only human, and now I feel above her and I'll pardon her. And that's a good feeling. And then one has a more natural human being to human being relationship. The shadow is really our best social function. It integrates us into the group. With our good qualities, we are above the group. With our shadow, we are man among men. and human, all too human, and that is that's why the shadow is very often in dreams represented as something important, or which one should love or accept, or not scorn, but fully accept within oneself.
I was in a large house, a mansion as it's called, and there's an exhibition of paintings and drawings there, and in a series of large rooms. And the artist is a man called Szabo, and I remember this very clearly, S-C-Z-A-B-O, a name that means absolutely nothing to me. And yet the paintings, the drawings of animals sort of seem familiar. And then I was in another room, large room outside the exhibition. There were a lot of people there. My host was there. It was obvious they were getting ready for a cocktail party. And someone comes up to me, a man, and says, what costume, what coat are you going to wear? And starts to hand me a painter's smock. And I say, no, that's not me.
How would you account for the man in the dream offering you a smock?
Well, that's probably the costume I should be wearing if I were going to get serious about some of the things I should do.
Returning to the idea of projecting the shadow, is that what lies behind the scapegoat?
It is well known from group dynamisms that it is so terribly awkward to live and to be aware of one's own shadow that if somebody else within a group, or let's say in a family, does something nasty, everybody is relieved, because now you can say, it's the other who did it. We have a proverb, the good man pays great attention if the other does also evil. So you can say, it's the other, it's not me. And that plays a great role in the so-called scapegoat psychology, and how in certain groups, and mainly also in a family, sometimes one child or one member of the family takes on the role of doing all the evil the other would like to do and don't dare to do. And then the others push that person more and more into that evil role. And probably even in the criminal in society has a similar role. He's like a negative redeemer. He redeems society from having to face its own shadow, because then they can say, it's that fellow who did the murder. I only wished to do it, but didn't dare to do it. And so if somebody has a weak personality, a weak ego, he can even succumb to suggestions and act out shadow things which other people really wish or desire. It's very difficult. In the shadow side of our personality, we are very much mixed up with the surrounding world, and it's very difficult, and therefore it is very important to know our shadow and to keep it out of the group phenomenon. Otherwise we weigh down our surrounding with all our unlived nasty qualities. And that's why, for instance, in the antiquity, the old Greeks and the old Jews and many other populations have the idea of a purification of the community by choosing some people as scapegoats and sacrificing them or driving them out into the desert, and they take all the sins of the community with them. They carry the projection, they are the shadow, they pay for it, and then the others feel, so to speak, all right again. And perhaps some people can also remember that at a party, as they say, the devil suddenly got into them. And with a little bit of alcohol, they suddenly misbehave terribly. And the next morning when they wake up, they can't understand how they did all these things and said all these things they said. That is generally not only a breakthrough of their own shadow, but of the group shadow. The evil of, they acted out not only their own evil, but the evil of all other people as well.
Would you talk about Nazi Germany in that regard?
They projected mainly the shadow onto the Jews. That was the scapegoat. and they called the Jews, they accused the Jews mainly of being greedy for money, sensuously seducing and defiling all their women, and striving for world power. Now, the Nazis clearly strove for world power. Money was their aim number one. Even if a Jew gave a lot of money, then he wasn't elected to be not a Jew. With money, they threw over all their principles, and they defiled their own women by turning them into cows who had to produce soldiers. No recognition of the woman as a human being in Nazism at all. So you can say all these things which they mainly accused the Jews were just what they were doing. Or for instance, at the beginning of the war, Hitler said of Churchill, "That criminal who pulls one little country of Europe after the other and into his powers and ruins it." Tableau, who did that?
Could you tell me a dream which reveals the creative side of the shadow?
I remember a man who had a great gift in writing and who should have written his thesis for the Jung Institute. And he had always dreams that powerful animals pursued him, and I interpreted that his creativity wanted to reach him, but he didn't accept it. He always said it was sexuality. Now actually he had a woman friend and had very satisfactory and lots of sex, and therefore I didn't believe his interpretation. But he didn't want and couldn't write till he dreamt that he was pursued by a bull, and he ran and ran, and the bull was after him, coming closer and closer, and in the last minute he jumped over a fence, and the bull stood still and went onto his hind legs, and he looked back and saw the erected penis of the bull, and it was a ball point. So I said, now there you are. After that he wrote an excellent thesis.
In working with the mother archetype, it's very important to remember that the feminine is a force of nature, an energy that can either give life or take it away. Children attempting to function in an atmosphere that cannot sustain life suffer bodily and psychically. They fear life itself. The compensating dream will be of a loving mother. Now, other children blessed with parents who are able to give them the honey of life may have strong, positive feminine images compensating for the loss in the culture. The one is an individual loss, the other a cultural loss. The full moon is one of those radiant images that can bring the dreamer into himself, then take him off the ground into a universal world of stars and spheres, and he can become lost in the harmony of that space. It is very important with such dreams that you recognize the compensation essential to stay on the ground and not be lost in the harmony of the spheres.
Every man has a girl of his dreams, a divine image of beauty and perfection. Jung called a man's inner woman his anima, which is Latin for soul. She animates life. She can inspire a man or devour him, but whether he likes it or not, it's the male's fate to pursue his soul through life. We're constantly searching for the girl of our dreams.
Oh, last night I dreamed that his girlfriend showed up at the kite stand today, and we were all going to go out on the boat. We were supposed to go out on his brother's boat, And I thought she showed up, and I thought it was really strange because yesterday he told her to go fly a kite. Not, he didn't want to be with her anymore. And I thought, here she is again. That's all I remember.
Dreams? I have good ones. My dreams are usually things sexual. They usually come true. Yeah. Usually about my girlfriends.
The normal dreams of a man are surely about wives, you see. That is absolutely normal.
Do you have any dreams?
Yeah, wet ones.
Wet ones.
All the time.
This was a fairly nasty idea, but she came up slowly towards me, and she sat down next to me, you see. And at this moment I became acutely aware of her presence because I could feel her wet leg against my wet leg, and I could feel my heart beating against this.
You have a dream girl?
Oh yeah, I got a dream girl.
Who's your dream girl?
Malena.
Malena.
I forgot her last name. She's gonna kill me.
Brown, suntan, brown, blue eyes, blonde, typical Californian girl. Wow. That's why we're here.
No, I can't. I have to see her. Then I know what kind of girl it is.
Have you ever seen her?
In California, no.
When I'd see her, I'd know her. Other than that, I won't make any commitments.
Did you ever see her?
No. Not yet. I'm still looking, though.
Did you have a woman of your dreams?
I better not say.
The girl in my dream I'm married to. Oh, she's about 5'5", 130 pounds. Built pretty nice. Measurements is 36, 24, 36. Healthy.
I was walking along a city street in the rain, mid-afternoon, with a friend. I don't know who the friend was, except that it was a man. We looked up, and to the left, to our left, was an empty window, dark. To the right was another window in which sat a young woman in her early 20s. She had long, mousy brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. It was greasy and almost dead. Her face, too, was dead. There was no expression in it at all. She simply sat staring out into the street, and yet not staring at anything. There was no focus in her eyes.
The woman of your dreams? Often. Who is she? I wish I knew.
I've dreamt about every kind of woman imaginable. I've dreamt about Marilyn Monroe, the Queen, beautiful one at a well, my mother, virgins, prostitutes, fat ones, thin ones, black ones, white ones. I've even dreamt about you. How is a man supposed to make sense out of this incredible number of forms that his femininity takes in his dreams?
The anima has many stages and embraces a great range of psychological facts. Jung once divided it in four: Eve, Helena, Mary, and Sophia, the wisdom of God. Eve would be the biological woman, and when she appears as an anima, she would be the biological sex, the physical attraction, motherhood, the image of the ordinary attractive female. Helena is on a higher stage. She would represent the hetaira, as the Greeks, for instance, developed a type of their form of geishas, the hetaira, cultivated women with whom one had not only a sexual adventure, but with whom one exchanged poetry and philosophical conversations, where the man had also a spiritual companion in the woman, a companionship, together with romantic sex. The next stage is the anima figure of in Christianity of the Virgin Mary, which is the highest form of spirituality, but a bit one-sidedly too high up. The Virgin Mary is lacking the dark Eve side of woman, the earthy side of woman. So it is a bit a too lofty ideal. And when the Church abolished the Cour d'Amour, they forced the knights to worship the Virgin Mary instead. And at the same time they began the witch hunting. That means the dark side, the shadow side, or the more biological and wilder, the more natural side of the anima is too much excluded from the ideal of the Virgin Mary. And therefore the fourth stage is the wisdom of God is, as Jung smilingly quoted, is a come down, because wisdom is not most virtuous spirituality. It is closer to life. It would be when a man knows how to love women and knows how to relate to women but having wisdom at the same time. The wisdom which protects him from their devouring side. The highest form of love is also something with a grain of salt in it.
And what do you mean by that?
I won't say.
And where do you see the anima manifest in life?
On a primitive level, it appears in men generally as an element of romantic, unreal, mostly sexual fantasies. And you see, for instance, in puberty, when young men are very active and then suddenly they become passive and dreamy and they are not there, and their performance in school goes down tremendously, and one has the feeling, where is that? Where has that young man disappeared? He's in the clutches up to the neck of daydreaming sexual fantasies. In that age it is a normal transition, but if a man gets stuck in indulging in wishful sexual fantasies, he literally falls into the hand of a vampire. He loses his capacity of taking his own life in hand, he loses his willpower, he loses all his male efficiency, and he just daydreams all the time about women and their curves and would-be romantic adventures and so on. He lives in an unreal life. I saw once a man who was 43, still living with his mother, who had never approached a woman. I asked him, what on earth are you doing with your sex? And he gave a secretive smile and didn't confess. He just masturbated wildly every night. And then he dreamt that he was in daytime living an ordinary life, but in the nighttime he was living on a luscious island where he had wild sexual adventures with women. That was a fantasy world into which he had disappeared. In a primitive tribe, one would say such a man has been bewitched. He's bewitched.
We would say he's locked into an infantile attitude to life. He's being devoured by the mother. Would you tell us some of the rituals which primitive societies had to break that dependency on the symbolic mother?
All the big transitions in life are in all societies have been accompanied by so-called what Genep calls rite de passage, rites of transition, to make a ritual to help people to make the step over the threshold. Now, the most famous one, which has been studied mostly by ethnologists, is the ritual of initiation, where the young men are initiated into the secrets of the tribal law and into the secrets of sexuality. And they have to leave mother and their home. They are secluded in the bush. They are symbolically devoured by a maternal monster. They are reborn. They have to generally stand a lot of tortures. They are sometimes also homosexually assaulted by the older men with the idea of injecting them masculinity. And then they are generally at the same time instructed with the secret law of the tribe and the religious traditions. And if somebody, and a young man has undergone all this ritual of transition, then he is afterwards a full member of the tribe, he's a man. And many tribes call the ones who are afraid, who are for some other reason not initiated, they say, he's not initiated, he's an animal. Meaning he has remained completely unconscious, he has remained in an unconscious animal conditions. He has not really made the step to being human.
Are there any societies where there is no rite of passage, where men remain in that state of dependency on the mother, where they stay animals?
Well, we have not many sociological matriarchies, but I read once a book about a South American Indian tribe where there was actually sociological, not religious, but sociological matriarchy. And there, the women were happy, fat whores, ordering the men about, and the men were lean, submissive, nervous creatures who were planting the fields and doing the work for the women, kind of porters' figures. And positively, wealth, the world of the drives, sexuality, earthly happiness was blossoming. And negatively, there was no spirit whatsoever. A world of total stupidity, so to speak. Of only living. Living very agreeably, but not thinking or having any ideas or spiritual realizations at all. And the men accordingly unhappy and submissive and rather poor creatures. But generally these things balance back and forth. There will be another generation of men who will in male protest again put the things into a middle position, or try to put the things in a middle position. It seems to be, the ideal seems to be not that either the men dominate or the women dominate, but that there is a kind of equal relationship, a balance of opposites.
And this demon woman, this devouring mother, how does she come together in a man's unconscious in the first place?
The devouring mother on the personal level would be the fact that many women who are over-caring for their children try to keep them back from life. It begins by being anxious. Don't do that, it's dangerous. Don't do that, it's dangerous. Don't go to play out with the boys. You could fall and wound, or you get hit over the head. And by trying to keep the children too much in their clutches, and then we speak of devouring mothers. And such mothers also have trouble when their sons and daughters begin to date girls or boys. They say, I'm very much wishing that you married, and I'm very glad, but that girl you bring home now, no, that is not the right girl for you, or that's not the right boy for you. So they keep the children in their clutches, but that is only the foreground of a woman who has exaggerated her maternal protective qualities. There is also an archetypal background.
When a man idealizes a woman and projects his anima onto her, he gives her tremendous power. Why is it dangerous for a woman to identify with that projection? Or like Marilyn Monroe, to become the love goddess and live out his desires?
Because, as we know from the life history of Marilyn Monroe, she did not live her own life. She acted all the time the anima of men. Generally, there are women, and that is ultimately due to the power drive. When women discover that if they are beautiful, they can exert a magic power over men, then they take to acting all the time the anima. We are even in our jargon sometimes talking about anima women. Those are women who find out how to act the anima to men. And because this is not love but pure power drive, it is destructive to the men and to themselves. Because it's using the guise of love for worldly power. Such women want to rule the men, they want the men to be all at their feet, and then they naturally are unhappy because they don't feel loved. I remember when I was young, sometimes when a man projected his anima onto me and was pursuing me and giving me presents and so on, I had the distinct feeling that that fellow doesn't know me at all. He's chasing an image. I wanted to look back. Who is he chasing? It's not me. Me as a human being he doesn't see. And so if a woman falls into the trap of acting out the anima, she can exert a tremendous power over men. But at the same time, inwardly, she's frustrated because those men love her image, they don't love her. So she's really very lonely underneath. And that's what caught up with poor Marilyn Monroe.
And does this woman who's playing the anima, does she just fulfill the man's needs? Anything he wants, she does, or how does it work?
It works as long as it is an adventure or a love affair. Then she fills out his needs. But when he has to live with her, if he marries her and has to live with her in everyday life, then comes the trouble. A, she will play the anima to all the other men as well, and he'll not like that. And secondly, he'll suddenly discover that underneath that beautiful mask, there is no human being, there's no warmth, there's no possibility of a human relationship. So to marry an anima figure is most disappointing. And that these women who play that are called by the French femme fatale, women who ruin men.
If a man has this mother complex, then how does he experience women in real life?
If a man has a too close tie to his mother, then he, especially a positive one, then he tends to idealize women. He sees in every woman the Beatrice of Dante, so to speak, or the Virgin Mary. And then such men cannot approach women again with their lower parts, with sexually and in ordinary human life. Or they have a split anima situation. They admire a very unapproachable, lofty, beautiful girl from afar and satisfy their sexual desires with prostitutes and cannot bring the two ends together. They cannot put the princess and the bitch together, so to speak, in their psyche. And that is generally due to a too close tie to the mother in the man. He has to free himself from the mother. That's why, for instance, in one of the famous examples of such a princess in the tower, Rapunzel, she's imprisoned by a witch. It's the mother figure behind the scene, which brings forth the constellation. And then both lovers cannot meet on earth. And only when Rapunzel has come down on earth and he has erred around in the desert in misery and pain can they finally meet.
Some men find their devouring mother out in life, in corporations, universities, or institutions of some kind.
I think one element of the devouring mother archetype is what one could call inertia. all big institutions have the tendency towards a certain inertia. They are not flexible. And therefore they are, so to speak, material blocks, situations which are just so. And as far as men have a mother complex, they feel, well, the universities are even called, were in the past called alma mater, the benevolent mother. And we see that whenever you have an institution, people tend to be infantile and to suck that institution for money, to ask for loads and stipendia, and to use them as benevolent mothers. And so the mother can easily be, the devouring mother can be easily projected onto a plant or a big organization or an institute or a university. They have even feminine names, and if in former times when one represented them, one represented the alma mater as a fat woman, and America is still represented by a fat woman holding up, at least she's holding up a light, that's making it a bit better.
But is there a light on top of that fat old woman? Everywhere I look, I see the principle of mother-relatedness is breaking down. The institutions that once contained us, the church, family, marriage, even the economy, no longer provides that security. Where do you see the light?
Well, I would say through the panicky feeling of the danger of a nuclear war. For instance, you see that people, and through the suddenly realizing the problem of pollution, there has been a basic change in many, mainly the young people, but also I think already my generations was fully aware of that we will have to basically change our way of life in some way. There is still a lot of quarreling and discussing how and why and in what form and so on. But I think everybody agrees we have to find some way of peacefully live together and not destroy each other by a nuclear war. We have to deal differently with nature than we have done up till now, and we have to change our too rational mode of life. I would say that is going through. If you think of a book of Marilyn Ferguson, The Aquarian Conspiracy, you see that there is this book only gives the absolute surface of things, the only superficial aspect, but you see that everywhere there is a parallel change of attitude, which with the German word one expresses as Zeitgeist, as spirit of the time. In history this is well known. For instance, if you look at the art of the 13th century as compared to the Renaissance art, you see how much the spirit of the time has changed in those few hundred years. Suddenly, as if collectively the whole mankind has a different outlook. In the medieval art, everything is concentrated on the divine. There's no perspective, there's practically no landscape, there's no representation of animals, trees, and worldly things. And then in the Renaissance, suddenly this switch to discovering nature, the human body, the perspective of space and of space, the different building. Now that is only a very striking change which everybody knows in retrospect, but such a striking change seems to me to be constellated again today, and that's why naturally keenly interested intellectual people cannot avoid asking the question, what is the change of our time? What is our situation? Especially under the threat of a nuclear war, which preoccupies practically everybody's mind. There is a kind of desperate look at the sky. What does it mean to? How could we change? What is coming? What is ahead of time? This kind of anxiety is everywhere. We are still living in an age, or at the end of an age, where the opposites, Jupiter and Saturn, good and evil, spirit and and instinctual physical drive are in great opposition. We are torn apart by opposites, which in political terms would amount to any minute having a war. You have even on one side of the Iron Curtain an anti-Christian principle ruling, and on the other side officially still a Christian outlook ruling. So the Iron Curtain is dividing Jupiter and Saturn, so to speak. That's only the earthly image of what is happening on a much deeper level in the human psyche of every individual.
Mother Nature is the womb of all life. She gives endlessly without reservation. But she's also the tomb. She kills and devours all living things. In childhood, a man looks to his mother to fulfill his needs. But on entering adulthood, he puts behind those childhood expectations. The passage isn't easy, and many men get stuck. They remain eternal sons, locked in a state of dependency on the mother. The passage rite is called Slaying the Dragon. Dr. Von Franz, what are nightmares? Why do we have them?
Well, nightmares are really, you could say, most substantially vital, important dreams. They wake you up with a cry and they are the electroshock nature uses on us when nature wants to wake us up. The word nightmare comes from mare, and the idea was that an evil ghost in form of a black horse or so on was riding you in the night, and then you woke up with a cry and woke up completely exhausted. The waking up point of a dream means the bang with which the unconscious says, now that is it, now attend to that. And so the nightmare is really shock therapy. It wants to shock us out of a deep unconscious sleepiness about some dangerous situation. When we have nightmares, it means we are in a psychological danger of some sort and much too sleepy and unaware about it. And then we have a nightmare to wake us up. The nightmare has a characteristic of a certain urgency, as if the unconscious would say, look here, that problem is urgent. For instance, they are naturally the incubus or succubus, that means the male partner attacking a woman in the dream or vice versa, shows the sexual problem is urgent, has to be attended to, has to be made conscious. One cannot just push it aside and pretend it doesn't exist.
We filmed a dream that presents precisely that problem. The animal is very seductive, but she's very dangerous.
Well, this was a most unusual dream in my way of thinking, because it brought me in contact and also to realize that certainly within the mind there exists most certainly a vampire, or vampires as such, but certainly they do exist in the mind, let's say. And the dream began very strangely when out of the rain and darkness appears this very beautiful Brazilian lady, and she had a woolen, it may have been a very dark green woolen coat down to her ankles, very thick and heavy, and her hair was black and she was beautiful, and her hair and coat were wringing wet as a result of being out in the rain. And this didn't seem to bother her, so she came towards me, and towards my right, and she's standing in front of me. And that moment in time, something told me that I'd met this woman before. In fact, something hinted to me that maybe she really was a vampire and not so beautiful as she appeared to be. And I was hesitant to do anything about her, and she smiles and beckons that I come towards her. But I was resistant, and she opened her coat finally, and She had a beautiful bikini on, and her body was very black and beautiful and shiny in the rain, and I was very tempted. And finally, I went over to her and I put my arms around her in an embrace. And I looked at her mouth and I noticed that the two front teeth were missing, which gave me a clue that maybe she really was a vampire, but I wasn't absolutely positive. And she says, John, she said, I don't want your hand, I want your penis, I want you to make love to me. And I said, oh, anyway, no way, because if I do that, then I'll be lost. Once I enter into her, she'll become into a real vampire, and then I'll be finished. And so I decide to withdraw and resist the temptation, and I move backwards towards the door of my house. She's very angry at this, and somehow or other, she's so angry, I seize hold of a screwdriver. I want her to go away, I don't want her around me, and I rattle her teeth with this screwdriver. And at that point in time, it's then that I notice that the side teeth have in fact grown and extended themselves down to about here. And they are really fangs. In fact, she really is a vampire, and I wasn't mistaken. And I'm even more afraid. So I turn to my right and I run into the house. And I attempt to lock the door. And somehow or other, the door doesn't seem to lock very well. And I don't know whether I'm locking the door or whether I'm unlocking the door. And then something tells me that the mechanism of the door lock, is in fact faulty. Then it suddenly occurs to me that no matter even if I lock the door, this vampire has the ability of transforming itself from whatever person to whatever position it wants to. So there's really no escape.
The anima is the archetype of life, and it is, when the anima is negative, it is the impulse to dream about life and to make wishful fantasies about life instead of living life. And that's why vampires and Draculas and the creatures alike always suck one's blood. The blood is the emotional, active psyche in us, the affect psyche. And such people have no activity left or no life activity left. They just sink into a passive, wishful dream. The dream tries to tell him it's a ghost which is haunting me, because actually he's haunted not by reality, he's haunted by a fantasy, which is draining his whole psychic energy.
At the end of the dream, the man's unable to escape from the vampire. It's going to suck the blood out of him. How would you interpret that?
That is really the characteristic of most negative or split-off complexes. If we reject or split off some complex of our psyche, then it begins to sap our energy secretly, behind our back, so to speak. And then it turns slowly into what is aptly represented by the image of a vampire, something which attacks us in the night and sucks all our blood. People feel they don't know, they come into analysis and they say, I feel listless, I just feel tired, I just don't want to do anything, I wake up already in the morning depressed, nothing means anything to me anymore. We could answer to them, you are probably sucked by a vampire, you are bloodless, you have no life impulse, no pleasure in life anymore, no interest or anything. And then you generally find that this vampire is just a split-off complex which has been split off so radically and so powerfully that it can only sap energy anymore. It cannot manifest in any other way anymore.
Why are the movies about death goddesses and vampires so popular?
I think all movies which touch essential psychological facts, the movies nowadays more or less replace the fairy tale telling and the myth telling. It's our modern form of myth and fairy tales. And therefore, movies which tell about the inner world, like fairy tales do, are much more attractive to the public, because we really need myths to have an orientation or to have mapping out the dream world or the unconscious. And in past time, there were the innumerable myths of vampires, which fascinated people. Tales retold all over the world. In China, for instance, you have a whole host of ghost stories where a man meets a fox, and then the fox is really the ghost of a dead, and turns up as a beautifully made-up girl, and he has a marvelous life with her till one day he discovered that she's an evil demon, she's a skeleton. And then sometimes it ends bad, she pulls him into death, or he can, with the help of priests and magicians, free himself from the demon. And we, for instance, in the Swiss Alps, we have stories that our cowherds high up in the mountain who have to live there the whole summer alone without having women. Every night the Dockeli comes, that is a female ghost, comes through the door invisibly and rides them all the night, and they have sexual pollutions, and in the morning they wake up completely exhausted and can't practically move anymore, overwhelmed, so to speak, by sexual fantasies and by the unlived life.
If the man's feelings are locked in to the mother complex, if his life is being sucked away by the vampire, then how can he transform those feelings? How can he get free of the mother complex?
I once met the dream of a young man who was living still with Mama. He was 29 and had never had a girl in his room. And so we seriously discussed the possibility of getting a room outside his mother's home. And he was terrified. He was a very sensitive, delicate boy, and his mother was a very brutal, strong personality, and he was just terrified of the moment to tell Mother, look here, I am going to take a room outside and I'm not going to live with you anymore. And when he was kind of trying to make up his mind, he dreamt that he had to slay the dragon. So that, in that case, it means actually that though it seems such a, to us, little thing to tell Mother, I have to room, for him that was slaying the dragon. It was overcoming a monstrous neurotic difficulty within himself. His whole mother complex, and not only facing the scene of his actual mother, but overcoming also the inertia and the anxiousness of his own mother complex. His mother had sowed in him an anxiousness, a fear of life. He had to overcome a terrific fear of life to make that step. And that is an archetypal motif all over the place, that the young man has to do the heroic deed of killing his mother, or the mother dragon, or the mother demon, which is what is anxious or lazy or afraid of living a masculine life.
Now I'd like to introduce you to one of my women. She was in a dream that I had when I was studying here in Zurich. And I think I might be interested in what you have to say about her. In this dream, I was walking beside a jungle area, and a rolling green sort of veldt land beside the jungle, with a gorgeous black woman. And we'd known each other for a long time, some way or other, and I called her my goddess. It was my pet name for her. And she said, I got a problem. And I didn't understand what she meant. And she took her dress and bared her shoulder. And she was peeling from the sun. And under, where the top skin came off, underneath the black, it was white. And she said, if I keep seeing you, it's going to happen all over my body. She said, I've got to talk to my mother and get some advice from her on what to do. And I didn't know what to do, and we walked on, and there were some farm implements still by this jungle, and all of a sudden 2 black guys came running out of the jungle, and they were going to take her back to the village in the jungle. And I said to them, hell, I'd rather die than have that happen. You're not going to do that. And they just came at me. And I said, I mean it. And I said, I'll fight you, but you're not going to take her back. And I had some crazy
wild courage that I wish I had in real life. And I took these two guys on, and I woke up winning. I was winning, and it really felt good when I woke up.
This transformation of this beautiful black woman on a hot summer day reminds one of very old tradition. If you remember, the Song of Solomon begins, I am black but beautiful, or daughters of Zion, and so on. There is the black Shulamite, who is transformed also later, according to medieval tradition, into a white woman. She's redeemed by Christ into becoming a white woman by her bridegroom. And this motif has played a tremendous role also in the legend of the Queen of Sheba, the ancestress of the Ethiopian kings. She is a black woman who came to meet Solomon, and she was identified with the Shulamite of the Song of Solomon, and she was a Negroess who was the beloved of a white man. And that has always fascinated Western mythology. This transformation, this meeting the black woman and transforming her into a white woman in time. You have it also in the Grail legend, where in Wolfram von Eschenbach, Feirefies, the best friend and half-brother of Parsifal, marries Bella Kane. She's the daughter of a white man and a black woman, and she's speckled black and white, and has a speckled son, Feirefies. The mixing of black and white, the mixing of the opposites of the light and the dark. In alchemy, in alchemical tradition, also the transformation of the Shulamite or the Queen of Sheba plays a tremendous role. It's a one of the big recurring fantasies of the alchemists, that the first matter which they want to transform into gold is black, and is compared to a black woman which takes off her skin or black garment and then transforms into pure gold. And here she has a golden white skin. There is even the allusion to the gold, to this transformation. These black garments represent a typical feature of an undeveloped inner anima figure. That would mean that his whole capacity of love is mostly autoerotic. When a man has not developed his anima, his feminine side is generally very narcissistic. That's what women painfully feel, that when a man in love is meowing under her window like a tomcat in love, he really loves his own fantasy. He loves his own being in love. But there's a long way for him to learn to love her, and not enjoying his own being in love. And if you read in literature, a young man, when he generally discovers the experience of love, it's mostly a completely autoerotic fantasy, out of which he has, through a painful development, learned to love the woman not as the object of his romantic fantasies, but as a human partner.
What does this inner transformation mean in terms of the man's relationship to an actual woman in outer life?
The peeling of the black anima and her transformation in a white golden anima is the transformation of the loving capacities of a man, of a transformation of his eros, from a primitive autoerotic fantasy into a true human capacity for love. As soon as this transformation takes place, he then is attacked by primitives who want to keep the woman, that she should remain black and stay with the blacks in a black village. So there is a strong primitive tendency to relapse again into the old attitude. But the dreamer can successfully fight it off.
What happens if the man's feelings are not transformed? If he stays locked into the maternal mode of relationship, with a woman fulfilling his needs and fantasies, or a corporation or an institution or a university, some other substitute? Is he in fact living out the Oedipal myth?
The Oedipal myth is a very complicated thing, in spite of what the Freudians say. And one cannot really look at it separately from the Greek tradition. When a man has to overcome the mother demon, and that was the moment when Oedipus had to answer the riddle of the Sphinx, who is a maternal mother demon, a devouring mother figure. He did it by giving a witty intellectual answer. That is a way how certain men escape the devouring mother. They do not slay the dragon, they outwit the dragon, so to speak. Nowadays, those are the men who study theoretical physics and become very intelligent and knowing all the mathematics, and therefore having a masculine realm of their own where their mother cannot follow them. They build up a kind of mental masculine world. Such an escape into the intellectual or scientific realm has been, for instance, done by the society around Socrates and Plato in Greece. That was an escape into a pure men's society of philosophers and scientists among themselves. And we know that they were mostly homosexual, or that Socrates didn't get on with his wife Xantippe at all, had a very unhappy marriage. In other words, the problem of the feminine and the getting away from the mother is only seemingly achieved. There must be another round in the battle with the Great Mother. And that is what the Oedipus myth mirrors. Oedipus thinks he has answered the riddle of the Sphinx and happily goes off having outwitted her. And she, in her evil witch-like behavior, pretends to commit suicide. So to give him that illusion, now I've overcome the mother with the powers of the mind. And he just runs into marrying his own mother, with all the tragedy and the divine punishment which befalls him on account of that. So this myth shows that the masculine intellectual overcoming of the devouring powers of the unconscious is not enough. It has to be done by the way one lives, not by the way one thinks. Just as it wouldn't help the young man who has to take a room for himself to understand that he has a mother complex and that all his neurotic symptoms comes from his mother tie. He has to actually take the other room and stand the battle.
If he takes the other room, does he have to understand why he's doing it?
Yes, certainly. Otherwise, at the next occasion, when he runs out of money, he moves back to Mama again. Perhaps he finds a disagreeable landlady in his first room, so he moves back home again. He has to understand why he does it, and that it is vitally essential for him, that it is not just a technical change in his life.
The feminine side of a man's personality is his feeling relationship with himself and with life. And we have many symbols in our society which carry the projection of men's feelings. The poet Shelley, for example, he projected his feelings of loneliness and alienation onto the moon. He asked if she was pale from weariness of climbing heaven. The moon also carries the projection of a rising feminine in this dream of a university professor.
I was driving in a car with a young woman. At the beginning of the dream, she seemed to be a particular person I know, who, in fact, a former student of mine. And the central part of the dream involved an episode where I could look out through the top of the car, it was at night, and see the whole dome of the sky very vividly. And the stars seemed to be extremely close. I could see them not as points of light, but as spheres, as solid spheres. And I could make out all kinds of details, such as the rings on planets like Saturn and Jupiter, which one wouldn't normally see. Even in the dream itself, I remember being very, very struck by this, very impressed by this. I remember remarking to my companion that it would be a beautiful night for going for a walk.
This dream begins I'm driving by night with a female companion. Therefore, he is not at home. He's not in his professional situation at the university. He's not milling around in a pub with other people. He is driving at night with a female companion. And there one could then ask him, how does one feel in such a situation? That's a situation where one relaxes, where one puts aside one's daily worries, one is open to nature, one is open to seeing something new, or it depends on the relationship to the feminine companion, what else one has in mind. But it suggests also possibly a love situation, or at least a situation of positive companionship, in contrast to intellectual effort or social amusement or so on. And it is night. Then we have to say, well, ask ourselves, what is it in the night? Again, in the night we are inclined to be more open, more romantic, more reflective, because our attention is not drawn away by telephones and outer things. It is a moment of relaxed reflection in general, where also the feeling and the repressed other sides of the personality come up. And now he looks up to the sky. The sky has always been one of the most fascinating sights for mankind. And if we go into the history of mankind, the stars have always been divine figures, gods. Even the Bushmen in the Kalahari Desert see in every star constellation the great hunter or the great god in each constellation. And the stars is the realm where, according to myth, our soul comes from, and where it returns after death, in the stars. And if you think of the history of astrology, and astrology has been spread not only in the West, but also in India, China, and everywhere. In all high civilizations we have astrological traditions. There the stars always served to prognosticate the future, to find out the future not only of a person, but of mankind. In China, a whole group of astrologers had to watch the sky day and night and report to the emperor all signs in the sky which were interpreted as relating to the fate of the Chinese Empire. And in a similar way, in antiquity, everything was seen in the sky.
Do you feel that the destiny of individuals and societies is related to the constellation in the stars?
The constellations in the sky represent the background constellations of great historical events. As if in our deeper unconscious we are not isolated, we are linked up with the whole of mankind. And mankind is dreaming a dream along, which amounts for the changes in politics and religion and everything. If you think only how much the outlook of mankind has changed in the last 30 years, you see how such big collective changes take place. And to look at the sky could therefore be seen, he's looking at the deeper constellations. Constellations comes from the word stella, star, the togetherness of stars, the deeper constellations of collective and of his own personal life.
Why does the dreamer try to find the constellation in the stars?
He needs an orientation. Where am I in this time? What is my task? And so he looks up to the sky and sees especially this combination of Jupiter and Saturn. Now Saturn, as is well known, is an evildoer. Scorpions, serpents, the donkey and so on belong to his realm. He is a dark, destructive spirit. And Jupiter is in general the star of the kings, of the king of justice, of worldly expansion, of a royal personality, of magnanimity, and all the positive qualities of a royal personality. So what the dream tells the dreamer is that when he looks for the constellation of time and naturally also of his own life, there is a combination of extreme opposites. It's a moment of change, of where destructive and constructive forces are constellated simultaneously. He's only in the first part of the dream, only impressed by the beauty of the nocturnal scene and proposes to go for a walk, leave the car and go for a walk. This is a big step forward. He gives up the mechanical way of moving through life. And when you walk, you are in much closer touch with nature, but you are also very much slowed down. So you go step by step and you feel the country, you feel the earth, you feel the trees and the air around you much better. So that is the positive change which comes around from this vision on the sky.
This idea of finding his orientation in the night sky is repeated in the second part of the dream.
I was standing outside my parents' house, which was in Dover in England, and looking up at the sky at night, and I could see a moon. I think it was a partial moon, a crescent moon of some kind, with 3 very bright stars grouped underneath it, more or less following the curve of the moon. This configuration struck me as very, very unusual, and I wanted to see it more closely. So I looked at it through some kind of lens arrangement. I think I had a simple lens in my hand. When I looked through the lens at the moon and the stars, I then saw the moon as full, and the stars were visible behind the moon through the actual substance of the moon. There were still 3 stars there, visible through the full moon. Then, as I continued to look, I could see the moon divided. It was like the moon appears when it's crescent, but you can see the ghost form of the full moon continuing round the crescent. But the two parts were more completely balanced. They were both substantial. I thought of the division of the moon in this way as some kind of yin-yang symbol. This is the analogy that came to mind.
The moon in historical tradition was always looked at to dominate the transient, changeable world. Above the moon in antiquity, one thought, were the eternal constellations, the realm of the Platonic ideas, so to speak, where nothing changed or only in very long historical processes, while the moon is an ever-changing feminine constellation. It rules over the menstruation of women, of birth and death on earth, over the animals, the tides, and so on. This again can be seen as a collective situation, namely the coming up of the feminine archetype. The whole liberation movement of women on one side, but also a strong feminine element coming up in the psychology of men, is a typical characteristic of our time, and that is shown in this constellation of the moon. The moon is now dominant.
And the 3 stars?
I would think that the 3 stars represent the Christian Trinity, which are 3 male divine powers, and the 4th element is the moon, the feminine, which is excluded. And when the Christian tradition is characterized as being purely patriarchal and purely spirit-oriented. It does not include the feminine, the earth, the body, and all that element which is now coming up. when he looks at it closer, he sees then that the 3 stars are behind the moon, as if they had disappeared behind the moon, and the moon is now covering. They are still shining through, but the moon is now in the forefront, so to speak. And that would be a message that now the feminine comes in the forefront. It's not the Christian Trinity anymore. The Christian Trinity is not eclipsed, but it has to step into the background behind the feminine principle of the moon.
But how does the dream portray the balance between the feminine and masculine principles?
He associates, even in the dream, the drawing of the full moon and the dividing line to where the actual new moon is as the yin-yang symbol, the well-known symbol of the play of opposites in Taoistic philosophy. In that case, the dark side would be dominant and very close to topple over again to the light side. That would be, so to speak, the crucial moment of time where the dark side is dominant in our times and now will turn over to a new light.
At this point in the dream, I went inside the house, and as soon as I'd gone inside, I had the feeling of being a little child again. I was being left alone in the house, and I was worried about the door being locked securely. But at the back of the house, there were no stars visible. In fact, the sky still had the reddish glow of sunset. In fact, the whole of the sky had that deep red glow. I noticed at the back of the house there was some activity going on. My father, in fact, was there unloading some kind of material from a truck at the back of the house. He seemed to be bringing in sand or coal, something like that.
For this type of intellectual man, the tasks of everyday life, cooking, sewing, looking after the kitchen things and money and so on, is a heavy burden, and sand generally carries the association of meaninglessness and sterile earthly things. So to him, up till now, the earth is meaningless, sterile, a bother, so to speak, which he drags along if he has to and would like to avoid it. That is already has been the problem of his father, and now he had to look after that problem of his father, and it is as if the dream says the father is with you. That problem of your father is with you too. You too have this problem. And suddenly the scene switched, but the lorry is unloaded, and that would mean more of that coal or sand is coming. The heaps and heaps of earthly things are going to accumulate, which he will have to deal with. And that is due to the fact that the moon is now dominating the scene. Now the feminine, the changing world is important. And the moon has also to do with the body, and the feminine has to do with the body. Now he has to attend his physical life.
The scene then changed again in the dream. And this time, I was in some kind of jet plane or rocket ship, very, very high up. The stratosphere is the identification that came to mind. The sky was still had that deep reddish glow to it. I was stretched out full length in the rocket ship, somehow constrained by having my thumbs hooked into two rings. I was alone in this craft, except I had the sense that my father was also there. I knew he was there, although there was no explicit communication between us. At various points while we were on this flight, other similar rocket ships, craft, came very close, terrifyingly close, in fact. But they never hit us. There was no danger of apparently of a collision. Then I became very, very frightened about something. I couldn't quite identify what the problem was. There was some physical sensation that was affecting me. I thought maybe it was hunger or thirst, and it didn't seem to be that. And eventually I decided it was the extreme rarefaction of the air, that it was difficult to breathe.
That has to do with the fact that the dreamer is a professor and that he has obviously a brilliant mind and a far-sighted mind, somebody who doesn't bother about little things but goes really for the essentials of the problem in modern literature and his field. But he himself within that spaceship is terribly confined, especially his thumbs are tied and he can practically not move, and it feels suddenly terribly uncomfortable. The thumb if you think of the fairy tale figure of the thumbling, is the dwarf of the fingers and has mainly to do with creativity, with the creative fantasy. And up till now, he has obviously confined his own creativity. Perhaps he should become a writer on his own instead of studying the writing of other people, or in some other way become more artistically creative. The thumbling, or the thumb, is also the trickster. It is a spirit which plays tricks to the dominating bourgeois world and enjoys its freedom. All this side, the trickster side, the mischievous side, and the creative side of his personality has been completely confined, probably through his professional situation, and should now be liberated. And so he suddenly realizes that he's confined in his intellectual realm and that the air is very thin to breathe. That we can leave as it is. The air in high-up university circles is very thin to breathe, and the creativity is hampered. So the positive message he receives from the dream in the end, the last sentence is always the solution, if there is a solution, says that he realizes he has to come down to Earth, he has to leave the spaceship and turn to Earth.
Would you talk about how the dream relates not just to his own personal life, but to the much larger problem with the feminine in our time?
The dream mainly first answers questions which he must have had in his conscious mind, namely deep questions. What is the situation of our time? In what kind of age do we live? If you are concerned with modern literature, this naturally haunts you too, because the whole of modern literature is concerned with the problem of our time, or most of it. And poets have also always been prophets, so there's always a secret longing to read in modern literature the signs of the time, so to speak. And it answers that, and only towards the end of both dreams it returns to his life situation, as if the dream would make a big excursion into the situation of our time is that the feminine, the body, the earthly, the ever-changing material world is now becoming important and has to be lovingly attended to. And then the dream would go on, and for you that means you should come out of your spaceship and return to Earth.
This dream closely parallels the dream of King Gilgamesh that we looked at earlier. It seems strange that the dream of an ancient Sumerian king could be so closely connected to the problems of a modern dreamer. Would you compare the two dreams?
The dreamer of this modern dream also is in the situation where the first half of life, the tasks of the first half of life have been fulfilled, and now he's looking to the sky for orientation. And the first thing he sees is the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, which hasn't yet directly to do with him, but only tells him that he belongs to the age of extreme opposites, and that Saturn, who is more linked with the animal man and the drives, and the spiritual man are in opposition, or are in Christianity not united. And then comes the second part of his dream where he sees the moon, the feminine principle, and after that he realizes suddenly that he's in a spaceship and has to go down to Earth. We can say that this realization at the end of his dream, that he has to come down to earth, is exactly what Gilgamesh had to realize after the star had fallen upon him. Namely, he had to realize and make friends with the earthly man, who, by the way, in Gilgamesh epic, first attacked Gilgamesh. Enkidu attacked Gilgamesh, and they first had a big battle before they made friends, and then went for their heroic journey together. And so we can expect that this dreamer too will now have to meet the earthly man, alluded to in the figure of his father, who is carrying a sack of sand or coals. That is the load of earthly tasks and bodily existence that he has to realize before he can go on to fulfill his fate. And his fate will have to do with an integration of the feminine principle, which is the moon. That is different to this Gilgamesh epic. At that time, the matriarchal world of unconsciousness had to be overcome by the hero. And nowadays, 4,000 years later, the situation is reversed. The feminine principle has to be integrated. But in both situations, the star and the appearance of the star has to do with the fact of trying to read or realize the unique meaning of one's own importance within the cosmos. We are just a particle of dust somewhere on a particle, living on a particle of dust somewhere in the cosmic universe. And if we look from scientific and collective standards at our life, it is completely transient and meaningless. But if we look within and if we look at the stars, then we come to realize that within that cosmic infiniteness, we have a unique task to fulfill, which we generally experience as what we call the meaning of our life.
Now, we've been dealing with the shadow as the same gender as the ego. We're going to move now to the contrasexual in the man. This, of course, is going to be the feminine, the anima, as Jung called it, the Latin word for soul, that part which Jung calls the archetype of life, that brings creativity, joy, the value of living into his life.
The anima in her developed form connects a man to the source of his being. That is, his feelings are individual. They're connected to who he really is. They're not just reactions to outer life. In these dreams, we're going to see the feminine component of the male psyche transforming into a link that connects the dreamer to the source of life. This dreamer uses music to help understand his dreams.
Lady, lady on the cross, was it I that crucified you? And am I to up there beside you, like a robber to deride you, luster mixed with dross? Pregnant lady on the cross, will the man-child that's within you, bursting forth all stiffening sinews, live his life but not unpin you, gain but at what a cost? In this act I play the pilot, lifting the curtain for a start. Author and producer, there's nothing finer than to be both audience and stage designer.
This is one of the most striking dreams I ever had in my whole life, and it's lived with me ever since I had it. I dreamt of a crucifixion in the medieval mystery play. They were rehearsing the play in a church in modern times, and two actresses were nailing the Christ figure to the cross. The cross was lying flat in the transept of the church in the middle, and you could hear the sound of nailing, which was terrifying, and yet somehow they weren't really nailing the person, they were tying onto the cross. And then, when that was finished, they raised the cross up in the church, and the figure on the cross was very high. It was extremely dangerous for that person. And then the scene changes, and it's the actual performance in the church. The actor who will play the Christ comes solemnly processing down the church, and to my amazement, it's a woman. And not only that, but it's a woman who is my wife, although not my actual wife in reality. She comes down the church, she's dressed in just a simple grey cloak held at the neck with a brooch, and she's heavily pregnant. The whole crucifixion scene is repeated as in the rehearsal, and she's raised up high. It's very moving and absolutely magnificent. Then the scene changes again, and it's after the play, and we're walking home with a number of other people whom I don't remember. I look across to my wife, who's standing, walking on my left-hand side. She has fair, short-cropped hair and a slim, boyish figure despite the pregnancy, and she reminded me, I thought afterwards, very much of the actress Jean Seberg in the film of Joan of Arc. As I look at her, I'm filled with pride and love for her, but none of this I say to her. I keep it all to myself, and then the dream ends.
That's quite a dream.
Before we go into the dream, we have to look at the fact that the main figure of the dream is the wife of the dreamer, but it's not his actual wife. It is another figure which he later associates with Joan of Arc and who is pregnant. So if somebody dreams of his husband or wife and they look quite differently, they are different figures, it means the inner wife or the inner husband. In other words, the main animus or anima figure to whom they are, so to speak, always married inwardly. It's the inner marriage and the inner wife. And here the dream runs that first there is a kind of mystery play which enacts the crucifixion of Christ. But it's only acting. It is a bit dangerous because the cross is high, but actually it's only acting. This illustrates exactly the situation of the religious situation of our time. Christianity has become, on one way, a historical reminiscence for most people. A mystery play reenacts medieval plays in a medieval form, so as if we would rehearse some of our historical past, and also it is an outer imitation. There has always been the problem that the churches have taught us to imitate Christ in the wrong way, namely to imitate his outer actions. I would rather call that to ape Christ. And this aping of Christ has not gone under our skin. We have not become Christianized. If you look at the history of the Western world and its wars and bloody fights, you see that the Christianization has not reached us at all. We are Christians with our lips and outwardly, but when it comes to psychological facts, we are complete pagan barbarians. And that is because we only ape Christ outwardly. We make pious historical reminiscences, we read the Gospels, we have the Gospels repeated in church, and nobody is reached by it, or many people are not reached by it, are not touched. It doesn't go under their skin at all.
Peter, how do you approach your own dreams to give them meaning?
Well, I approach my own dreams by trying to learn as much about them and their setting as I can to begin with. That's to say, for instance, with regard to this dream, I had in fact been to a performance of a passion play in a church earlier in the year, and so some of the that situation will come into what I feel about the dream and so forth. For another example, I must work out what I feel about this Jean Seberg kind of boyish, womanish figure that seems to be important for me, not only in this dream but in others that I've had, and so forth. I try and work around what I know about the motifs in the dream. Then I try and get to, it's important for me to try and move the dream around, to try and get at bits that I don't know, because the dream is certainly trying to tell me something that I don't know. And so one way of doing this is to paint pictures of it. I, in fact, painted a picture of this dream. But for me, the most important way that I've always used is to write songs about my dreams, to take, perhaps not the whole dream, but to take a piece of the dream as the beginnings, the origins of a song, which I write with just using the guitar and strum to myself. And then, once I've got the song, then I look at the song and see in what way has the song expanded the dream, in what way has it moved me on, in what way has it got me deeper into that actual image of the woman on the cross, the pregnant woman on the cross.
Lady, lady on the cross, was it I that crucified you? And am I too up there beside you, like a robber to deride you, luster mixed with dross? When I'm down and at a loss, that's the time that I seek to free you. But give me the strength to nail and be you, splayed upon that suffering tree, you pregnant lady of the cross, pregnant lady of the cross, pregnant lady of the cross.
You always talk about the essence of a dream message, right? The dream's got an essence. What's the essence of the dream message for him?
This dream tells the dreamer that now something unusual is going to happen. Namely, this mysterious wife, pregnant wife of his, is going to be crucified in the place of Christ. And he trembles in realizing the solemn performance. That is the solemn and crucial moment where we can see that the Christian teaching or the mystery of what Christ represents reaches his own soul.
This dream told me a number of things. The initial thing it said to me was that the feeling of being crucified, of part of me being crucified, was not just a negative one, but that it was creative. There was a pregnancy in it. There was a pregnancy involved, of which I, the dreamer, was proud. As it says at the end of the dream, I was very proud of this performance that had been put on. So it told me that no matter how I felt in real life, there was something of value in that feeling, and that I should try and look for it and search for it. And that was, at the time, as I remember, tremendously important for me. It was, it actually made me feel better about my songs. It made me feel able to play my songs to other people, because I felt there was something in value that I could create. At a later time, something else came to me, which was that one could also say she didn't belong up there. That's a dangerous place to be. And she's going to have a baby. And if she had a baby when she was on the cross, that wouldn't be very nice. So the dream is also saying she's got to come off the cross. She's got to be taken down and taken care of and looked after, and in order that the baby can be born. So that was a second thing that came to me, that I had to pay much more attention and value to these sides of my personality.
In Jungian psychology, we use the word soul. and usually that word's thought about within a theological context. Could you interpret this dream in such a way that the psychological meaning of the word soul would be clear?
This inner wife of his, who is crucified, is the dreamer's soul. It is his anima. And the anima in a man means also his feeling, personality, his sensitivity, his awareness of inner things. If a man has a positive relationship to his anima, he is sensitive, he is aware of inner things, he is receptive to the spiritual processes in the depth of the psyche. That is his anima. And the crucifixion, which is the being extended between the opposites to suffer the utmost clash of opposites. The cross is this, the two opposites clashing together. That's why when Christ was on the cross, he said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? He was absolutely torn between the opposites. He blotted out between the opposites. This central teaching of the Christian mystery is now going to be realized by his soul. It will happen in him. And that means he will suffer it, he will go through it, and he will begin to then feel that the Christian teaching is a psychological reality. It's not some gesture out there which we have to ape, or some kind of conventional behavior which is being taught to us by parsons and priests. It is something which touches our and concerns our innermost psychic being.
The important thing is that it's not easy, because you can't just say, this is my inner femininity, I found it, I've got it, good, it's in my pocket, now I don't have to bother anymore. You have to, that's only the beginning, because if you're going to take that, you have to give up some of your achievement, and then you're going to feel bad about that. And so all the time it's a conscious, difficult struggle. It's a pendulum that swings to and fro from one side to another, and each time it hurts, because each time it means giving up something that is you.
Christ has always been thought of as a masculine symbol, yet the dream uses Christ to represent the dreamer's femininity.
It has always been taught by certain Christian mystics that we should be Christified, that the true imitation of Christ is to become Christ ourselves, to be transformed into Christ ourselves inwardly or psychologically. And that is now what the dream predicts is happening to the dreamer. Now he will be a Christian. After that experience, he will know what it means to be crucified between the opposites, and he will know what it means to carry his own cross and to carry his own destiny to the ultimate. Christ, in a way, is the model of a man who went alone along with his own fate and carried his own cross and fulfilled his own task without wavering or giving in to any collective pressure. That's why we worship him as a man who has become God, as God having become man in him. He carries out that. And the dreamer is now reached by the Christian teaching is, so to speak, reaching his soul now. He associates this crucified woman with Joan of Arc, which is an appropriate association, because Joan of Arc herself was such a crucified figure. Joan of Arc went also, she didn't ape Christ, she imitated Christ in the right way, in living her own destiny, individual destiny, right through the cross and right through even outer death.
I'm curious to know what you'll have to say about this dream. It's, I think, the most beautiful dream I ever had.
I dreamt that I was walking along beside this enormous river. Swift current, and the light was flashing back off the water. And I looked up a hill, and on top of the hill was a castle. It was surrounded by a moat. I went across the drawbridge into the castle and into a central courtyard, in the center of which was a well, and a woman was sitting on the wall of this well. And she had a ladle, and she lowered the ladle down into the well and held it out to me. I took it and drank the water, and then she dipped again and gave it to me a second time. And then the third time, she repeated the same procedure. And then I sat down on the edge of the well facing her. She had on this gorgeous blue dress, a very, very beautiful woman. And I just had this feeling of peace. And I woke up.
We have seen before that the dream world and the unconscious psyche shows its positive face only to us if we go with life, if we don't refuse to live. We go. We speak of the river often as the flow of life, the flow of time. Time is a river which ends in the ocean of eternity. Life is a river, it begins with a youthful spring and finally ends in the sea of the Godhead, and so on. It's a famous simile for the ever-moving, ever-changing facts of life, which are really the ever-moving changing of our psychic element, substance which carries us. We think a minute of the strange thing that our ego consciousness is every night blotted out for hours and returns identical the next morning. Why should you not wake up and be somebody else? You are completely continuous yourself. So there's something which carries us through, apparently, which carries our identity through all life. Our body changes its cells. We have practically no old cells in our body left after 7 years, and still we remain ourselves. There's something like an essential psychic substance in us which carries us through in our identity, and that is this mysterious flow of life. That's the river. And there he meets the woman at the well, and one naturally thinks of Christ's conversation with the Samaritan woman. That is also the beautiful historical example of the meeting of the Christ, one of the few meetings where Christ in a meaningful way encounters the feminine and takes up contact with it.
What's the meaning of the dream being set in the medieval castle?
The anima in her developed form is in man the capacity for love, in contrast to the power drive. It is loving for love's sake in the highest form. That's why this woman appears in a medieval castle surrounded by a moat, because that in medieval time, in the so-called French cour d'amour, courts of love, there was the first time in the Western Christian civilization a realization of the anima. There, each knight elected a woman of his choice, which was not his wife, and who represented his beloved anima figure, and he made poems for her, and he did his heroic deeds for her, and he worshipped her like a goddess. And that at the same time was cultivated. Those men grew out of their barbarian warriors' behavior and became cultivated people who men who could really relate to women, men who cultivated their capacity of love, their sensitivity. And that's why this is the time of the Grail legends, of the troubadours, of the story of Tristan and Isolde, and these love traditions. The church didn't like this development because it led to all sorts of complications, and it made people a bit too independent from her. And so it was suppressed, and interestingly enough, when those cour d'amour were suppressed, the witch hunting began. The feminine became negative, and one began to pursue alluring, interesting women as witches, because one had suppressed a beginning development of love life. That is why when we now are confronted with the problem of renewing the relationship between the sexes and finding new forms of relating between men and women, we have to historically go back to the Middle Ages, to that where the problem has been left over in this castle in the moat. There the problem has been deserted and left for a one-sided masculine rational development of the West, and therefore we have to return to that. And for instance, the whole romanticism of the hippie movement was such a first attempt. That's why they were imitated troubadours with music instruments and even revived troubadour music. That was all going back that now the anima development is most important for men, and the animus development for women.
And what about the ladles of water that the beautiful lady offers?
The only action of the dream, because that dream in first line speaks through its beauty and its feeling value, and needs not much rational explanation. The only action is that the anima figure 3 times give the dreamer some of the water of life to drink. The anima has the water of life, and the water of life is, well, that is difficult to define, but you can say most people experience, sometimes they feel when they feel well, they say they feel alive. Even if they might have sufferings and difficulties in their life, there are times where people feel alive. And then when people are in a neurotic fix or in some trouble, they say, I'm dead, I'm inwardly dead, I don't live. This shows that being alive is not only a physical fact, it is a psychic fact. Being alive is, we are alive when we feel alive. And what makes us feel alive is the contact with that flow of the unconscious psyche. That's why dreams are so important. You can say, you could even refer that deeper with a bit of water of life to say each ladle full of water of life is a dream. That's what a dream is. We get every night, so to speak, a sip of the water of life, and if we understand the dream, then we are vivified, and then we feel alive. We feel in contact with our psychic depth and with our own living substance, and then we subjectively feel that life is flowing, that we are alive.
When I'm down and at a loss, that's the time that I seek to free you. But give me the strength to nail and be you. Splayed upon that suffering tree, you pregnant lady of the cross. Pregnant lady of the cross. Pregnant lady of the cross.
I think it is important to note in our culture, when the word feminine is used, people automatically think we're talking about women. This was not so in ancient cultures. The Indian Hindus knew that they were working towards a balance between Shiva and Shakti in divine embrace. In China, the yin and the yang were always, the attempt was made to bring them into balance. Those of you who do the I Ching, that is the whole understanding behind balancing the yin with some yang, the yang with some yin. In the Christian world, we go to the abstract to balance the transcendent and the immanent. Yes, we do need a new vocabulary. These two words are too tied to sexuality. Masculine and feminine have become sexual words. But the fact remains that in our dreams, the masculinity is imaged in the male, the femininity is imaged in the female. Instead of putting all our energy into worrying about new language, we need also to look at the dreams, where the macho man is raping the feminine in himself, in other people, in the earth, or where the woman, the phallic woman, is doing the same thing, raping the feminine in herself, in her man, and in Mother Earth. What does it look like in a man when his femininity begins to develop? When his growing anima begins to separate out from mother? When that cold cat begins to develop a sweet and loving face? When he is no longer interested in his Don Juan escapades? How does his outer attitude change? When the little boy has outgrown the phallic witch and the deadening laws of patriarchy? What happens when he begins to experience his own values in his own being? Being is the feminine principle. Doing is the masculine principle. For me, patriarchy has become a parody of masculinity. It is focused on power. Power over, even power over one's own body. Masculinity is a focused, discriminating, fiery creative energy that loves the feminine, cherishes the feminine. If the feminine principle were present at the board table, how would it change our ecological laws? What would happen to modern pig farms, chicken farms, stockyards? What would happen on our whole planet if we could believe that God has a wife? While you are looking at our shadow nose, it is important to remember that the shadow is not always dark, mean, dangerous, evil. Shadow for Jung means those parts of the same gender self that are still in the unconscious, unknown to our conscious ego. These can be parts of ourselves that have been put down since we were tiny children. Parts of ourselves that we were made fun of, bewildered by, kept out of a peer group, We buried these parts and hoped we would never see them again. Forgotten them. Often the sad part is that they are in our unconscious. And like ugly little toads, they come splatting out. We don't even know we've said them. But we suddenly realize that everyone around us is angry. We don't understand why. It's very important sometimes to talk to each other about our little toads. Now the shadow is the same gender as the ego. We're going to move now to the contrasexual in the man, what Jung calls the anima, the Latin word for soul. This is the part of him that will become the divine inner energy. It can move in several directions. As we look at this anima, she can move, well, let me use this. As we look at this anima and you see how this pendulum swings, you can see that there is a ratio on both sides, that it does move the same on the one side as on the other. Think of a complex that way. Think of a person who is projecting a goddess, a divine goddess, onto someone, and the energy becomes shifting because she is not a divine goddess, she is human. But that is a terrible disappointment to the person. So the other side comes up, and she may appear as an enchantress, someone who will not let him go, or even an animal, often a sick animal, who will not let him go, or something that will keep him asleep. The relationship to the mother will determine the relationship to this contrasexual. And one has to always be aware that the more intense on the positive side, the equally intense negative energy. Jung realized that the young feminine would be, as it were, a shadow side of that mother energy. When she begins to appear in dreams, often it's a little girl or a young girl or a little dark girl, and she comes out, and of course the energy may be projected. That's the tendency. What's coming out of the unconscious is projected onto someone. But that's fine, because then we begin to see who that is in us, what we are projecting. Now, she may say to you, if you're a man, that's not who I am at all. But from your point of view, yes, indeed, that is who she is, because that is your projection. We don't project intentionally. It's like an arrow that just comes out, flies directly to the bullseye, and then the two people involved have to deal with that. When the energy becomes that one can really see what's going on, and you begin to pull it back, it becomes an inner muse. For example, a woman may dream that her husband is going off every night and she's afraid he's having an affair. She can even maybe see the woman in her dreams. Very often he is going to his music studio or someplace where he can write, where he can actually work with his own inner bride. This is very confusing in a relationship. In fact, some of you may say, well, what's the point of all of this? Why bother making a relationship with this inner feminine if it's going to upset the outer marriage? It won't upset it if you stay with it. If you are projecting goddess onto someone, that divinity is your hope and your goal, but it's totally an illusion. No human being is a goddess. And the dark side will come out of that projection and turn against the person who is projecting. So to bring that energy in, recognize it as internal, is to bring out your own creativity. You write with that energy, you go into life with that energy, you create music, art, whatever whatever it is that brings you into your full maturity. More than that, in the marriage, the expectation is taken off. You no longer expect her to be who you want her to be, the goddess that you think she is. You begin to see her as she in fact is. And there's great beauty in human love. The anima really is the archetype of life. She is the principle of feeling and love in the relationship, by which I mean a presence that can look at the man and love him for who he is, for what he values. It's not what she is projecting onto him, but she loves what is coming forth in him and can put a love around that relationship that brings out the very strength of all his creative masculinity. And now we come to the shadow in women, the same sex as the ego. We are all of us, men and women, but women in particular have to look at it, if we're going to look at shadow, that we are the children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren of women raised in patriarchy. So we are carrying the shadow of patriarchy in our dreams. The terror of displeasing daddy or daddy's surrogate undermines the ego standpoint. As Dr. Von Franz says, we cannot see our own shadow. She actually calls it our own backside. And if the ego could see those unconscious signals that we are putting out, it would find them contemptible. This film is about the anguish of coming to grips with that shadow.
Many women today are fighting to escape the bondage of the patriarchy, under which their identity and feelings of self-esteem rest mainly on their capacity to make themselves desirable. They're realizing that the greater potential of life within them is being smothered by this shadow of desire. These dreams show that there is an unlived side of the personality which can be integrated, a creative resource which can give a life a new meaning.
Well, I dreamt that a woman was trying to see herself in a mirror. And she said, "My husband has taken it away, so he doesn't have to look at me." And her friend, who was a woman, said, "My husband's done the same thing, and I could kill him." And the next thing was the sea, and the figure of a woman floundering in it. And a voice said, a male voice said, she always used to like to swim naked like this, early in her career. And it was Marilyn Monroe, luminous and white, with her yellow hair all spread out on the waves, very much like the calendar shot, where her yellow hair is out on the red velvet. The only problem was she didn't have any legs or any arms. There was just this trunk, luminous and white and sad looking, floundering in the water. And as I watched her, she became aware and turned, twisting her whole body, or her whole torso, what there was of it, towards me. And I caught the expression on her mouth, which was all painted in red, but so sad. And I said, "She always turns when she knows she is being watched, hoping to catch desire in the eyes of sailors."
First, there is this strange disappearance of the mirror twice, and one would think if the mirror is taken away, the woman cannot look at herself again, but the dream says the husband takes the mirror away so that he needs not to look at her, which is a complete dream absurdity. So we have to first ask ourselves, what is the mirror? In the mirror, the mirror reflects our image, and if you think of the double meaning of the word reflection, it also means to reflect upon oneself. To reflect means to bend back upon oneself, to find one's own identity. And the mirror shows one's objective, true face. Therefore, it's very often a shock to look at oneself in a mirror. And if you think of the mirror in the fairy tale Snow White, the mirror tells the truth to the old witch and says that Snow White is more beautiful than she is, and the witch gets furious at that. So the mirror is also what shows the reflection which shows the true identity. Now, both these women at the beginning of the dream accuse their husband to have taken away their possibility of seeing their own identity. You can say that is what the women's lib people all say. It's always the husbands. They have not their own identity. They feel raped, or they feel that their own feminine identity has been stolen to them, and the cheapest way is to accuse the husband. Now, the husband might have contributed to that, because men naturally carry in themselves all sorts of aesthetical and romantic ideas of how an ideal woman should be. Generally, this image they carry within themselves is influenced by their mother. They expect their wife to be, if they love their mother, their wife should be as similar to their mother as possible. If they hated their mother, their wife should be as different from their mother as possible. And that, women having a natural tendency to comply to the wishes of their surrounding, to relate personally, women very often feel forced to play a role towards their husband, to fulfill his expectations instead of being themselves. And then they naturally feel bitter, as if the husband had stolen their possibility of being themselves. But in general, It is a projection. It is really that their own ambition or their own animus, that means their masculine drive, their wish for career and ambition, has estranged them from their feminine identity. Social life in general, and not the husband. And but the plain result in the dream is a feeling of despair of having lost the mirror, the possibility of seeing oneself how one really is.
Well, my association with that immediately, well, there were two plays. One, Streetcar Named Desire, in which Blanche seeks her identity in the kindness of strangers. And I saw the eye of the sailor as being that kind of mirror, the same kind of mirror that the kindness of strangers was. And the other was Jean-Paul Sartre's No Exit, in which three people in hell, one woman, the nymphomaniac, does not exist because there are no mirrors in hell unless one of the other two characters looks at her, because there's so little self-identity. And it seemed that when I had this dream, it seemed to me that it mirrored it was a collective dream that mirrored something very wrong with women in our time, some terrible problem of women whose lack of self-identity makes them look for mirrors in the eyes of strangers or lovers instead of thinking of loving themselves. And the fact that she had no arms, she was incapable of love. And I thought of Marilyn.
She has been able to play to millions of men the ideal feminine figure, and playing that, and she has trained or was trained by her own mother to play that role from very young on. And so she had the whole tragic fate of an actress who is disidentified from herself and plays a star role and loses the feeling of who she is in her private life. She had an obsessive fantasy in her youth that she was entering a cathedral and the whole congregation was there looking towards the altar, and when she came in, the whole congregation turned around and stared at her. That means nothing less that now she is the goddess. Nobody looks at the altar, the place of where God appears or becomes real or incarnates in the human world. She is the goddess. And this being identified with the goddess is naturally extremely dangerous. That is what we talked about inflation before. And so Marilyn Monroe in reality lost her identity, and that woman in her has died, and the only good thing to do would to give her a decent funeral. But we can also see it from another aspect, because Marilyn Monroe represented for most of the public, as her own fantasy shows, a feminine goddess. And it is because in the Christian churches the feminine goddess is lacking, that certain women or film stars are elevated to divine rank and admired so much. Greta Garbo had the same tragic difficulties, that she was too much deified, and she got frightened by it and ran away from it finally. She had enough. So it is also a problem of our civilization, because we have no official goddess to worship. Certain actresses or beautiful women are worshipped like a goddess instead, and they can't carry that projection. They don't know how to carry that projection. And so you can also say this drowned Marilyn Monroe figure in the dream is the divine woman within the dreamer, which should have developed as a kind of inner divine nucleus of the personality, her star, so to speak, her inner star, which she has lost by making an ordinary worldly career. In that case, Marilyn Monroe should not be buried, but rescued and brought back to life again. Both interpretations seem to contradict each other, but they don't. They are two halves of the same coin. One can see it in both ways. The dream is just ambiguous. He shows that's how it is. Look at it. And what she does with it and how she reacts towards it is still open.
And the fact that Marilyn Monroe has no arms or legs?
The arms are generally the organs of actions, and the legs are the organs with which we stand in reality. So that divine feminine image cannot act and cannot be anchored in reality. It is completely mutilated.
Of course, although I realized that I might participate in this also, I didn't see it as a specifically personal dream until a year later. I suddenly realized that for 50 years I hadn't used my hands. Therefore, I cut off my arms. That's pretty much what I saw in the dream. And I set up my studio and started to work. Well, that's Pygmalion. And that's a Pygmalion daddy who has a very clear idea of what he wants his little girl to be, and he's making her in his own image. She's a little clay pot that's turning into a little clay cat who looks just like Daddy, but she doesn't really, if you look at her face, she doesn't really want to be what he wants her to be. And he's saying, be what I want you to be, damn it. So she probably will grow up to be thinking all the time what Daddy is thinking about what I'm doing, and be dissatisfied with herself if she doesn't live up to his standard. And I think that's women's great problem.
This dream occurred almost 3 years after the Marilyn Monroe dream. It's a long dream in 2 parts.
Well, I dreamt I came home to my dark living room, and in the middle of the room was a strange, dark-haired, foreign young woman whom I'd never seen before in my life. And I said, "What are you doing here?" And she said that she, in broken English, that she had come to look after my things while I was away to see nothing was stolen. And I said, "I don't believe you. How dare you intrude into my private place?" And I struck her, first on one cheek and then on the other. And after that, I was surprised at my violence. And she ran away in tears.
When we look at this dream, we have to first look at the geography of the place. There is a living room sunk in the floor, low down, and then the bedrooms above. The bedrooms have all the quality of private life, private territory, where she doesn't want to have any intruders. Downstairs on the level floor, or even a bit on a lower level, the dream puts it on a low level, there is her social life. Now, this woman has made a great career, a professional career, and has living a lively social life, and the dream puts that down. That is, so to speak, the ground floor. But the important thing is higher up. There is a problem higher up, so to speak, which would have more priority. The problem is the bed in the bedroom. When she comes up to the bedroom first, she finds this dark-haired unknown intruder, who at the end of the dream is the mother of the violated child. And she's just furious for having somebody unknown intruding into her private life, and slaps the intruder. We don't know who that dark-haired woman is. We can therefore only conclude it is a part of her personality whom she has no idea of, another part of herself whom she doesn't know, and whom she feels strange, and whom she wants to reject within herself, because she's unaccustomed to it. Very often during life we are suddenly assaulted by a new part of our personality, so to speak. We have new kind of feelings or reactions which we never had before, and very often out of sheer habit we hate that. We don't like to change. What's that? Why am I suddenly feeling so differently? And then we feel it's uncanny, and anything uncanny we try to slap down within us, instead of being open and saying, what new feelings or reactions do I have? Let's look at them. But she has this rejection. And then she, in the next part, discovers that this unknown woman she has slapped is a waitress in the downstairs room. So that gives us a little clue who that woman is. That is a part of her femininity who has up till now only concentrated on serving other people instead of looking after herself.
And it seemed changed to a kind of basement cafeteria under apparently the apartment building I lived in. And there was a lot of confusion, and the manager was instructing the waitresses how to run things. And I noticed that the dark young woman was one of the waitresses. And I looked at the manager, and he had on beige clothes, but I couldn't make out his face. It was all out of focus, like a test site I'd had that morning. I couldn't see the card, and everything was blurred. And it reminded me of that, even in the dream. And then I overheard a conversation in which it became quite clear that the manager had sent this young woman to my apartment. And I began to feel rather badly that I had dismissed her so summarily. Then I go to sleep. And I'm in my narrow bed in a room of my own, very narrow, very like the room of someone who's left a marriage, that kind of room. And suddenly I wake, and sitting beside the bed, in a little tiny chair, is a little tiny boy of about 2 years old, with pink and white skin. He looks like a little rose petal. He's so exquisite. I lean down to look at him. He's got a little bag of pink and white candies, just the same color he is. And I think he's a sweet baby. He's not disturbing me. He can stay there. So I go on with whatever it was I was doing, and then I turn to look at him again, and he's turned into an older child, a girl, dark instead of blonde, naked, who's eating something with bloody hands. And I notice that her vagina seems to be split open and filled with blood. And I think, oh, how horrible. She's mutilated herself, or has she been violated? And I feel just overwhelming sorrow. And then I realize that she is the child of the dark woman intruder.
Then she comes again back to the upstairs bedroom, and the bedroom is very bare and is a cramped hotel room, quite in contrast to her actual bedroom, which is comfortable and wide with armchairs and bookshelves. So it represents her private life, her intimate life, and the dream tells her, look here, there is not enough space, and we know now that space and time are the same thing, therefore I would say there's not enough space-time for your private life. This is a woman who probably lives much too extrovertedly her professional life and her social life, and she doesn't take enough room and space and time to be with herself. And so that her psychological bedroom is a cramped hotel room. And the hotel room is also something where strangers live and where strangers can walk in and out. She has no real privacy. She has not a realm of introversion where she can be herself, where she can have her personal secrets. It's all spent away to other people. And part of her femininity, which should look after an inner child, is acting as a waitress to other people. That is like Marilyn Monroe in the other dream being an actress, acting for other people. And here, this one is waiting for other people, serving other people, instead of looking after one's own business. This dark-haired woman should have looked after her little daughter so that she shouldn't be raped, instead of waiting on downstairs. And so the woman discovers with horror who she is, and then she finds in this cramped bedroom a beautiful little boy who is delicate and smiling and absolutely charming, divine little figure. Now, a boy in a woman's dream generally means a new enterprise, and therefore, because boys, if you look at them, young boys are the epitome of doing something all the time in an honest. Jung always said a boy that is the honest enterprise. And that honest enterprise we must therefore probably put together with the fact that she has begun painting. That was her first undertaking where she did something for her own psyche, for her own self, and where there was an honest enterprise which was not looking for success or anything, but doing a thing for its own sake. And that's the little boy, and there something comes into being, a new aspect of her personality comes into being. But that painting is only instrumental, because the little boy then changes into a little girl, and that means this painting she's now doing is not a purpose in it, has no purpose in its own. It is instrumental to bring forth a new part of her feminine personality, of bringing out her femininity, and that is the little girl, her true femininity. That little daughter of the dark-haired woman would be her true feminine identity, which is still very young and growing. Is not. She begins only to have a hunch of that true new identity, and that's why it's still a little girl. And there she discovers with horror that that little girl is bleeding in the vagina and is probably having been raped and violated and ill-treated.
Who raped the little girl?
We must probably say she herself, or her animus, her masculine side, her career-mindedness. By her career-mindedness, behind her own back, she raped her true femininity, which wanted to grow within her. But the girl is not dead. The problem can be mended in the dream. The dream only in a very dramatic form wants to show her, if you go on with your social life and your career-mindedness, you rape something within yourself, which is just born and wants to grow within you, a new kind of woman.
Well, obviously, there is some tie-in with my Marilyn Monroe dream and the mutilation. And that morning I had had a test and was feeling very sorry for myself because I'd had a second operation for detaching retinas and I hadn't been able to focus, and I'd given up working in the studio and been very morose. And 6 days after this dream, I went in and set up my sculpture studio. So I think that the dream was telling me that I'd been mutilating myself in my self-pity.
Dr. Von Franz, is there a relationship between this dream and her Marilyn Monroe dream?
We see in the first dream of Marilyn Monroe that something is dying or has died within this woman, and in the second dream something has been born. We could even make the assumption that the raped little girl is the reborn Marilyn Monroe in that wrong form of acting and hunting success. This figure has to die, and in its new form of new life, of a new growing personality, it comes back again. There is constantly in dreams, we have deaths and births of parts of our personality. We die during life, parts of our personality die, rightly or sometimes wrongly within us, and others are born.
This is the monster baby, the little girl that never grew up. In fact, it's probably the little pussycat. She's smoking Pop's pride. She's a ventriloquist dummy. The ventriloquist is Daddy, and her jaw is chained to his with a little golden chain, which is the death rattle in her hand. She's in a cage. She's in her own little theater. She's a little star. She can't get out of the limelight. She has stars on her shoes and stars on her hat, which is Daddy's hat, of course, the fedora. She wants to shine for Daddy, and her whole life is committed to it, and simply spouts Daddy's opinions and lives by his rules, and thinks she's happy, or she's in a prison. She's a prisoner of it. She's what happens when a woman has no inner identity.
The development of masculinity can be very important in a woman's life. It's her capacity to act on her own behalf, and without it, she can feel trapped and paralyzed. In these 3 dreams, which occurred over a period of 4 years, we see the struggle involved in the development of creative masculinity. This woman left her marriage and established herself in a new lifestyle. In the first dream, there's no masculine figure, just a mother's shadow.
In this dream, there's an enormous king-size mattress. I mean huge. It seems to be suspended. There's nothing else around it. No sheets, nothing. I'm on it, laying this way. Over to my right, I feel that there's something there. I look over, it's a woman walking along at a distance with 2 Dobermans on leashes, black Dobermans. As she comes towards me, I keep watching her. She comes closer and closer. When she gets to about 3 feet beside me, she looks down at me. I have this feeling of really being aware of her looking down at me with disgust. She has a babushka around her head, tied. She looks at me, lets go of the leashes, and the 2 black dogs just zap right at my throat.
The whole problem is already told in the first sentence of the dream, where the dreamer says, I was lying on a mattress floating in the air. The dreamer is shown that she has no relationship to the earth. She has not her feet on the earth. She has no contact with reality. And that means she has also no real contact with her own body. And she's living in ideas, in theoretical conceptions of life, in illusions. And then a woman comes towards her with those Doberman pinchers, and those would be the earthly forces, the instinctual force. The dog represents our domesticated instincts, but they are hostile. They are associated to the Nazis using them. So because she's floating in the air, the instinct turns against her, is resentful against her, because she doesn't attend her own animal instincts. And the woman has a babushka on her head, which reminds her of her mother.
Well, I'm Polish, and that's a very common Polish sort of tradition. Babushkas are very it's everybody wears a babushka, either on the head or around the shoulders. My mother wore one.
Now the mother for a woman represents the instinctual basis, the matrix, also the whole area of the uterus. If a woman has trouble with her mother, she has very often trouble with menstruation and with her own sexual functions and her maternal feelings. The mother is, so to speak, the earth from which she lives. And that mother figure lets the Dobermans loose on her a fierce, hostile, negative aspect, attack of the instincts. So the dream says, because you are floating in midair, because you have lost touch with reality, the instinctual basis of your femininity has become hostile to you and is threatening you, which goes very well with the fact that she became afterwards ill. Because if one lives against one's own animal instincts, then illness is in the offing.
After the 2 dreams, shortly after the 2 dreams, as a matter of fact, within 6 weeks of the second time I had the dream, I ended up in the hospital with a very serious infection, pelvic infection.
The dogs attack the throat. Is there significance to that?
Well, I think, first of all, when a dog wants to really kill, he attacks the throat, he bites the artery on the throat. That is the killing movement. So it shows that the dogs mean real business, that they are really not only playfully attacking, but it makes the attack really dangerous. We can also look at the symbolism of the throat, and the throat is, for instance, in the Hinduistic teaching of the chakra centrum, is the center of the word, of the logos, of the spoken word. She believes in the world of words. She doesn't believe, she doesn't listen to what her the instinct speaks out of one's stomach or from deeper centers. But that goes together with her floating in the air. She probably mirrors herself in her own reflections as a successful woman, and that is living in the world of ideas and words. And that is the so-called Vishuddha center in the Hinduistic chakra teaching, and that's what is attacked.
Is it possible to actually diagnose a disease from a dream?
After the event, one can say so, but I wouldn't have dared to say so ahead of time. I would have only said you are living against your own instincts, and that will very likely end up in some kind of disease. Because it's obvious if you eat too much or too little, or if you sleep too much or too little, if you do anything against your instinct, you are likely to catch a disease.
The next dream, she dreamt 3 years later, after she left her marriage. It's interesting that the shadow figure of the mother changes from the extremely negative figure to a positive figure that brings her down to the ground.
In this dream, I'm in a room. There's my mother and a male with me, okay? It's a very tiny room. There's hardly any furniture in it except one bed on one side. There's not too much going on, and we're just kind of standing there. Then I get this feeling that there's a body outside the door. I walk over to it, open the door, and sure enough, there's a body. It's like a central hallway with doors going in. I look down on the ground, there is a body there. You can't see the body. It's wrapped in a sheet, but I know that it's a male. I shut the door, and now we have to leave. The three of us have to go. So we go to the back door, open it, and to get down, it's an incredibly steep staircase, wooden, and just an unbelievable sort of drop. The stairs are open, they're not closing. It's really dangerous. My mother goes first, me and the male go behind her. She starts walking down, she takes a couple of steps, and I'm being very, very cautious. And then all of a sudden she does this beautiful leap from way up high, lands flat on the ground, both feet, excellent jump. I'm just in awe. It's just wow. Then everything changes. I'm by myself. I'm walking through like a village, a small town. It's quite barren. There's a lot of sand. As I approach the center of the square, there's a platform which is about 3 or 4 steps up. There's stairs leading to it. It's a hanging man's platform, an absolute square, made out of wood, an old, weathered kind of wood. There's 4 pillars around the corners, and then in the center, there's the hanging man's pole. I approach it, look at it, and there's a man hanging there. I look again. He's hanging, but by his feet. I'm not alarmed at it or anything. I look at it, and then I walk by.
Though the animus is often spoken of as a nuisance in the woman, he has also very positive and important functions, because a woman whose animus is lamed or is not functioning is too passive and therefore too exposed to the vicissitudes of life. She cannot take her own destiny into her own hands, and therefore the animus really is a very positive figure. This dream here shows that the woman is with her mother, and actually she was very much wrapped up in her mother, and therefore dominantly feminine, and had not developed her own masculinity. And this own masculinity is shown in the dream as wrapped up in linen, dead, lying before the door. That is the part of her personality which has died and should be resuscitated. She therefore has to leave the place where she is. She has to change her life situation. And the path is leading downwards, a rather dangerous step. She has to come on a deeper down level of reality, become more realistic, realizing her practical life situation. And she succeeds in doing so, and then she comes to a village, an old village, old-fashioned village, which probably mirrors the old-fashioned way of life, where women were not allowed to have any initiative of their own, where they had this kind of passive, submissive life of the past. And there she finds that in the center square of the village a man is hung up. In that atmosphere of old-fashioned femininity, all the positive masculine forces in woman are suspended, literally suspended. They are killed. They cannot act, and therefore the dream shows what is wrong with her. She probably, being in a very difficult outer situation, would be inclined to think that all her bad luck lies in the outer situation and in her negative marital situation, and the dream shows her that the real trouble is that her own masculinity is dead, is not functioning, and has to be rescued and revived again.
Would you amplify the image of the hanging man?
Hanging is, in general, a kind of negative deification. After all, the god of Western civilization is a hanged man. And it means the moment of being elevated into the spiritual realm and be recognized as a god, but at the expense of human reality. One is, so to speak, hung up in eternity, and the human reality is dead. And that's why, for instance, the old Germans hung up their prisoners in honor of Wotan. And when the wind was blowing them back and forth on the gallows or the trees where they hung them, that was meant that Wotan, the god, the spiritual god, was taking them to them. But it also means what the English word says, to be in a suspended state. Suspended means hanging. So it means that all her masculine intelligence and capacity of action and courage and all her masculine qualities are existing but suspended, in suspense, and not touching the reality. They are turned upside down, where the man should have his head up, which means she should have her head up herself and think her situation over and take it in hand like a man, and all that is suspended and condemned to inaction through a old-fashioned attitude towards life on one side and through a too great identity with her mother on the other side.
The next dream occurred after she was rejected by a lover. She had told him that she had strong feelings of love and affection toward him, and he said the feelings were not reciprocated, that he saw her just as a sex object. The dream begins, she's sitting in the balcony of a movie theater.
All of a sudden I have to go to the washroom. I'm looking for a washroom. I get up, I walk towards the back of the theater. There's an usherette standing there. We go to the washroom together. It's kind of a strange wooden door. It's a storage area washroom somehow. We both sort of go in, or she opens the door and kind of holds it for me, and I enter it. Now, to go in there and pee, I realize you can't shut the door. As I'm thinking that, a man enters in a suit, and I'm outraged because this is a ladies' washroom, so I tell him to get out. Then I see another man coming towards me. Now, this is quite short, stockily built, okay? He's coming towards me. I'm outraged at the fact that these men are in the ladies' washroom. He comes right towards me. The stocky man comes right towards me. I look over at the other man, and he says he's a Taekwondo master. And I look over at the stocky man, and he has assumed the stance of, you know, the martial arts sort of thing. And then in a leap, he's at my throat.
she has been terribly hit before this dream by the negative answer of that partner. Now, the dream changes that hit or represents that shocking hit, but in a different form. First, he shows that it happened when she wanted to pee in a toilet. Now, to pee generally has a symbolism of expressing oneself genuinely. Peeing is one of the few functions man cannot repress. We can repress sleep for a while, we can repress eating for a while, but peeing is just above us. It rules us. And therefore it is an expression of, here I am, that's how I am. It always means to be genuine. And the dream says, look here, for once you have tried to be genuine when you asked this man, do you love me? And inferred at the same time that you love him. That was your true feeling. And you got hit, but you did not get hit really by him, the partner who told you he's not interested in you. You got hit by somebody else. You got hit by this karate hero, by that horrible man who hits with a karate gesture your throat. Now this karate man is within her, as if the dream says you did not get the shock from outside, you got it from your own nature, which reminds one of the fact that Jung once said, there is no difficulty which we ultimately are not to ourselves. We are our own difficulty. And her love difficulty is within herself. She has such a karate fellow in her, and she can only therefore develop further or become herself if she realizes that the terrible shock she fetched herself in the outer world is something, a problem in her own nature, and that she has to face up to the fact that she has such a hard, fighting man in herself who devaluates her as a woman.
Now this figure, this karate figure who attacks women when they become genuine with their feelings, will you talk about him in terms of society in general?
Well, I would say it is the modern style in the Western societies, and beginning also now in China and in the Marxist societies, is to organize the masses with computers and to discourage every personal feeling. In the West, for instance, it's a rule in big business to rotate men around in different places just to prevent too much personal attachment. Personal attachment is looked at to be forming a clique. Personal feeling is discouraged. You see it also in political debates nowadays. One of the most negative things one can say about an opponent is to say he uses only feeling arguments. He's not logical. As if logic were the only way to argument. One can also argument with the heart. One can also protest with one's feelings, not only with economic logic. But nowadays the fashion, the absolute fashion is to be rational. And many schools of modern psychology are also rational. If something is wrong in the marriage, one has to rationally reorganize sex life, have extramarital affairs, or use practical new positions, Kama Sutram positions, or fix up the thing rationally as if it were a broken down car, and treating man like a broken down car. And that is absolutely destructive to feeling, and it hits men and women equally, but women even more, because women in generally put more emphasis on personal relationship and personal feelings, and therefore they are hit first. And that's why women are nowadays so unhappy and in a general revolt against many things. They feel that they are thwarted of their life. naturally it hits men too, because if women go crazy and become disagreeable and cold, it reverberates on the sons and on the partners and on the men as well. But a man can stand a rationally organized world rather a bit longer than a woman. He's not happy in it finally himself either, but he can stand it longer.
There are many movements today to get back into the body. Tai Chi, jogging, fitness programs.
This tremendous emphasis on the body nowadays in psychotherapy is a compensatory movement. My feeling is, from my own experience, that that those exercises to get back in the body, Tai Chi and all sorts of group experience and so on, is a bit too technical again. It's too intentional. I think that going into nature and living with nature is a better way of sinking back into the body, a more natural way. But not everybody can do that, and those exercises are certainly sometimes very helpful.
What happens when the individual connects the head and the body?
Well, generally when people sink into their body, they are first, the bridge between the head and the body are the emotions, probably connected in the brain with the limbic system, the affects and the emotions. And generally when people try to, through exercises, get into their bodies, they first touch on certain emotions. A wild resentment against father or mother or something like that. Generally negative emotions which have been repressed. And the first step is to let those out, to let those come up, not to suppress them with the head. And then generally there is an outburst and tears and sweat and physical reaction, and then a relaxation, and then a better connection with the body.
You've been describing a society where the head, the thinking, is over here, and the body, the instincts and the emotions are here. And the problem involved in putting the head on top. What's wrong with our society?
What is wrong is that the whole collective consciousness doesn't evaluate eros anymore, and eros is personal. It is from one being to another being in a unique and personal way, and that is not evaluated, that is not, that doesn't count for anything. You cannot say, I do that because I love so-and-so, I do that against the rules because I love so-and-so. The rules are the rules. The computer has spilled them out that way, and that's the way it has to be. The whole depersonalization and the whole mass organization of modern society is destructive to feeling, and that drives women mad.
The father complex can raise hell in the unconscious of a woman. His authority is absolute, and he blocks her from contacting her own creative spirit. Here's a dream that shows the animus in a highly negative form, chastising the dreamer and driving her into a state of bitter isolation. She tells the dream in two parts.
I'm sitting in a cabin, a remotely placed cabin, and I'm sitting on the floor. I'm brushing the hair of a cat. I can't see the cat, but I know it's got orange fur because I'm pulling the fur of the cat out of the brush. A woman behind me is using the phone, and I'm sitting beside a man I don't recognize, but I know in the dream is my father. He's very tall and strongly built with short hair. He is chief of police, and we live in the police department of a remote settlement. The woman finishes using the phone and hangs it up and leaves, and he walks over to where she has been and tidies up something and turns and walks towards me and says, "They're crazy, they're just plain crazy." She's been making incestuous overtures to whoever she's been talking to on the phone.
In the beginning of the dream, she's brushing an orange cat. The cat stems in our countries originally from Egypt, and there it was a divine animal, and there was a cat goddess Bastet, who was the goddess of music, sexuality, pleasure in life, and altogether fertility and life-embracing feminine fertility. The cat also, in contrast to dogs, has never sold its soul to man. The cat has always a kind of egocentric reserve somewhere. The cat says to us, you may stroke me and you may serve me, but it never becomes your slave. And if you annoy it, it just walks out on you. And therefore the cat stands very often in women's dream as an image of something feminine, being independent and sure of itself. Just what modern women are so often lacking. That's why the cat goddess comes very often up in them as a positive model of feminine behavior. Because the cat is not brutal and displays no masculine features. It is very feminine, and all the same it's very firm and very identical with itself and very true to itself. The cat is not very amiable, but very true to itself. And so the beginning of the dream tells us that she's trying to approach and to look after her own femininity. And at that moment, the father walks up, and it's not her real father, but it is in the dream called her father, and it's a chief of police. And that shows that the image of the real father has become within her a chief of police. That would be that she now this woman tyrannizes herself with rules of behavior. In actual life, she has decided to become a good mother, and she forces herself in a tyrannical, harsh, authoritarian way to be a good mother. Her home, her children, and she and the family life has to be the way she thinks is right. But that's why the dream says it's the chief of police. The police is mainly engaged to look in a very collective, undifferentiated way that things go on orderly, conventionally orderly. And so the chief of police is that animus in woman who wants authority, order, behaving like everybody else, not doing anything shocking to everybody. A bit the opposite of the cat. The chief of police and the cat never get on very well, and that poor woman has both in her at the same time. And then the chief of police declares the woman to be crazy. So that would be a secret voice in her that whenever she follows her own feeling, something says, no, that's crazy, don't do that. You are crazy if you do that. Many people repress things within themselves by calling them crazy.
In the second part of the dream, tremendous anger suddenly springs up.
I'm standing beside my father. He has found a note that I've written to a boyfriend, and he is in a murderous rage. The kid is standing in front of him. I start to tremble violently and run from the room through a door that is usually locked by a hook high up on the door. I see that it isn't locked, and I run through into the bathroom. There's a man sitting on the floor in there who doesn't pay any attention to me. I'm wearing a parka and a hat, and I vomit into the toilet. As I'm doing this, I can see that my father is going to tie my hands together and hang me from the rafters in the cabin and beat me with a stick. I wake up from the dream shouting, "Harry, Harry!"
There again we have the image, naturally, there exist in reality fathers who think they have to anxiously protect the integrity of their daughters and therefore pursue them when they write notes to their first boyfriend and so on. But here this is no longer the case, as this woman is married and away from home. So she is doing that again to herself. And that is the greatest tragedy about the negative animus, that it always flares up with its power where a woman loves. Whenever a woman loves somebody, or a man or somebody, the animus comes and wants to cut it off. The negative animus tries to cut off women from any kind of relationship by belittling the relationship or calling it crazy or by some other means. The negative animus mainly manifests as a opinionated resistance against having feelings of love. And that's why, especially if a woman has a tendency to fall in love or to be even only interested in a man, then her animus comes up and makes her ruin the relationship.
How does a woman experience that inside herself?
Subjectively, you don't know, you think you are under a curse. Just when you want to meet the man or talk to the man you love, something makes you make him a scene, a tearful scene. And then you go home and cry and you say, I wanted to have a good relationship to him and now... And then either you project and you say, and he is so nasty to me, or you are a bit more honest and then you say, and just because I want a relationship to him, I have made him a scene. And you just don't know what devil's mechanism makes you do that. But women always hit. If a woman hits you as a man, you can be sure she's interested in you. And she would really want to love you, but she doesn't know how to do it. The negative animus behaves here like a jealous lover. He wants to keep the woman and cut her off from all men. That is the typical mechanism when she has some loving feelings towards any man, then up comes this, you should not do that animus. Or it's projected. I know the classical case of a woman who once attacked Jung in the analytical hour, worse than ever with the animus, and they went into what happened in the hour, happened before. Jung had told her, whenever you have a feeling, that's when you attack. She had, on the way to Jung, seen beautiful strawberries, and her first impulse was, let's buy them and bring them to him. And then the animus said, oh, he will say strawberries have an erotic meaning and he'll mock at me. So she didn't buy the strawberries. And then she arrived in a fierce mood and attacked Jung all the hour. Just because she had suppressed the strawberries. Just because, if she had bought the strawberries, everything would have gone well, but she had repressed her own feeling.
You say that the animus says this to a woman. Subjectively, what does she experience? That a voice is actually talking inside her head? Or what?
No, the worst about it is she experiences it as if she thinks it herself. It thinks in her, Jung is going to laugh at the strawberries. And she feels she thinks that. And therefore that is one of the long troubles of analytical work, to make women distinguish between what they really think themselves and what it thinks in them, which they think is their own thoughts. And even when you have worked for years on that, I have sometimes negative thoughts against myself, which I would, if you asked me at the moment, say, yes, that's what I think about myself. And then I have a dream of a man raping me, and then I know, no, that was an evil animus in me who thought that.
What's the origin of that voice? Does it have its roots in the relationship with the father?
The first man a woman meets is the father, and the father has therefore a very decisive influence on a young girl. If the relationship to the father constellates itself negatively, the girl reacts negatively towards the father. The father might not be an evil man in himself, but the girl might not like him, or the father might be a difficult person. Then there's generally later also difficulties with men, and difficulties to find her own masculine side. In other words, the animus, her own masculinity, is a problem to her. And such a woman also tends to behave towards herself as her father did to her. If the father was tyrannical, later even if the father has died, the woman tyrannizes herself with ideas and opinions which still come from the father image. And so the detachment from the father and the relationship to the father plays always a big role in the development of a woman.
Can the negative animus interfere in the woman's relationship with her children in the same way?
The animus actually does interfere with the maternal feelings in certain women when they have not a strong maternal instinct. Then, for instance, the chief of police tells them that they should not get angry. Let's say a child misbehaves and whines and spills the soup over the plate, and then it is a natural reaction to get angry and to shout a bit. If it doesn't go too far, it's quite normal for a child to accept that. But then the chief of police says, no, that's not good education, the child will have a trauma, and then she swallows it and gets angry and does something much worse to the child. That's why in this dream the woman goes to the toilet and vomits. She obviously swallows too much, which she can't swallow, which she should not swallow. You vomit if you have eaten something you shouldn't eat, and which your stomach refuses. She stomachs too much. So I would have the guess that very often her children annoy her, and instead of howling on top of your voice, you are impossible brats, go to hell, she swallows everything. And children like strong reactions if they are carried by a loving undertone. I have known, I was once in an Italian inn where a mason's woman was cooking for the whole inn, and around her were about 12 little children, and she constantly howled at them and banged them in the head, and you saw, I've never seen as blossoming children, because it was all carried on in a warm atmosphere of maternal love.
Can you give us an example of a well-known negative animus figure?
Well, the classical example of the destructive animus whom the woman has at all costs to escape is the famous fairy tale of Bluebeard, where she gets into the hands of into a castle where the owner, she discovers, secretly has cut up and slaughtered all his former wives. And when she discovers this terrible secret, she can only just with the help of her brothers escape again. So that is the classical image of the destructive animus. If a woman cannot escape these self-destructive and self-annihilating thoughts, it might even lead to a severe psychological disturbance, or at least such women who can't escape their Bluebeard become generally isolated, bitter women who have no men loving them and find no partner and live in bitter isolation, if not worse situation.
These women are stripped of their capacity for human love and affection.
It has to do with the animus, namely with that they allow self-destructive opinion, impulses, actions to rape their psychological personality. They rape, so to speak, themselves with the animus. I have, for instance, often when I have indulged in destructive thoughts about myself or about my work, dreamt of being pursued by hostile men. The dream saying those negative thoughts are not you, they are hostile animi in you, and you should run away from these kind of thoughts. They destroy you if you stay with it.
Could you be more specific?
Well, for instance, just take the woman who is annoyed with her little boy spilling the whole soup. Her natural feeling would be say, damn it, now you have again spilled the soup. And then the pedagogic animus says in her, you mustn't speak loud to your little boy, that's pedagogically not wise. Then she rapes her feeling. with her opinion that she shouldn't speak up, she rapes her natural feeling. She rapes her feminine reaction by having an opinion that she shouldn't have a feminine natural reaction.
Can a woman's dream of rape be positive?
I would say that depends on who rapes her. If she might dream that a powerful, healthy, or in any other way positive figure rapes her, then I would still not like it because it's such a passive situation. But you could say then she's overwhelmed by something positive. But altogether, rape, if you use the word rape, I would always say that is a bit too, she's then too passive. She hasn't said yes to it. And so it isn't quite good. It's kind of a psychological happening instead of a accepted situation. So even if the raping partner is positive, it is not quite it.
We were talking earlier about how men can become paralyzed by women's tears, the crocodile tears when they get hurt. And you use the image of the animus of the woman becoming this great hulk of a man, and then picking the girl up, picking the woman up as a little girl, and holding the little girl in front of him. So the animus then can come from behind and smash the man, but shielded by the little girl, which the man hits if he tries to strike back at the attack coming at him from the animus. Can you talk about that image?
Well, that is only a simile, because women like to do that double play to a man when they are in the animus. They brutally attack the man, or they viciously, with their tongue, attack the man. And when the man hits back, they say they are such a delicate, frightened little child, and now the brutal man is attacking them again, though they have attacked first. And so I always call that the woman having a gangster animus who uses the woman like a little girl and puts it in front, and one can't shoot down the gangster because he puts the touchy little girl in front of him so that one cannot shoot at him. And that's what women, they play at the same time. The touchy little girl who the man may not say woo to them because they are so uncertain of themselves, and the tyrannical man makes them even more uncertain, and the man doesn't listen to them, and so on. And at the same time, they themselves viciously attack by making chiding remarks or aggressive remarks to the man.
But say the man is moved by the woman's tears. What's he supposed to do? Smash her?
Generally, men feel very awkward when women cry, and they feel, and the women cry to make men feel guilty. And so men feel guilty, they feel they are a brute who has made the woman cry, and so they feel uncomfortable and awkward, and they generally react in some inappropriate way because they feel cornered.
When Jung describes a woman locked in the animus, he says that she's possessed. She's animus possessed. That word is usually connected to religion, to witchcraft, or to primitive tribes.
There you have wonderful states of possession when, for instance, certain mediums go into trance and then they are possessed by a certain godhead. You have that, for instance, in Hawaii. Certain people go into trance and then certain godheads, female or male, enter them. And then they speak in a changed voice and the god speaks through them. Then they are possessed by a god. They call that they become the horse and the god becomes their rider. And I have a book on Hawaiian states of possession, and there is a photograph of 3 different male mediums incorporating the same god, Legbe. And they make exactly the same movement. Though they are, as human beings, different, when they are possessed, they behave all in the same way. They are possessed, we would say, by an archetypal figure, by a collective figure. Now, in waking up, these mediums sometimes don't remember what they have said in the trance state. They have been entered by a spirit. Now, this is an extreme of something which is normal in every human being. The whole day long, our field of consciousness is entered by autonomous complexes. You can notice that if you watch your own trend of thoughts, then, for instance, you are in a friendly, loving mood, and then you suddenly think of something negative, and then hatred and bitterness enters the scene, and a quarter of an hour later you muse revenge about something which has been done to you, and then your inner scene changes again, and you think of something else, and you get again in. We constantly switch moods, and therefore, if we watch ourselves, we are many people. I could give you a whole list of what kind of persons I can be. I can be an old peasant woman who thinks of cooking and of the house. I am a scholar who thinks about deciphering manuscripts. I am a psychotherapist who thinks about how to interpret people's dreams. I am a mischievous little boy who enjoys the company of 10 years old and playing mischief to adults, and so on. I could give you 20 more such characters. And they suddenly enter you. And that's a kind, and if you know it, you can steer it. You can, for instance, keep them out of your system or play them and put them aside again. But if you are possessed, it means they enter you involuntarily and you act it out involuntarily. Now, for instance, the mischievous person I can call up and send back to sleep again when I feel now there's enough, I can't afford that yet, now. That's not possession. And so that is one of the aims of psychotherapy, to help people to get on with their inner family of souls without getting possessed by them, and to keep a constant identity of themselves. Now, the animus is the most frequent possession in a woman, that she's suddenly entered by a mood of male determination, cold, generalizing thinking, opinions, or of an impulse towards rash, brutal, determined action, which is not at all in her feminine character, which changes her character. You even see in a woman when she gets possessed by the animus that her face expression changes, her eyes change, her mouth, expression of her mouth changes. I notice that when I get in the animus, I do this. I pull up my shoulders, like somebody who prepares for attacking battle. When I do that, then I know, oh, stop and relax.
I was once told that it didn't matter if I understood a dream. What was important was that the dream understood me. That my attitude toward the dream would determine its attitude toward me. It's a living dialogue. When we listen to dreams, we change. And when dreams are heard, they change. Here are 4 dreams of an air stewardess that demonstrate what happens when dreams are listened to.
Okay, I had this dream about flying, that I could fly. Sort of like Samantha in Bewitched, just straight through roofs, just disappear. And I was flying through the roofs, up into the clouds. I could also produce a gray mist. This would encircle me so that nobody could see me. I could still see through it, I could still see other people, but nobody could see me. And I went up to about cloud level and just sort of sat there, just weightless, and sat there and had tea with somebody else.
This dream is difficult to interpret because the outer situation of the dreamer is flying, so that the flying has a double connotation. It means what she actually is doing, and it also has a symbolic meaning, how she is psychologically behaving. But naturally one can also say it is not by chance that she has chosen that profession, so it in a deeper sense, naturally, the meaning is one. And she's flying in midair, and she can even veil herself in a grey mist which she produces. And here I would rather take the slightly negative connotation of the flying, namely this weightless sipping tea on a cloud. All the connotation shows a very light and unrealistic attitude, a delightful but unrealistic attitude. There is no earth anywhere. Having a cup of tea is even an expression in English for saying light chatting, light social contact with people, nothing substantial. Tea doesn't nourish, it's a stimulating drink. And the grey mist, you see a stewardess has very much to play a role. She has to be the charming geisha waitress of the air, and nobody is interested in her private life and in her as a woman and a human being. Therefore, there is also a temptation to constantly have slight flirtations, but not very deep-going relationships, which are also very much disturbed by the time program of stewards and stewardesses. It's a very difficult life through the time program. And that's why an extreme comes where she is in prison.
I was in a jailhouse, one of the old-fashioned kinds from the Western movies, just the wooden building with the one main desk in it, and behind that you could see just the 2-3 jail cells. And the guards were talking about how there'd been a lot of jailbreaks recently. There was also 2 prisoners. One came out of his cell and went to take a shower, and he escaped. And the 2 guards were discussing this, and they said, well, it was very strange that there'd been 2 jailbreaks in one evening. And then they all turned around and looked at me, and they thought it was very suspicious, and then I woke up.
That prison I would take as the timetable in which she is imprisoned. It is a very difficult profession because, let's say the stewardess, the dreamer meets a man she likes. Well, she can stay with him 2 hours at airport so-and-so, but she has to take the next airplane back evening so-and-so. She's constantly in prison, and except for short holidays, she cannot break free from that. And also suffering from the jet lag, there is generally a big physical discomfort in this profession. An irregularity of sleep and physical discomfort, which makes these people even more uprooted and not connected with their body and with their own depth. Even the dreaming business is difficult for a stewardess. She sleeps once a daytime, once early in the evening, once late in the night, and when has she time to record and think over her dreams? So it is a very difficult profession, and that's why also in aging, it's good for young people who like the spirit of adventure which is connected with it. But generally in aging, there's a strong wish comes up to retire from it. And therefore, to break free from that prison and have a life where you can more give it a creative form, your own life, so to speak, your own private life, and form your own life.
The unlived part of this dreamer's life becomes obvious in the next dream. Her friend Sue raises mischief because she's neglected and bored. She dreamt that she lived with her friend Sue.
I had this dream about my friend Sue, and the 2 of us were sharing a 2-bedroom apartment. It was a large apartment, and she was out of work though. And quite often when I came home from work, I'd find the place disorderly and messy. And it really got on my nerves. And this one time I came off a flight, got home, and Sue was there, but she'd spilt some red wine all over this light gray carpet. And I was really annoyed because it stains and it's hard to get out. So we went down to Simpson's and spent a whole day looking for cleaning utensils. It was up to one floor and down to another one, and bought a sponge and some bleach, and finally went home to clean up this mess. Finally got that cleaned up and arguing about it and all, and my mother came up for a visit, and Sue left. And my mother and I were talking about the 2-bedroom apartment, and was it really worthwhile having this extra space for the hassle it was causing. So we talked about it, and I went downstairs to see her one bedroom, because she lived in the same apartment building, to see if maybe I shouldn't go back to living by myself in this one bedroom. So we were talking about that, and then my mother just fades out of the dream. I went back to work and came back from a flight, and I wanted to do my laundry. And for some reason didn't do it in the building, but I packed it all up and took it with me and went way up to this girlfriend's place that lived at Yonge and Willowdale. And got it up there, but her and her husband started arguing about the fact that this was kind of silly, like why was I there doing my laundry? And I really shouldn't have been there at all. Then they started having this party, and there was people dancing, and I was dancing with some, it was a woman, but she was weightless, and I had to keep holding on to her. So the laundry must have been finished because I left, and I went back to the apartment. But as I was walking towards the apartment, all the apartments were on this balcony, sort of, and you walked along this whole outside railing. And then you opened your own apartment, or went right into it. We were about 12 floors up, and hanging on the railing just outside my own apartment was my brother. And he'd been tied up, and he was unconscious, and he'd been tied up for quite a while. And it was a trick to untie him without letting him fall. So I went back into the apartment, got scissors and stuff, and started untying him really carefully. And while I did so, I pulled him off the railing and off the balcony and dragged him into my apartment, put blankets all over him, and knew he was going to be all right.
Cleaning and washing is mostly a woman's connection with the earth, with the body, with the material world. It's an expression of love towards matter, devotion to the principle of matter, and all that in her flying condition, psychologically and outwardly, she cannot do. If the dreamer could live the Susie side of her personality, there wouldn't be such a difficulty, but because she cannot live the side which likes to be doing the household, which quietly lives introvertedly daydreaming while washing up. Washing up is a marvelous creative recreation where one can hang on one's own fantasies and thought, or a woman can think over her dreams and such things. And all that she cannot do. And so Susie is cantankerous and makes mischief and all sorts of trouble. And in the end we'll see that she even hangs the brother of the dreamer. Then the dreamer goes to do laundry, but she doesn't do it in her own house. She goes to some friends further away in town and washes the dirty linen there.
And what's the significance of her doing her laundry?
Washing dirty linen is to sort out all the little shadow things one has done, to dwell on them. You see, generally, if we do some mischief against our will, if we do some harm to our friends or forget something important or so, we are for a moment aware of it, but we push it aside, we forget about it as quickly as possible. We said, oh yes, that's annoying, and in the afternoon already one has forgotten, while the good things one remembers all the time. And so one accumulates a lot of dirty linen and has from time to do washing. Actually, a psychotherapeutic treatment is mostly washing dirty linen. People say, my friend said that and that gossip against me and I got angry and so, and then you find out that there is a shadow projection upon each other. Both project the shadow upon each other, and it comes out in petty little quarrels and jealousies and so on. That's dirty linen.
Isn't it interesting that at the very moment that she's doing her laundry, she suddenly starts dancing with this peculiar woman that she has to hold up?
That weightless woman is probably again another shadow figure of her, another part of her personality which has no weight, no substance. We say about somebody what they say has no weight, or they as a personality have no weight. and that is somehow they have no psychic solidity, no substance. One doesn't feel the other person as somebody substantial, and that comes because she doesn't. What gives us substance, strangely enough, is our shadow. Our shadow is the positive thing. That girl's shadow is weightless because she does the washing of the dirty linen outside. That means probably she enjoys a lot of gossipy, criticizing other people among colleagues and so on, but never takes it home. She never takes it home to herself. She never asks, and me, what am I doing to the others? She hasn't realized her shadow yet, and therefore her other personality is weightless in a negative sense.
In the last part of the dream, she's surprised to find that her friend Sue has hung up her brother. Her association with the brother was that she's supporting his education.
We can take the brother Jan, who is hung up, as her own possibility of studying and making a mental career, probably her mind personality. That is the masculine side in the woman, her mind, somebody who goes for a university career in herself. She probably neglects that, or rather perhaps she cannot live it in her present profession, and therefore it is projected onto her brother. She gives all her money and devotion to the brother that he can make a career, and kind of vicariously then enjoys the brother studying, while she actually should do that herself. By that she quits developing her own career further. Obviously, she is a girl who should not stay in the hostess business, but has a good mind and should go for a change of profession. But her Sue shadow hangs up that brother, and her Sue shadow would be in her that mechanism which projects onto the brother, the man who makes a career, the person who makes a career, and sees it outside instead of seeing inside. She has therefore to take down the brother, and then he might drop 12 floors down. The great danger is that if she would realize that she herself has to do what she's paying her brother to do for her, she might drop, and to drop in a dream has generally to do with a sudden disappointment and giving everything up, to let oneself drop into nothingness, so to speak. That would be a reaction in her to say, oh, I am hopeless, nothing will ever come out of me, I can't make it, I give up. And then just throw herself away into the street, literally, and not make the effort to build up her own personal life. And that is a dangerous moment of transition when she therefore takes that brother down and brings him in, to bring him into the flat. Her flat is in the 12th floor, would mean to bring home, instead of saying, well, why am I paying the career of my brother? Is it not me, myself, who needs to do something more than being a hostess? That would be bringing home the brother into her own inner realm. And that is a dangerous enterprise she has to, which is recommended at the end of the dream, and which she seems in the dream to succeed to do so.
What about that section of the dream in which the dreamer is discussing with her mother the possibility of leaving Sue and moving into a one-bedroom apartment with her mother?
The mother is a down-to-earth, practical person, therefore would probably represent in her somebody who suggests always a shortcut, practical solution. Now, the shortcut, practical solution, if your shadow annoys you, is to avoid him, to go away and have your flat on your own, to not live with Sue. That would mean the most practical thing is to repress the shadow. You see that when you want to talk to people about their shadow, they just switch conversation. They say, oh, by the way, I wanted to tell you, and they talk about something else. That's the practical way of getting rid of Sue. but it's not really practical. It's practical at the moment, but one pays for it later.
Why is it that dreams tend to use close friends to reveal the shadow side of the personality?
Because generally one makes friends with one's shadow figure. Tell me who your friends are, and I have the whole panorama of your good and bad qualities. The bad qualities have also an attraction, a fascination for one. The friend can do the things one cannot do. The friend is generally the person whom one envies. The friend is more elegant, or dances better, or can move about better in outer life, or has depth, and has a better mind or something, and that is fascinating. So there is always a kind of love-hatred with the shadow, and with one's friends. If one hasn't worked on one's shadow, one has with one's friend also generally a love-hatred relationship.
In the next dream, the male figure appears in a very negative form, but the dreamer handles him very easily.
Okay, I had this dream about being at a large airport. It was a large city airport. There's people everywhere. It was very crowded. And there were also a lot of guns. There was people shooting. I don't know. It was a lot of confusion. It was big and it was crowded and it was noisy. There was this one guy that he seemed to have it out for me, kept following me around. And I kept hiding from him. And wherever I went, he would find me. And he kept aiming this rifle at me. And I didn't like it. And I was really frightened. And so I kept hiding. And he'd come back. And at one point, I finally looked at him and I said, listen, I don't want to die. I don't like this stuff with you aiming your rifle at me. And he went away. He got up and left.
Now here we have no longer what we call the shadow, because it is a contrasexual figure which turns up, an unknown man who points a rifle at the dreamer. First, there are just rifles everywhere and shooting around, and a scary situation. Now, thinking of the dreamer as a hostess, we can say that she might any minute get into such a situation with the modern terrorist methods and so on, and it probably picks up that situation. The dream picks up that fantasy and brings it into reality, and there is a kind of psychological chaos in her when it comes to the masculine side of her personality. That has to do with the dreamer having had very little contact with her father. And in those cases, in a woman, there is no preformation to relate positively to a man in later life, because the first experience of a man in her life is practically missing. And therefore, one has this chaotic situation. She doesn't know really how men are and how to relate to men. She knows how to put a grey mist around her and appear as the attractive woman to them. But when it comes to establishing a human relationship, she is in falls into a scary chaos. But then one man singles himself out in the situation, which is a progress in the dream, a confrontation with the man, but he's unknown, so it would be the man, how she experiences him outside of herself, and also her own masculinity, being in a woman, knowing what she wants, goal-orientedness, willpower, strength, all these qualities which she needs.
Well, the male figure is certainly not hung up in this dream.
This man has pointing a rifle at her. A rifle in general is a phallic masculine symbol, and again points to pointedness, to goal orientation, to accurate, to be able to want something and to accurately have it in mind and go for it. That is, in a woman generally, a more unconscious quality, and therefore appears either projected onto men or as an inner masculine figure. And this man points the rifle negatively at her. He threatens her, and she becomes frightened. And then she suddenly realizes that he is responsible for her scary situation, not she. In general, when the counter-sexual inner figure in a woman, the animus, is negative towards her, that takes form in having very sharp and negative judgments about oneself. You are nobody, you will never make it, men don't like you, they only want to have sex with you, but nobody loves you, you'll never find a husband, you are not really a good woman, your life will always go on as meaninglessly as it's now, and these kind of destructive thoughts, self-destructive thoughts, which put themselves between her and her femininity and her possibility of relating to an outer man in a positive sense. And therefore, it is a great progress in the dream that she wakes up suddenly and thinks, it's not me, it's that man, and he's responsible. That's as if she could, in that moment, disentangle and realize that those negative thoughts are something outside of her. It's not herself. As if she would say, it's not me thinking that. It's only something in me thinking that, which I need not to believe.
Can the animus be transformed as easily as that? Just by bringing it to consciousness.
I remember once I dreamt that a murderous burglar came into my bedroom, and I woke up with a cry of fear, and I went through what I had thought the evening before. I had had a very peaceful, quiet day before, which didn't amount for such a terrible dream. And then I remembered that before going to bed, I thought, the book I'm writing is all nonsense and I must throw it away. And I thought, I thought that. Then when I had the dream, I thought, no, I don't think that. It thinks that in me, and I needn't believe it. And I could disentangle from the negative thought. I don't accept it. And the miracle happens in our dream that by realizing this, what is that negative stuff in me which always says you are nobody and you'll never relate properly to a man, blah, 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 blah. That's not me. At that moment he gets up and walks away. It's as difficult and as simple as all that. The dream shows her, if only you can wake up and see that this isn't you, you can send that devil who gives you those negative thoughts against you away from you, and then you can develop as a woman.
Von Franz has emphasized that the face that we turn to the unconscious is the face that is reflected back to us. In other words, if we are angry, we often get an angry response back from the unconscious. If we are diffident, the same kind of diffidence comes back to us. It's very important when we feel ourselves being chased by a demon that we stop and hold. Instead of running, some people run for a lifetime away from this thing that is running after them. If we can just stop and turn around and say, what do you want? Bring in all the strength you've got to say it, or to look this thing in the face. It's amazing how you may get an answer, and it will tell you what it wants. It may say, I want to love you. I want to know you. I want you to know me. And the demonic may suddenly become its opposite.
A band of cowboys shoot pregnant women and children. An ex-husband and his friends stop a woman from swimming a river. Christ appears as a furry dog with golden eyes. A woman's inner man can make her life heaven or hell. In his negative form, he's a seductive swindler who cuts a woman off from her feminine identity.
But in his positive role, he brings her spiritual strength and connects her to the self.
In this sort of open stretch of river, in the water, a group of people, including my nearly ex-husband and a colleague of his who I was quite fond of. And I found that they wouldn't let me swim. I really like moving when I swim, and every time I started, I found that they were restricting me. And this made me feel very unhappy, and I woke up at that point.
Many men say that the day they got married, the relationship was over. Put the ring on the finger and the woman disappeared. Is there any truth in that?
Jung once said, women are absolutely lovely and charming and chase the men till they reach the point of being married, and then they transform into devils and harass the man from morning till evening and so on. And that is because marriage is a being pinned down into a specific destiny and situation, and something in the woman resents it. Before you are married, you can dream about what you could do, would do. You can dream about marrying a film reporter and traveling all over the world, or marrying a rich man and doing this, or marrying a farmer and having your own farm, or whatever your desires are. Your life is full of possibilities. But as soon as you marry that man you love and you want to marry, then you are pinned down to him for better and for worse, and something freedom-loving in the woman resents it. And that's why generally these kind of negative animus, contrasexual figures come up and attack them. And that becomes very often even worse during pregnancy, because as long as there is not a child on the way, one can still toy with the idea one might divorce. But if a child is on the way, then one is really pinned down for the next 10, 15 years for sure. And therefore, the wild, freedom-loving side in a woman revolts and attacks negatively.
A few weeks ago, when I was entering my 5th month of pregnancy, I had a very unsettling dream. I've been having quite a few, and other women in my prenatal class have been saying they've been having rather upsetting, nightmarish type dreams, but this one for me was particularly upsetting. I was standing out in a field, and there were fields all around me, nice rolling hills to one side. On my left side there was a farmhouse, a big old farmhouse that could hold a lot of people. And I realized I was part of sort of a ranch farm commune. Just then I looked up to my right and saw some cowboys riding down a hill who were also part of the commune. When they reached the bottom of the hill, they started shooting at people that were coming out of the house, mainly women, children, pregnant women, old people. And I was very upset to see this and asked what they were doing. And they said that the only way they could make a profit was to get rid of the surplus people, that the commune could feed everyone then, but to make a really good profit they'd have to get rid of some people.
This is a typical dream which many pregnant women have. The state of pregnancy, especially for a modern active woman, a very difficult state, because for the sake of pregnancy and for the coming child, the woman should fall into a state of musing, brooding, quietness. Pregnant women should be able to live a quiet rhythm of life, and naturally their own impulse towards action and outer activity comes into conflict with that.
In this dream I was coming up Pitchcombe Hill, and I was on a bicycle with a group of friends, and I was amazed by how much puff I had as I was coming up this hill, and I felt full of vitality. I was actually able to overtake some of the people that I was cycling with. When we got near the top of the hill, I noticed great clouds coming over and that we were going to have a storm. Some of the men that I was with suggested that we stop to wait till the storm passed. So we got off our bicycles near the top and looked down across the valley. Then we saw a huge wave in the distance, And out of this wave came some enormous fish which slithered along the ground and came towards us. One of the men that I was with said that he thought they must have come all the way from the South Seas, and then he said that he felt that the Armageddon was coming. At this I felt slight panic, but also a comfortable feeling because I was surrounded by friends and I felt that it would be all right.
How can a pregnant woman deal with her negative animus?
Generally, the poor husband has to pay for that. He's the one who caused it. He has put her into that pregnant situation and into that pinned-down situation. And modern women then say, now I'm always confined to this flat and I cannot fulfill my personality and I cannot do what I want to do. And it's his fault, though she wanted to marry him. It's now his fault.
And what's the solution to that?
That she does as much as she can develop her personality, that she doesn't discuss, that she says, now I have my husband and I wanted him and I have a child and I wanted that child and that's all right, but that doesn't prevent me from developing what else I have and want to do. We have to do simply both. Continue to develop your independent personality and accept the earthly confinement in faith. Naturally, one can't have the penny and the cake. I often say to young women, look here, you wanted that husband, you wanted those children, now you can't throw it all over and go to the university and become a university professor. You have to make a compromise. But you can, for instance, study, do some studying in spite of having children, and prepare to later build up a more masculine career when the children are older and go to school, and then there's still a second half of life where a woman can fulfill her more masculine desires, how to live.
In this dream, the male figure takes a very different form.
Well, in this dream, I was in a very dark, deep cave and swimming. The water was very dark, and at the far end of the cave there was an enormous rock, and on the rock there was a small ginger-colored furry dog with gold eyes, and the animal was smiling at me, and I knew that this little dog represented the Christ. I don't know how I knew that, but I knew it.
Now this is the idea of the inner Christ in the depth of the soul. He's not out there in the sky, as Christian teaching wants to have it, or in some metaphysical spiritual realm. He's in the depth of the earth, and the earth is an image for matter, for our body, for our physical existence. And in the cave is, so to speak, has always been a sacred place in former ages, and long after we didn't live anymore in caves, the sanctuaries were still in caves. They were, so to speak, in the womb of the goddess Earth, or the goddess of nature. So the cave is the depth of the inner nature. And the dream says Christ is not some model figure, as you have been taught, a spiritual something you have to follow. It is something which you find when you go into the depth of your own being. Then in the womb of Mother Earth you find him. But he appears in a strange form. He appears as a dog. The dog, the zoologist Konrad Lorenz once said, the dog was the greatest and best conquest man ever made, by taming the dog and making him his companion. He is that representative of the animal kingdom who has adapted most to us. I mean, that's why we can take him even into our houses, and compared to the cat, he's much more domesticated. He has really given up his whole way of life and sacrificed it to become our companion. Probably the dogs were accepted by man because of his hunting quality. They helped the hunting gathering societies in the hunting, and later they became the shepherd dogs who were protecting and keeping the herds together, and the watchdog protecting from robbers and burglars and danger. So the dog has become a tremendous cherished helper of man in all his most former important jobs, and therefore he carries the projection of being the companion, the best friend and companion of man, the psychopomp. In modern dreams, very often, generally, the dog represents also our instinctual nature, which has much more flair. The dog is oriented by his nose. Dogs are short-sighted. They don't see very far, but they hear very well, and their nose is 20 times better than ours. And so he represents the instinctual flair or intuition, where our computerized mind doesn't know any further way. The dog sniffs it. Dogs have a strange relationship to the other world, to the land of the dead and the land of the ghosts and the land where the dreams come from, to that what we call the unconscious, because of their instinctual nature. For instance, in practically all religions of the world, the dog is the guide of the dead in the other world. When the people have died, they have trouble to find the beyond and the land of the ancestors, or the paradise, or the underworld, Miklan, or whatever the beyond of the dead is in every religion. And there's everywhere the idea that there is a dog who has to be used as a guide to bring the dead there. Therefore, in the whole civilizations, Mongolian older Mongolian civilizations, the dog of the master was always buried with the master, the horse and the dog. And when a pregnant woman died, one gave her 2 dogs in the grave, one for her and one for the not yet born child, and to guide them in the other world. And for instance, in Persia, in old Persia, when somebody was dying, one brought a dog in, and the dying person had to give a bit of bread or meat to the dog as a ritual, so as to order the dog he should then come and guide him in the other world. In many places, also in Africa, dogs are sacrificed for that reason on the grave of people. So the dog has a strange relationship to the underworld, which we have still in the Greek Cerberus figure, who is a 3-headed dog. The most famous dog figure of the land of the beyond is probably the Egyptian god Anubis, who has a jackal head. He was the god who surveyed embalming, and embalming was transforming the dead person into an immortal divine person, a deification of the dead by a treatment of the corpse. And actually, while the embalming or the deification of the dead ritual was performed, a priest with a jackal head mask was superveying it. Anubis, he was called the agent of resurrection. He was guiding one through the other world. Now, there is absolutely, one cannot draw any line between what we call the unconscious and the land of the dead. What most mythologies and religions describe as the land of the dead is what we would call the unconscious. And therefore, you can say the dog is the one leader to the other world, to the dream world. He's the god, the guiding god in the unconscious. And that's why in our dream it is very fitting that Christ is a dog, because he's a guardian of souls. He's what watches over her soul and guides her in the darkness of the unknown. The golden quality which is stressed in the dream refers to immortality, because gold is the only metal the former people knew which is not corroded by old age or by acids or so on. You can bury gold and you can dig it up after 5,000 years absolutely unaltered, while silver, copper, iron, everything rusts and goes away. And so gold had carried always the projection of immortality, eternity, and highest value, even to the fact that we still have gold as the value standard of our monetary system, though many people say that's quite useless from a practical standpoint. But it has a symbolic value. Gold is the highest value, and that's why in most civilizations the figures of the divine figures are painted in gold or decorated, the statues are decorated with gold, and so on, to stress that it is eternal, shining, immortal, everlasting. And so the woman realizes this golden dog is Christ, so to speak, the way how Christ appears within her. He would be an image of what we call the self, of the inner guiding principle.
Is this image of the self masculine or feminine?
The dog in this dream is still more or less a masculine figure as identified with Christ, and that is one of the problems of our civilization, that we have no divine feminine figure. If a divine feminine figure appears, it's generally in the form of a kind of earth mother goddess or wise old woman. I just remember a dream of a pregnant woman. She was very annoyed by her pregnancy. She had a negative relationship to her own mother, and women who have a negative relationship to their own mother generally have also difficulty with pregnancies, vomiting, physical discomfort, resentment against having to have a child, and so on. They don't enjoy pregnancy. And she was one of those women. She felt hot and uncomfortable and was very unhappy during her pregnancy, till she dreamt that she was sitting in the earth in a cave, looking at her pregnant belly, and suddenly she realized that there was a floor above her, a transparent floor, and above her was a superior woman. It was actually a woman she knew and onto whom she projected the self. But if we had asked her, she would have said it is a woman who knows more and is a wise woman who knows about the secrets of life. And this wise woman above her was praying to the stars, making a ritual and praying to the stars, and through her prayer drops of water of life were dripping down from the stars and coming and flowing through the transparent floor and assembling in her womb and quickening and nourishing the child. And she realized that this wise woman, superior woman figure, was helping her to carry the child and so that the child would come out right. And she woke up very relieved, and from then on she could accept her pregnancy. There the self appeared to her in order to help her to fulfill her task as a mother.
In this dream, the male figure appears as a disembodied voice.
This is one of those rare dreams in which an authoritative male voice told me with absolute certainty what I must do. I was translating Anglo-Saxon, and it came to an extremely difficult passage. I was translating the 2nd chapter of Matthew, and I came to the 2nd verse, and I couldn't understand it. And then a voice said to me, "This is your lodestar." And I woke up. And when I looked up the passage in the Bible, it read, "Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and we have come to worship him." And then I looked up the word lodestar in the dictionary. And a lodestar is a guiding star, a star on which one fixes all one's hopes and one's attention. And it acts as a magnet to the soul that's following it. And that dream I had 10 years ago, and the full meaning of it I'm just beginning to realize.
she is occupied in translating the Christian revelation which comes from the East into her own psychological setup and language, which is a process of assimilating it, of understanding it in her own way, instead of just believing what she's been told. And there she has difficulty with the passage, that's your lodestar. The lodestar means the guiding star, like the Star of Bethlehem, to which it afterwards alludes quite clearly. It is that passage which alludes to the Star of Bethlehem, which guided the kings towards the newborn little child, Jesus. The guiding star we had already before in Gilgamesh, as being the principle of individuation, one's innermost divine destiny or cosmic destiny, the meaning of one's life, what guides one towards the absolute individual meaning of one's own individual life. And the dreamer has a difficulty first to find that lodestar. But then she discovers that it is Matthew 2:2, which is alluding to the Star of Bethlehem. That means a star which indicates a divine birth. In antiquity, one always thought that if a new bright star appeared in the sky, a future ruler or wise man or great man who would save mankind has appeared on earth. And that is behind the story of the Star of Bethlehem. So the dream tells her that just where she has difficulty of still difficulties of understanding, she will in her innermost being find that Christ is born within her own soul. The Christ child represents the saving factor which is born within oneself. We are not divine, but we are the stable in which something divine is born.
There's a painting of Holman Hunt's in which Christ is portrayed carrying a lantern and knocking on the doorway of the heart.
There you have the animus in his positive function as the guide towards inner truth. You have, for instance, very often in dreams of women, male angels, or if you think of the French Saint Jeanne d'Arc, she was always guided by the Archangel Michael and advised by the Archangel Michael in her political and heroic career. So that would be the positive animus, whom I would call an innermost instinctual awareness of the inner truth, a basic inner truthfulness, which becomes a guiding spirit for a woman towards her individuation, towards becoming her own self. That is the opposite to the negative animus, who is a big swindler.
So you don't feel that masculinity in a woman is necessarily negative?
The masculinity is just as exceedingly positive as negative. It's only in certain aspects negative, and mainly negative when women don't know how to have the wisdom and don't know how to relate to it. A woman who has no animus, has no pep, no enterprise, no intelligence, no initiative. She's a very poor creature. She's just a womb producing children and a hand cooking in the kitchen. That's a woman without animus is nothing. So the animus is just as much an exceedingly positive thing. It is the intelligence, it's the spiritual longing, it's the whole spirituality of woman is connected with the animus. But you can say the animus, therefore, has the range of extension between devil and Holy Ghost.
Do you feel a woman should be educated and have a career?
A woman should be educated and should have a career. but she should not be possessed by it. She should not be carried away by it. Otherwise she loses her feminine identity. But if she keeps her feminine identity, then it adds to her personality a spiritual dimension of activity, intelligence, willpower, and all positive qualities. Makes her into a personality. Jung was always very much for women studying. He said that women who don't make a career or study or do some profession have generally even much worse animus. They lead a seemingly feminine life at home as mothers and householders, but their masculinity then becomes something sour and negative with which they torture their husband. It's much better to occupy the animus, then he makes less mischief.
When we were first putting a title on this section, we called it The Shadow of Desire, referring to Tennessee Williams' streetcar named Desire. Blanche Dubois in that play is an icon of a woman raised in patriarchy. She lives to please men. She takes her own value of herself by what they think of her. She is obsessed with knowing how she can allure men into what amounts to her trap. For that kind of woman, there is no way of working with the shadow until you recognize that it's the relationship to the father that is driving her. She is continually being ambushed by that little girl's shadow. Just at the point where she seems to be standing up for herself, being the beautiful woman that she is, something comes in from underneath and cuts her off. She has to please Daddy or Daddy's surrogate. It would frighten her if she had to go in another direction and be who she actually is. So long as she is in the power of that shadow, she is not free. She's going to look for someone who can help her, someone who can put a projection on her to give her life, anything to escape living her own reality, which she can't find because the shadow is bigger than the ego. As Dr. Von Franz says, excuse me, we cannot see our own backside. But if our ego could see it, it would find it contemptible. Because you see, we put out signs, unconscious signs. We don't even know we're putting those signs out. And we can see them in other people when they happen, and we can think, how could she do that? That's absolutely contemptible. But in ourselves, we either have to see it in projection or recognize it in the dreams and say, what is this? So to take that energy back, to recognize that this is the relation to the Father that is being lived out, is extremely important. The compounding difficulty is that this energy aligns itself with Mother Nature for the propagation of the race. And therefore it may not show up in a marriage until the children are 16, 17, 20 years old. Then the woman is able to be who she is. But so many women, I remember once a woman said to me, I squeezed the children's orange juice this morning. They just ran out the door. They didn't drink my orange juice. Who am I if they don't drink my orange juice? And she meant it. That's when you have to really deal with this shadow and work it through to the place where the energy can be who you really are. But you look at the energy with the Father. Was it sexual or was it spiritual? Now we move on to animus, the Latin word for spirit. It personifies the logos, the rational thinking function. If a woman is married to him in his dark aspect, that is, she may be married to him in fact, she may also be married to him within herself, probably both. It may make her rigid and opinionated. She thinks she knows everything. When she's alone, she thinks she knows nothing. Her aloneness feels like ice and glass to herself and to others, because her ideas are not her own. She has not bitten them off, chewed them, swallowed them, stomached them, digested them, and evacuated the waste. They are not part of her. And so there is an emptiness. She dreams that her teeth are falling out. We know these shadow figures well. We buy a new dress. We're going to a party. We look in the mirror. Not sure. Our partner or husband comes in and says, "Oh, what a beautiful dress, darling. How lovely. How lusciously buxom you are." And that's enough to get Negi really going. Negi? Who is Negi? One has to have voices for these other little creatures inside. Negi is the negative animus. And if you have a word like that, you could say, that is his voice, not mine, and I'm not going to be put down by it. If that voice gets going, it's the end of the party. Because when it's inner, it's far more subtle. It's amazing how the inner animus finds the exact person outside to reflect him. The inner problem has to be worked out in the relationship. Otherwise, we just go out to the same disaster to work it out in another place. Sooner or later, if you are going to mature, It has to be faced. You have to separate the voices in yourself. If we leave empty space within ourselves or outside, it can fill quickly with vampire energy. That figure can literally take hold of the neck, separate the head from the body, separate the feelings that are coming from the musculature, from the inner body, from the thinking. That ends in loss of soul. The woman experiences herself as having been raped. Sexuality, loathing, and rage belong together. She loathes the man who would make love to a slut. This is where the love of one woman for another is essential for healing. It is also where the Black Madonna can come into a dream with her great beating heart, take the dreamer on her lap, hold her close, and she can know that she can be herself, think how she wants to think, do what she wants to do, and be loved, because that's who she is. We have to remember that vampire creates vampire. Vampire movies are still very popular, and millionaire survivors are the competitors who can endure the most humiliation. Can anyone care about $1 million for that? Von Franz has emphasized that the face that we turn to the unconscious is the face that is reflected back to us. In other words, if we are angry, we often get an angry response back from the unconscious. If we are diffident, the same kind of diffidence comes back to us. It's very important when we feel ourselves being chased by a demon that we stop and hold. Instead of running, some people run for a lifetime away from this thing that is running after them. If we can just stop and turn around and say, what do you want? Bring in all the strength you've got to say it, or to look this thing in the face. It's amazing how you may get an answer, and it will tell you what it wants. It may say, I want to love you. I want to know you. I want you to know me. And the demonic may suddenly become its opposite. Remember those two energies that are in opposition, the contraries that make that huge energy once it starts to move. So to turn around and face that energy may be to turn the devil into Christ. Remember, Satan and Christ were half brothers. And Lucifer does mean morning star. Just to illustrate how alike and how different those two faces are, I want to tell you a story. I had been in analysis about a year, and I suddenly fell into a real despair. No seeming reason for it. But I cannot endure inner chaos. So I decided that I would find out what was wrong with me and figure out how to cure it. I got all the books I needed from the library, and I read day and night for a week. I figured out how all those complexes work, how they bang into each other, how they relate, and I knew what was wrong with me. And I went back to Dr. Bennett, full of joy, to tell him my great findings. And I talked for an hour, as fast as I could talk, and I saw that he was wilting in the chair. But the more he wilted, the faster I talked, and the more I ran over the very top of him. Not thinking, not realizing I was, not wanting to, but he was wilting. And I finally came to the end of my marvelous story with my great joy, realizing that there was some despair still simmering in the cellar. He helped me on with my coat. We went to the elevator. He turned to me and he said, "Mrs. Woodman, if I were you, I would take my animus for a good drink." Now, on the surface, that was a creative thing to do. I did put my animus to work. I did the best I could to come out of the doldrums. But in the actual situation, I rolled over him like an army tank. I left no room to see him, to relate to him in the moment. I simply was consumed with my own energy. This is the tragedy of this kind of negative, I call it the demon lover, because it has the energy to be creative, a fiery spirit. But if it is not related, it is a killer spirit, not only outside, but inside. This is the energy that can move in anorexia, when what should be the life force, the presence that is holding, the love that is holding, giving other people a chance to open into their own being, when that is absent, that energy can lure a woman to her death. We have been looking at the shadow side, the contrasexual side, and how to reconstruct those, all for the purpose of relationship. That is where we are moving in this series. Relationship is the most difficult. To be ourselves in relationship is most difficult. And I tell you, the longer I work at this analysis job, the more I wonder how men and women live on the same planet, let alone share the same home and the same bed. That is God's country. You have no idea what's going to happen there. What we are in now is a new vision of what relationship can be. And Von Franz says, we have been through the liberation of sexuality. We are now moving in to the liberation of the heart.
After all said and done, what every human being really craves is simply to love and be loved. We've created artificial hearts and put men in the moon, but no one's ever figured out what makes a human relationship work. It should be easy. We've got single bars, computerized dating, sexual freedom. But there's not a day goes by when a psychoanalyst doesn't see a person with a lonely heart.
That can be interpreted in two ways. One can interpret it as relating to the fate of women or relating it to the fate of the anima of a man. I take first the women. If a woman has this tendency of playing the anima to her father, father's little girl, and playing the anima, she assumes a divine role because animus and anima are mythological or in primitive language divine figures, namely they belong to the dream world and not to outer reality. And therefore a daughter who is flirting too much with her father and getting into a too close incestuous relationship with her father generally assumes, has a certain secret inflation. She assumes the dignity of a queen. She assumes that every man has to be at her feet like father, like she managed to bring forth with father. And she develops a certain haughtiness, feeling to be something special above the crowd. And therefore she becomes unapproachable to ordinary men. Men who try to approach her feel she's a princess, but not somebody you can comfortably take into your bed and have an animal relationship with. You can relate to them, so to speak, only on a high level. And some girls who have that father's princess-like attitude, therefore, are in great danger not to marry or to have difficulties in relating to men.
In North America, many women are becoming involved in affairs. The basic requirement being that there's no feelings involved. If feelings become involved either way, then it's over. They seem to want unrelated sexuality. How do you see this?
I think it has two roots. One, the deeper root is that many North American women are very unhappy, basically because of the whole way of the social life in North America. It is not enough rooted. People move too much about. Women have very little chance to establish roots to the earth, to a garden, to a house, to a community, to a surrounding where they can stay. It is this constant moving which rather pleases men, but is very unfortunate for women. And that damages the women's instinctuality, and then they want to replace it by sex, because that is then, so to speak, the last possibility to have something to do with their own body or to confirm their own physical existence. But it's a desperate move which is a surrogate for something quite different, a surrogate for having no feminine life, no feminine rhythm of life. The whole rhythm of the North American life is too hectic for a woman. It's not. It damages women more than men. It's not good for men either, but it damages women even more. And then there is this whole world of advertising and this whole social idea of success and girls having to date boys and inquiring in, are you dating a boy already, and so on. And it is all, so the whole relationship between the sexes becomes an affair of success, of social achievement, instead of feeling. And if a woman has not a strong relationship to her own instinctual feminine nature, then she falls for that kind of nonsense. Women can run sex with the head, so to speak, completely cool, without feeling, as a means to confirm their self-esteem. I must have a man, I must have an affair in order to prove myself to be normal, and because one should have that, because it is a success to have a man in one's pocket. But it has nothing to do with the instinctual, real feelings of a woman. She overruns those with a theoretical idea of having to have a man and having to have sex. And then the whole thing is a cold power game which leads to nothing. And then she runs a success life with trying to conquer men and putting them in her pocket and boasting to her girlfriends about it. And it has nothing to do anymore with her real feminine feelings.
Would you elaborate on the fact that they want sex without feeling? No emotional commitment either way.
Because when there is an emotional commitment, there is at once conflict. And then one is easily hurt. If one is emotionally and committed with one's feeling to a human being, then one risks a lot of misunderstandings and hurts, because even the best partner will hurt you from time to time. You are exposed, you are vulnerable, you are dependent. And such women don't want to go into that. They are afraid of it. They are afraid of the complications of the heart, so to speak. And they prefer to run it like a cold businessman. Just have the pleasure of it and goodbye. Nothing to do with you personally. Because it is also a rejection of the feminine fate, because it has always been the fate of women to be personally interested in the man and to be therefore vulnerable. And what about losing your partner? What about your partner going away with another woman? What about your partner traveling for years in foreign countries and not returning to you? That is the eternal pain of women, because women want a lasting personal relationship, and men very often do not care about it, or have or lead a life where they cannot care about it too much. They have to attend their own business. And that is a tragedy between men and women. And such women who don't want personal commitment want to escape that tragedy. They want to escape suffering, and they get into much worse suffering naturally.
When you talk about the instinct, you're not talking about sexuality per se.
The sexual instinct is one instinct, but there are many other instincts as well. There's the instinct of self-preservation, and there are social instincts and aggressive instincts. There's a whole host of different instincts, and the animal represents the totality of the instinctual world. An animal never consists only of sexual desires. A dog, for instance, those Dobermans, they have aggression, they have the need for food, they have the need for affection, they have the need for being with other dogs, and so on and on. And so if a woman singles out the sexual instinct as the only instinct and runs it with her head, then it is contra-instinctual, because it's out of balance. It's choosing one instinct against all the others, which nature never does. Nature keeps a kind of homeostasis or general equilibrium between the instincts, and turns one instinct on and then the other off and on and off again. If we observe animal life, it's periodical. There are periods of for the sexual instinct. There are situations for the aggressive instinct. There are situations of the collective herd instinct, and so on. And those rhythms are regulated by totality, by the wholeness of the being. So only man is stupid enough that he can pick out one instinct and perform only that one instinctual performance, and then naturally that is against the wholeness of the instinctual world. And then he does harm to his own body and to his whole life.
But women's liberation would say that unrelated sexuality is an achievement. Women can do now on a large scale sexually what men have been doing for centuries.
Well, I think that as far as there are still Victorian prudishness around, that is a good idea, but it is the least of the problem, because I would say that is now achieved in our modern world. A woman can live her sexual life as she likes, and so that is no longer the problem. Now comes the much bigger problem, namely a liberation of the heart. That is that's the program of the next 50 years.
Liberation of the heart.
There are two possibilities of human connection. The one is technical, by the boss and the employee, the bus conductor and the passenger and so on, and that is organized by rules, and even organized nowadays by psychological rules. There are training programs for managers, how they manage the employees and so on, and that is all rationalized. And the one thing which is always left out is the liking and the disliking, and the feeling reaction. For instance, what does not count, a woman would sometimes like to say, this sounds all very logical, but I have a strong feeling against it. No, nobody would put any attention to that nowadays. If she cannot formulate it as a logical deduction, just to say my feeling tells me, my feeling instinct tells me this is no good, then one just ignores it, one walks over her. And men do the same thing. Men have feelings too, but they ignore them. They think, they have a funny feeling in their stomach, and they think, oh, that is a jet lag or something, and they rationalize it away. They don't listen to the reactions of the heart. And that's what so many so-called primitive people, or so-called underdeveloped countries, people of underdeveloped countries, reproach us, quite rightly. Because whatever their shortcomings are, they listen more to those feelings. To an Australian Aborigine, you could still say, today I have a bad feeling, I won't move out of the camp. Or that fellow seems to make a very good offer to us, but I somehow don't like him, and therefore I'll keep away from him. That you can tell still to an Australian Aborigine, but if you say that to a white American businessman, he'll just think, oh, well, women.
On Valentine's Day, little Eros takes out his bow and arrow and dusts it off and flies around and fires into our hearts. And our hearts get lonely, and they get sore, and hearts can break. Have we built in our society a wall of rationality that his arrows can't penetrate? Are we in danger of losing our capacity to love and be loved?
I think that is the great problem number one of the Aquarian age, that the only thing which might save us from falling in the East and the West into a rationally over-organized mass society in which the individual is suffocated. And we have those slogans now in politics, too much state, too much organization and so on. So people are waking up to the fact of what is negative, that the computerizing of humanity, that having too many rules, rules are always impersonal, or they are for everybody. Everybody has to keep the rules and so on. All that massification which comes from the fact of overpopulation. It's not our fault. The overpopulation demands this organization. But that suffocates the individual. While if you study primitive communities or older agricultural communities, everybody knew everybody and knew everybody personally and related to each other personally. For instance, a lot of idiots and mentally sick people didn't need to be internalized because the community just suffered them. They laughed and they said, oh, well, you know, so and so. I even remember in a village I grew up, the first day we moved in, a man came and said, my father is a kleptoman and he steals everything. So if things are stolen from you, please don't go to the police, just come to me and I'll hand them back to you. So you see, the poor old man, kleptoman, didn't need to go to an asylum. Everybody knew his little fault and corrected it. That is personal relationship. He belonged personally to the community, including his faults. And such a society can, there are less criminals and there are less people ready for the lunatic asylums. Such a community can carry the individual or stand the individual and leave it a certain leeway of freedom with a kind of shrug of shoulder, oh well, he is like that or she is like that, in a pardoning shrug of the shoulders. People are taken for what they are, and that's what we have lost, and that's what we have to restore again in some new form.
Jung said that it's easier to be better than we are than simply what we are. In a relationship, we try so hard to please the person that we love, and we feel so hurt when they aren't exactly what we want them to be. But relationships based on need fulfillment are rooted in power, and they merely enslave. Following the way of the dream leads to a different mode of relationship, a radically different form of love. Dr. Von Franz, we said earlier that a man with the mother complex fantasizes on an ideal woman who will fulfill his fantasies, gratify all his infantile desires. He wants a girl just like the girl that married dear old dad. How does that mother complex affect his personal relationships with a woman?
When a man has a mother complex, he's generally a split anima. Namely, on one side, his feminine side is he worships the feminine image too much. It's a kind of Virgin Mary or feminine Holy Ghost figure, the pure, wonderful woman, so to speak. And the other is the prostitute, with whom he has sex, but whom he thoroughly despises. This kind of split in the anima between the Virgin Mary and the prostitute is typical for the mother complex. And such men then, if they have to approach a woman, they don't know how to do it, because the one they admire too much, she's too pure, you can't stretch out your hand and touch her, and the other is easily conquered, but no partner really, just something to have sex with. And such men have also in their own way trouble to relate to women because of that split anima situation.
Is promiscuity in a male connected with this split?
I think the promiscuity has to do with something else. It's simply that the conventional Christian barriers have been pulled down, and the young generation now is experimenting with sex all over the place, and you meet among those men and young women who are promiscuous all sorts of constellations, mother complex, father complex, all sorts of, it's a more general factor, this experimenting nowadays, because the Christian barriers against sex have been pulled down. But then in the individual case, such a man would, for instance, date a girl who has a huge father complex and is therefore unapproachable, or a Rapunzel who is unapproachable in a tower, and always hesitate to go closer to her, or would even try to go to bed with her and not succeed. And he would still be attached to that girl and have cheap sexual affairs on the other side, which do not satisfy him. That would be the situation in such a man.
He would be very unfulfilled. I'd like to talk more about your idea of liberation of the heart, differentiating it from sexual liberation.
Well, feeling is my inferior function, so I have certain trouble to articulate that. But the feeling function is something which is completely neglected nowadays. Now, generally, we identify feeling with affect and emotion, but that is only inferior feelings. For instance, in the happenings of young people, musical happenings, they liberate their feelings, but it mostly comes out in strong emotions, and it comes out as a feeling of loving everybody or destroying everything in a kind of all over the place way, not individually pointed, while differentiated feeling is to love that unique person for its uniqueness, which presupposes that you are capable of seeing the uniqueness of the other, of getting rid of all schematic psychological judgments, of being able to, it is ultimately something irrational and has to do with one's own development. The more one becomes a unique individual oneself, the more one individuates in the Jungian sense of the word, the more one becomes only able to also see the other person as a unique person and not have some cliché judgment about them. If you listen to how people gossip about each other, you can notice that 80% of what they say about the other person is a cliché slogan and does not hit the uniqueness of that person. It doesn't define the uniqueness. So liberation of the heart would mean to become slowly capable of feeling and sensing the uniqueness of the other's personality and to love that uniqueness. And that doesn't mean this Christian all-pardoning, sweetie pie, strawberry sauce love, of just all loving and pardoning everything. It means, on the contrary, a very great precision of feeling, namely to... I noticed that people with differentiated feeling, if one talks to them in a not quite genuine tone or makes even a not quite genuine gesture of the hand, they are already shocked. They feel the uniqueness and they want you to be yourself. I think that's the most important thing for a psychologist, for instance, to love the genuine person of the patient and to be quite openly disliking all what is not genuine in the patient. Then it brings out the other. It brings out in the other what he or she really is, or is really meant to be by nature. And that is real love, to love a love which heals or makes the other person whole, which makes the other person more him or herself. And that has nothing to do with sentimentality or being just sweet or polite.
Exactly the opposite.
Exactly the opposite. It's a very it's very tiring. It's having constantly a quick, precise reaction to how the other really is, or is not, or should be. You have sometimes in the anecdotes of Zen masters, you find such things that a novice comes with an ungenuine answer, with a tricky intellectual question, and the Zen master just hits him in the core of his real being.
Can you think of one of those off the top of your head?
There was once a novice came in, and the master said, "Look in the stove if there is still some fire under the amber." And the novice looked and said, "There's no fire under the amber." And he gave him a hit over the head and said, "There is fire under the amber." And in that moment the novice woke up.
Is there anything a man can do when he's attacked by women's animus?
A man could just talk with her reasonably, but a man just generally gets irritated, and then he can't talk to her reasonably anymore. When she kind of, in a childish, plaintive, reproachful voice, reproaches him all the time that he is guilty for all her misery, then he having weak feeling feels awkward and gets irritated, either doesn't answer or slams the doors or picks up the newspaper and doesn't answer or turns on the television and sulks, and then she gets wilder and wilder.
Mm. Do you think this is more common now than in the past?
No, I think it only comes more to the surface. Women are great masters in keeping things hidden if they want to, and in societies where women are not allowed to rebel, they just swallow it all down and turn sour and bitter. And with us now it's allowed to rebel, and therefore it comes out more. Generally the man, if the woman attacks him with the animus, feels helpless and has a helpless, vague feeling that if he only could return her into the role of a woman, she would be right. And that's what gives him the impulse to just grab her, put her on the bed and say, "Now you are a woman, don't be a man." He expresses by that, "Be a woman, you are my wife, you are not a man." And that's what gives him that impulse. It helps sometimes. The German word for convincing somebody is überzeugen, to overgenerate the other. And one can sometimes convince the animus that way. I've known quite often the husband just grabbing his wife and saying, "Now come on, stop all babbling all that nonsense," and putting her right in the feminine position.
So you believe there's a place for male dominance in a relationship?
Yes. Naturally, there's a place for a man to be a man and a woman to be a woman. Otherwise, nature has made them that way. It doesn't need to have an attitude of dominance. You can just as well say, "Make love to her." It's just as much an expression of love. So you can say, a man can sometimes break the animus possession of his wife by making love to her. It all depends how he does it. If he has real feelings, it'll reach her. If he acts that way, nothing happens. It only goes wrong. That's why I never advise when I analyze a man to do such a thing, because then he would do it acting. He would act it because I told him, and then it would certainly go wrong. It only goes right if he really has a positive feeling. A wave of positive, warm feeling towards her.
Yes, but when the woman's crying and saying, "How can you do this to me? And if you do this, I'm going to leave you," is he supposed to... He's got to sympathize and understand her.
He has not to take all that bullshit, because it'll only get worse and worse and worse. But he has to, therefore he has to refuse all that nonsense and say, "When you talk in that whiny baby way to me, all sorts of nonsense, I'm not even going to listen." But he must at the same time make a gesture that the woman feels if only she were herself, he would love her. For a man to deal with an animus-possessed woman is to love, to give a hand to the woman to say, I love you, I still love you, and to slap the animus at the same time. So that the woman feels, when I'm myself, he still loves me. When I'm not myself, he gets angry. And by that, the man can help the woman out. Then she begins to notice what is herself and what is not herself. We will see it's the same thing with the anima of a man.
You disagree with the woman's lib position. You're saying that the woman should just give way to the man. Let the man run it his way. Woman just sits back and suffers.
Yeah, but she can do also what she likes, and men have to suffer. I feel there is mutual freedom. Married couples should give each other more mutual freedom and more mutual understanding. So there will come moments where I will remind the husband, you know, I convinced your wife not to put anything in your way when you did that, but now you must not put anything in her way when she does that.
Apparently we freed ourselves sexually in this society. We're liberated from Victorian prudishness. But affairs are still breaking hearts and causing a lot of disruption in marriages. What role does the complex play in an affair?
Well, you think, for instance, of a wife and she learns that her husband has an affair. Then her feminine feeling and her personal feelings are deeply hurt. And if she would react in a feminine way, she would dramatically express to her husband that she is hurt. Instead of that, the animus, who is the masculine side, said, such a thing cannot go on. We must either divorce or he must stop this affair. So you must set him a time. He must give up till the end of next month. This affair must be finished or not. You see there, this is talking like a lawyer. This is not talking like a woman. And if she doesn't even feel that way, her men friend and her woman friend will tell her, you must tell your husband that. And then she sails and she goes and she tells her husband, look here, this has to stop, this can't go on forever, I can't stand it, you have to make up your mind, talks like a lawyer. Now the husband only vaguely feels, this isn't my wife. This is a lawyer speaking to me. And so he explodes or gets sulky, or men very often, when the women come as a man, they become women, then they sneak out or they begin to lie. And that infuriates her even more, and then you have the classical marriage battle, which is all over the world, the same from China till Canada. You could make a cliche of it, and it's always the same exchange of words. But the woman doesn't notice that she doesn't express her feelings. She thinks she expresses what she thinks is true, is her true opinion. But if you look at it, the sentence generally begins with, one cannot do that, one cannot. It's generally a general impersonal cliche. Such a situation cannot be carried on. One cannot behave like that. Such situations always end like that, instead of having an individual feeling reaction.
Well, what can the woman do then?
There is no general rule. She has to follow her own feeling. It depends on what kind of affair her husband has, if she feels he needs that, or if she feels he's running into a disaster and she ought to prevent him if possible. It depends on 1,000 details, and that's why one cannot give a general recipe.
Most women would say they don't have to put up with that stuff.
That's normally an animus, because it's a general opinion. I have not, one has not, being a married woman, one has not to put up with that stuff. That's a general opinion, and that does not take into account the specific situation. For instance, the poor husband might have not wanted to fall in love at all. He fell into it against his own will. So why should the woman then be furious with him? She should rather look at him as being sick. If he has the flu, she nurses him, and if he has love flu, she won't put up with it. Feeling, if the woman stays with her feeling, then she can see the whole personal implications, and she can see the whole situation in a very personal and differentiated way. And then she generally can find the wisdom to handle it somehow. While if she falls into the animus, then she goes along with collective rules which make the man feel not to be understood anymore.
Most relationships begin by two people falling in love. They meet their other half, their soulmate, so to speak. What happens when that projection is withdrawn? Is the relationship over?
One cannot say that ahead. Generally, when people fall in love like that in 1 second, it is mostly projection, and many marriages are concluded on the basis of complete projection. And then comes, therefore, generally a period of disillusionment where both partners discover that he or she are very different from what they had thought they were. And then comes the great test. Can they now build up a real relationship after the projection has gone, or is nothing left? After the projection is gone, there's nothing left. There are two strangers staring at each other's face and saying to themselves, how could I? That one can only decide on the dreams. I've very often analyzed couples where, after having worked through the animus anima projections, one or both partners dreamt that now they could get married, and they dreamt of a real going to church and having a marriage ceremony and getting married at last. As if one could say the removing of the projection has made it possible to be really related. This time for good. No, with open eyes, saying yes to each other with open eyes and knowing each other. While before that was a kind of blind infatuation.
In our society, we make the most important decision of our life based on blind infatuation.
Well, I think it's the best possible thing, because otherwise, historically, it's the families who have arranged marriages for money reasons and power reasons and family politic reasons, as it's still partly done in India and has been in good families in China and so on. And that isn't very favorable either. Then I would say rather let fate play. And then it is projection, and in many cases, if the people are instinctually healthy, they do not only project, they have a healthy instinct choosing the right partner. And if there is not a father image or a mother image disturbing the situation. And then I can say, even if it goes wrong, then they have learned something. And if you had prevented them, they wouldn't have learned anything. They would have remained blind puppies. So I think projections and error and possible divorces, sometimes a detour which cannot be avoided. It's tragic and very sad, but we are now, for the first time in history of mankind, experimenting with free love, because in tribal, primitive tribes, it is all tribal arrangement or family arrangement, and has mostly a status background or a background of distributing the possessions and so on. Marriage has nothing to do with love, originally as an institution. And we can't do that anymore. It's too impersonal, it's too collective. So if we want to find personal relationship, we have to experiment ourselves. And I think we will have to go through a lot of painful suffering, and men torturing women and women torturing men, till we wake up to a possibility of relating better to each other. It's a unique experiment in history. It's begun with the with the Cour d'Amour in France, when the knights could choose a woman they loved and serve, and where they had free love relationships in Western civilization. But promptly the Catholic Church has repressed it again. There were too many illegitimate children and family complications and inherited problems. So the legalizing tendency of man has suppressed it again. I always say to my people when they are in difficulties, I say, this is pioneering country where you are now. We for the first time in history, we try out to really relate men and women on a human basis. And there is bound to be a lot of error and trouble first. The modern developments of psychology don't want to abolish marriage, but they want to make it a bit less tight, less tyrannically tight, especially when the children gets older. Young children need a close, tightly family life, and therefore generally the biological drives knit couples together in the early part of their marriage. But after a certain while it is important and it has probably a social motivation. If the community consists of all little happy, tightly knit families, then there is no general communal life. They are all little packages, not relating to each other, only saying my children are better than your children, so to speak. While therefore, when the children get older, there is generally a tendency of the unconscious to not dissolve marriage, but to loosen its to demand more freedom for both partners. So I am for a certain freedom for the men, but just as much for the women.
And fidelity?
Well, the question is fidelity what the law decides, namely that you may not go to bed with another partner, which might mean nothing. Jung said you can commit adultery sometimes by just looking into somebody's eyes lovingly, and that might mean more than having a bed affair, which means nothing. So what is adultery? What is fidelity? Fidelity is, I think, has to be something not so defined in a purely outer way. It is a kind of, to me, fidelity is a basic loyalty to the essence of the other person. A loyalty without compromise to the innermost heart of the other, of the partner. But that doesn't exclude that one takes a certain freedom and leaves the other to have a certain freedom. On the contrary, if one loves the other really, one wants him to be free. One wants not to put him on a leash like a dog.
And now we are arriving at the source, what Jung calls the self. The energies that have been coming together throughout this whole program and are held at that core. The divine feminine, the divine masculine in the inner marriage. This is not to say that the energy is static. Indeed, the images of the inner core keep shifting, but the essence is the same.
Dreams tell us two things: where our energy is and where it wants to go. Night after night, over 100,000 during the course of a lifetime. If we look at dreams over a long period of time, we begin to see meaningful connections between them. Dr. Von Franz, in your work as an analyst, have you observed an overall pattern in the dream life of an individual?
There is still a lot of study to be done that hasn't been investigated enough. but I have noted my dreams now for 40 years, and I have some of my analysants who have taken down their dreams regularly over years, so that we have an overall look of, let's say, 3,000 dreams. I have here also left from a patient who died about 3,800 dreams. He was a very conscientious noter of dreams. He wrote every dream down. And there you see that it is like making a plait. It is one motif comes, appears and reappears. There is something periodical about it. One of my analysants, for instance, picked out themes of his dreams, the theme of fighting, the theme of the father, the theme of, he was a sportsman of sports, the theme of his main problems, so to speak. And then he noted that they are always coming up, redisappearing, coming up, redisappearing. And one can, if one follows up one strand, one sees how the father problem or the problem of doing sports or something slowly changes through it, as if there's a slow, gradual change. That's why people are very often discouraged and say, I'm still dreaming about father shouting at me. That's a dream I've had at the beginning of my analysis. I haven't developed at all. But I always say, wait a minute, if we look at it very closely, if we follow up all the dreams you had about your father, you will see there is a slight change. The change is very gradual. But it is as if something in the depth of the person was cooking the theme and sending up messages from time to time, and you slowly see that there is a ripening of the problem. For instance, a negative father figure becomes more and more amenable, appears less dangerous, or something like that. Or you have a danger situation which occurs already in the beginning dreams, and it occurs again in later dreams, but in later dreams there's a solution to it. There's a little continuation which ends better. So as if nature would slowly brood on those problems and slowly develop them. And that's the whole idea of dream interpretation. By interpreting dream, by joining in with the conscious attention, one can speed up that maturing. There is a kind of natural maturing process, or a natural process of working out problems. And analysis is nothing else than to concentrate conscious attention on that natural maturing process, so that it is speeded up. As if you would add fire to it, you would add attention to it, and then it goes faster.
Our conscious life seems to go through definite stages of development, childhood, adolescence, etc. Do dreams show a parallel development?
There is an essential difference between the dreams of very young people and of aging people. And in the middle of life there is a transition stage where it's mixed up. But you can say that in general, in very young people, the dreams try to help them to adapt to life. There is an outward moving towards adaptation of life to fulfill the love life, the personal ambition, the ego identity and all these goals of the first half of life. And then the more people are aging after 35, 40 years old, there is an adaptation towards the inner life, finding one's own meaning of life. But nowadays even that becomes sometimes urgent with young people. We are so crushed by the mass-mindedness of our civilizations due to the problem of overpopulation. Everybody feels superfluous. Everybody feels if I would be removed to the cemetery, that would change nothing in the whole reality. mankind would just teem on this planet, and there would be just one less who eats the food, and that would be really a blessing. So the mass-mindedness and the whole, our whole situation crushes us and makes us feel superfluous and unimportant. In our professional life, we can always be replaced by 20 others who want the same post. There's a bustling around about having the same position. And that has a very destructive effect on modern man. Either he compensates it by becoming ambitious and megalomanic and wanting to be the top dog to at least achieve something, or he feels completely crushed and superfluous, and there's a kind of sneaky depression coming up in him. And that sneaky depression you find, for instance, nowadays in many young people. They are kind of in a hidden way deeply depressed and discouraged. They don't believe in their own life and in the meaning of their own existence. Now all the dreams center around pointing out to the individual the meaning, the unique meaning of its unique life. And that is perhaps the most important aspect of dream life. It is as if you can say in a forest there are 2,000 trees, but if you look at it closer and accurately, every tree is a personality. Not two trees are the same. They are all personalities. And nature becomes real or fulfills its patterns in unique individuated beings. That's why statistical thinking is so detrimental, so harmful. We say in this heap there are stones of 1 kilo of weight, but if you look at the stone heap itself, there's not one stone which is 1 kilo. One is 2 kilos and one is 1/2 kilo and so on. And we have to learn again to look at the uniqueness of the real thing. Reality consists of an enormous amount of unique beings. And dreams help us to find the unique pattern of our life. That's why one of the most frequent complaints in modern psychological practice is that people say, my life has no meaning. And they shrug their shoulders, they say, my life has no meaning. What for? What am I there for? What's the use of it all? I could just as well not exist. And there the dream are a unique help to point out what the unconscious wants of that person, namely what it wants that person to become. And that's often very surprising. I try sometimes to guess when some people comes to me. You say, what will come out of them? Is that a creative problem, or will that girl who is so unhappily in love get her Jack or John, or will, and so on. I never guess right. It's always a complete surprise what comes out of it. But after the event, you say, that is now uniquely the solution for that person. That's not a collective solution. That's why we feel sometimes very discouraged in publishing case material, because people think, that's the solution of a depressive problem, or that's the solution of an unhappy marriage problem, or so on. It isn't. It is only the solution for that person, of that case, and in another case it's different. That's why it's even dangerous to publish case material, in a way. Because people identify and think it's their solution, and it's not their solution. It's that other person's solution. It's every time surprising and unique, and that makes the work on dreams so exciting, because it never repeats. And you can never guess. It's always a creative answer of nature.
Dr. Von Franz, do you believe in predestination? Do dreams show that life is in fact predetermined?
I wouldn't I think the theological idea of predestination is based on a feeling that there is a pre-existing pattern, and there is naturally a lot of a human life has a pre-existing pattern. If you only think of the fact that you are born as a man or a woman, and that you are born as a white man or a Chinese man, or that you are born in this place and not in another place, and that you are born in this family and not in another, there is already a lot is predestined through that. There is a given pattern. But there is also a certain leeway of freedom. Otherwise, there would be no therapy. Otherwise, we could give up therapy and say people have to fulfill the pattern of their life anyhow. So what? You can't change it. And that's not true. By making the pattern, by reading the pattern through the dreams and making them conscious, we can give it certain turns. We can, in a way, not escape our fate, but we can give it a more positive turn. It makes a difference if we say yes to our fate and fulfill it positively, as if we are resisting it and dragged to it. And so we can say there is a certain predestination, but it's not absolute. It's not like the fatalistic idea of Allah has decided it and it'll just go that way. We can, and that's why therapy has a meaning. We can, by understanding the pattern of our life, change it a bit and avoid certain negative consequences of it. Give it a relatively more positive aspect.
And is there such a thing as a death dream? Do dreams announce death?
I have now just started a study on dreams, last dreams of people before they enter the coma. And the dreams of dying people are not about death, but generally about either a journey. They have to get ready for a journey, or they have to go through a dark tunnel and be reborn into another world, or they have to go through a disagreeable darkness or dark cloud to come out in another space, or they are going to finally meet their beloved partner. That's the famous motif of the death as a marriage with one's own other inner half. Or they dream about when they are worried, when they are strongly identified with their body and therefore inclined to think that when the body is finished, everything is finished. Then they have dreams which try to detach them from the body. I remember, for instance, a dream of a man who dreamt just before he died. He was a cavalrist, that his soldier came and said, officer, look at what I have to show you. And he showed him the decaying corpse of his horse. Jung interpreted that it was saying, the warm-blooded animal which you are is going to die. That's what's going to happen to it. But it's not you. It's only the warm-blooded animal body which is going to decay, but not you yourself, because he was looking at the corpse of the horse. He was still there. So the dreams of dying people show a tremendous variety, which generally they are the same archetypal motif which comparative ethnology has found out about death rituals and death beliefs of life after death in the different human populations. That it is a rebirth, that it is a long, long journey into another country, that it is a transformation, that it is a partial destruction, but something survives, and so on. There are very many motifs.
Earlier you told me a dream of a dying woman.
Well, that was a very simple woman, and she told the nurse in the morning after breakfast, tonight I had a strange dream. I dreamt that there was a candle on the windowsill and it was slowly burning down and it began to flicker. And had a panic, and I thought, my God, now the great darkness is coming, the great darkness is coming. And then suddenly there was a change, and the candle was outside the windowsill on the outer part of the window, and was big and burning quietly again. Isn't that a strange dream? 4 hours after that dream, she died. The dream seems to tell her, yes, the candle of your light is flickering, it's going out, but it will continue in another medium. Beyond a certain threshold, the window would be an isolating threshold. It is going on in another sphere. That very same life is going on. She was very comforted by the dream without understanding it. And that is a typical dream of a dying person. You have many such dreams. For instance, I remember another dream which has been published by a medical doctor of a man who dreamt that he saw an abyss, and at the border of the abyss was growing a big tree, and the tree was slowly losing its roots and having its roots in mid-air. And suddenly there was an earthquake, and the tree was falling down, and he thought, that's the end. And at that moment the tree began to hover in mid-air and to continue to exist in mid-air without having roots in the earth, just growing on. As if the unconscious would say, your tree of life is losing only its contact with earthly reality, but it's not dying. It's growing on. The life process is going on in another medium. And that's the gist of most dreams of dying people. That's why it is very worthwhile to continue analysis with dying people. Many psychological schools don't bother anymore about old or dying people because they think they have nothing to adapt to life anymore. What about sex problems? When you are on your deathbed, it's no longer something you can deal with. But you can see that the voice of nature, or the voice of instinct, which are the dream, help the people to die in peace and to comfort them. When many people to whom I told such dreams objected, that is wishful thinking. The dreams are wish fulfillments, but I don't believe it, because as you see from the dream of the decaying horse, the nature does say the end is coming. So quite unsentimentally, and the candle, the flickering candle, does go out in that old woman's dream. But at the same time it says, yes, something is coming to an end, but there's something in another medium going on. It's very difficult to imagine how and what, but we can only take it as such.
Are there dreams that say a person is actually going to die?
Till they are actually dead, you are never quite sure. Because once I had, for instance, the experience of a woman who consulted me, and she had cancer everywhere, all metastases all over the body. And she had shocking death dreams. She dreamt that her watch was stopped, and she brought it to the watchmaker, and he said it can't be repaired anymore. She saw her favorite tree felled in the garden, and it was gone. And I didn't even interpret the dreams to her. She said to me sadly, that clearly says the outcome of my illness. While the doctors told her, you will be better and it'll be all right and so on, in the usual way. But she was sure. She had a terrible shock from that and pulled up her sock and faced her problem. She had a problem she hadn't faced. And I can only say she's still alive after 15 years. So she had death dreams to give her a death shock. But it was like that. She could have died and she could have not died. She chose to, out of shock, she chose to live. And that's why, since I have experienced that, I would say even if people have death dreams, it might only mean that they should face death. It doesn't mean that it will actually happen. But it certainly means they must face it. They must come to a naked confrontation with the fact that their life might come to an end. But if that can give them a salutary shock and they continue to live, or if it actually means now it is finished, that I would never dare to say before the end has come. But there is sometimes a kind of uncanny smell around certain dreams where one has the feeling that forebodes death. But that's more a parapsychological, mediumistic feeling one has about it. Scientifically, I couldn't give any reasons why that dream means actual death and the other means only the problem of death. There's sometimes one gets a gruesome shiver when people tell you a death dream, and then it's as if your nervous sympathetic system would say, watch out. This really means death.
Based on your experience of dreams, do you believe in life after death?
I wouldn't say I believe in it. That is a bit too strong. I would say it seems to me from the dreams that there is a life after death. And because I think that dreams do not cheat and are not wish fulfillment, there must be something going on. There must be an aspect of life or the psyche going on. The worrying thing about it, which I would not, the question I would not dare to answer univocally is, does life go on impersonally, or does the personal ego, what you feel is your individual identity going on? There are contradictory documents in that way. For instance, if you take the dream of that tree, you can say, yes, the life process of that man is going on, but not his ego. He himself is no longer around. On the contrary, there are other dreams which point to the fact that even the conscious identity goes on. So that is, to me, an open question.
This is a question that's puzzled me for a long time. If dreams come from a source that is trying to guide our lives and is so interested in giving us direction, then why does the dream maker talk in Chinese?
That has puzzled me too, and I have reproachfully asked him, why does this goddamn unconscious talk in such a Chinese and difficult language? Why doesn't it tell us clearly right out what's the matter? Now, Jung's answer was, it obviously can't. It doesn't speak the language of the rational mind. The rational mind is one thing, and the dreams are the voice of the instinctual animal nature in man. Or even, ultimately, that's a very daring hypothesis, but I'll venture it. The collective unconscious and anorganic atomic matter is probably two aspects of the same thing. So the dreams are ultimately the voice of cosmic matter in us. And therefore, just as we cannot understand the behaving of atoms and look at the Chinese language modern physicists have to use to describe the behavior of an electron, we have to use the same kind of Chinese language to describe the deeper layers of the dream world. It leads deep into the mysteries of natures, which is strange to our rational mind. You can best compare it simply to atom physics, where the most complicated formulas are not sufficient to describe what is really happening. And why that is so, why nature has constructed our rational mind, our cortical brain, functioning in a way that we cannot understand the whole of nature, I don't know. We are born with a brain which seemingly can only understand certain aspects of nature. Perhaps there will be later mutations on another planet.
We arrive one night, to our amazement, at a dream such as we never had before. It just shocks us because it is full of new images, new vision, and it's saying, this was okay this far. Now we're moving in a whole new dimension. And the images from that point on radically shift. Such a dream you will hear in the last program, a dream on how to interpret a dream.
Throughout this series, we've been seeing how dreams act as an inner guide if we establish a dialogue with them. Here's an amazing dream that reveals the nature of the dream itself. It actually tells how to interpret a dream.
I had this dream when I was studying to be an analyst. The night before, a friend and I had sat till maybe 3 o'clock in the morning discussing the problem of interpreting other people's dreams. It was the first time in my life I ever attempted to interpret another person's dream. And I was pretty worried about it. That night, I had this dream. At the beginning of the dream, I was sitting in the center of a square in an old city, on the ground, sort of cross-legged, and a young man came into the square. He had long golden hair flying out behind. He sat down. It was nude to the waist, and we were sitting like this, facing each other in this square. And he told me the dream, and then I would interpret the dream. And as he told the dream, a rock would fall out of heaven, a great big boulder, and hit the dream. And the dream would split. Chunks would fly off the dream, and it revealed an inner structure that was made up entirely of nuts and bolts. And then another chunk would fly out of the sky, another boulder, and hit the dream, and the dream would, chunks would fly off of it. And more of this inner structure was revealed. It took the form of kind of a modern piece of sculpturing or something like that. And then I went over and picked up a chunk that had been knocked off the dream, and it was made of bread. And I said to him, this demonstrates how a dream must be interpreted. You have to know what to discard. It's just like life. And the dream changed. And the youth and I now sat opposite each other, but on the banks of a river. And the dream no longer took the form of the nuts and bolts skeleton and the bread. It now took the form of a pyramid, which was made up, the sides of it made up of many, many colors. And each color was either a triangle or a cube. It was as if this pyramid, about 5 feet high, was shingled on all sides. And these colors kept changing, an incredible flux of color change. And I explained to him this was the way that a dream worked, that it compensated. As one color changed, then the other color had to change. As one energy went there, another energy had to go here. And this balancing was involved in what the dreams were about. Then, again, the dream changed. And the pyramid, which had been so beautiful with all the many colors, was now composed entirely of shit. And I looked at the pyramid of shit, and I looked up, and it was as if there was another pyramid on top, which I couldn't see. And the bottom pyramid came up like that, and it would form an apex, the top one being here, the bottom one like that. But this central area wasn't there. And I couldn't understand that. And I looked down, and as I looked down into the pyramid of shit, I realized the hand of God is in the shit. Those were the exact words that came to me. And then I knew why I couldn't see this invisible point. Because that glowing white point was the face of God, and no one looks at the face of God and lives. It was as if, well, like a hole in a fence. You can't see the hole if you haven't got the fence. That what's visible makes the invisible visible. And then I woke up.
There's a great mystery in this dream. That character who's me in the dream is not me at all. He's got a wisdom I don't have. It's as if he were present at the conversation we had the night before regarding how to interpret a dream. And then he comes up with an answer.
Because this is such a vitally important question, the unconscious revealed him that beautiful dream, as if the self, as the sender of the dream, introduced him or itself to him and say, I am the maker of the dream, look what it is. And he first is in the square of a walled city. In Europe in old times, since Roman times, walled cities were always sketched according, laid out according to a cross in the middle, a square or a circle, and a cross in the middle in mandala form. And the original mythological idea behind it was always that the center represented the center of the world. You have that in the pattern of the town of Rome and of all Roman foundations, and later in most medieval towns you have the same layout. It is really a mandala, a world center. So he is in such a square place, so to speak, in the center of human life and human civilization, and there sits that dreamer, the young man who tells the dream, and that is a blonde young man, unknown young man, who looks very vital and full of vitality. We could compare him to a sun hero, because the blonde hair generally associates to solar qualities. He's the enlightened one and also the healthy one within him. We could even see in him already an aspect of the self, of the personality, because ultimately the self is the dreamer, the sender of the dream, and the interpreter of the dream. And we are only the clown who watches it all, so to speak.
Isn't it amazing that we write it, we direct it, we produce it, and we're also the audience? The next section of the dream deals with intuition.
A large boulder falls from heaven and hits down. That probably has to be seen together with the fact that he asked himself, how does one interpret dream? Interpreting dream is not an art one can do with one's own rational effort. One depends a bit on the help of the unconscious. One depends on hunches coming from the unconscious which hit the mark. The dream interpretation is to aim in the right way and hit the mark to what clicks in the dreamer. And that's why all sorts, very often when one discusses with people dreams, everybody brings another theory, and one has a feeling, yes, 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 it could mean that, it could mean that, till somebody says something where one says, that's it, now I feel that's it. Then the boulder has fallen from heaven. We don't make that. I always feel when I interpret dreams to people, if the unconscious doesn't give me the right hunch, I'm lost. I can stammer forever. But the unconscious, thank God, is very interested in the understanding of dream and generally helps one to hit the mark. But it is really an act of grace from heaven. And as soon as the interpretation hits the mark, or hits home, as we say, then it turns into bread of life. Whenever we understand a dream properly, we feel nourished. That is, so to speak, the supranatural nourishment we need, insight from the unconscious. That is very often represented in dreams as either the bread of life or the water of life, because it has to understand one's own dreams in the right way. When it hits the mark, one is vivified and nourished, and one has a kind of happy, vivified, satisfied feeling, like after having eaten a good meal. One feels, that's it, now I know from where to go, now I can go on. Something becomes peaceful and satisfied within one.
And the boulder's hitting.
When those boulders hit down, some of the substance flies away, the bread, and what remains are bolts and nuts, and they slowly build up a strange pyramid-like structures. So there is, so to speak, an outer form of the dream and a dream essence. And we can say, yes, the outer form of the dream is the sequence of images which we have to understand, which we have to follow up. But then, and that is the most difficult part of dream interpretation, we have to ask ourselves, now what is the essence of the dream message? What does the dream tell in a few words? What's the message? And then we have to kind of penetrate at the essence of the message, divine message, which is contained in that strange shell of sequence of absurd images or difficult to understand images. This essence, as far as I have seen, always point to what I tried before to describe as the self. They always point to the inner center. They are like hundreds of forms all pointing to the inner center. Every dream is an attempt of nature to center us, to relate us again back to our innermost center, and by that, thus to stabilize our personality.
Will you elaborate on the nuts and bolts?
What remains as structures are bolts and nuts. The bolts could be looked as a masculine symbol and the nuts as a feminine symbol. In German, the nuts are called Mutter, mother. Therefore, it's a union of the masculine and feminine principle. It's a union of opposites, and bolts and nuts are there to connect, to make connections.
How does this relate to the central theme of dream interpretation?
We can say that every dream makes an essential connection between our ego consciousness and our inner center, a lasting connection. Everybody who has observed and watched his own dreams over years will have a series of dreams in mind of which he will inwardly say, that dream and what it meant I will never forget. One is forever linked with it, and through that dream one is linked with one's inner center.
It's always struck me as strange the way that the nuts and bolts changed into the pyramid in the dream, and then the pyramid itself transformed. What's the meaning of the transformations?
This pyramid, which is first kind of like an abstract sculpture or an abstract iron structure even, then changes into a softer symbol, but that is the next part of the dream. Okay. The question first is that dream interpretation, it is explained to the dreamer, is to know what to discard and what to keep, like in life too. That is just really true, because the dream has a surface which one has to discard. For instance, dreams being pure nature have used sometimes very absurd or very bad taste similes. I remember, for instance, a painter, Analyst, who dreamt that he was taking a shit at the toilet, and he produced so much and much and much more that the toilet overflew, and it couldn't keep it anymore. And then we found out what happened. The evening before, he had started a painting and had taken a too small canvas. And then a lot of more fantasies came, and he couldn't put them on the canvas anymore. And because he was a bit stingy, he didn't want to buy a bigger canvas. And the dream clearly commented, but you see, the dream does not follow the rules of our good education and ideas of good manners. It speaks a nature language, and the surface is sometimes very repellent or just stupid. People always say, tonight I had just an absurd, stupid dreams. And that we have to discard the image, so to speak, and break through to the meaning. The image is not the important thing. The meaning, the message is the important thing, just as in life too, as is said.
At that point, the dream made a very fast transition. Suddenly the settings by a fast-flowing river. And the dream was no longer this structure of nuts and bolts and bread. It was now a pyramid.
The pyramid would be maybe 5 feet high, four-sided pyramid, and the sides of the pyramid, it was as if it was shingled. And the shingles were triangles and squares. And each shingle was illuminated with a light, a colored light that would glow. And the colors kept shifting. And as a color would shift here, another color would come on over here. So it was always balanced. And I said to him, this is how dreams compensate in the psyche. That as the energy shifts, more energy here, then it has to be compensated by less energy here. And the dream changed again. The beautiful pyramid of many colors transformed into a pyramid of shit. And it was strange because it was as if there was another pyramid on top of the base pyramid. It would go like this. And this central area here, where the two would cross, wasn't visible. There was nothing there. And it struck me as strange because it was the only point that would keep the thing together. And as I looked into that point, that center little area, it started to glow. And it got more intense and more intense. And then I looked down, and it came to me a realization that the hand of God is in the ship. Those are the exact words.
It is as if the first part of the dream tried to explain to the dreamer what the dreams are in their essence and where they come from. And the second part of the dream tries to explain to the dreamer how do dreams function within the flow of life, within the course of life. The river is also an image of time, of the flow of time. And that is naturally a question, not only what does this or that dream means, but what is the whole river of dream life we have every night? What is it? What's the meaning of it? Where does that come from? Well, what's the basic principle of its aliveness? And there, the structure of bolts and nuts changes into a pyramid shingled with thousands of quadrangles and triangles, colored triangles, and it is constantly alive and moving. Now, the pyramid, that would be a symbol of what Jung calls the self, the innermost divine center of the psyche. It is like an image of the self for men and women, while women, if it's personified in men, it's more a wise old man, and if it's personified in a woman, it's generally more a wise old woman. When it's not personified, when it is what one would call a mandala, then it is beyond the differences of sex. It simply means the innermost center of the human psyche. And it is a pyramid which is built of 4 triangles. The Egyptian pyramids were built in this form, and the uppermost end, the point of the pyramid, was finished with such a 4th triangle stone, which finished the pyramid. And that uppermost stone was, we can't see that anymore because it's fallen off, but probably was covered with gold, and it was oriented in a way so that always it was first hit by the first ray of the rising sun.
Why were kings buried inside these enormous pyramidal structures?
The idea was that when the sun hits the point of the pyramid, this is the moment of the resurrection of the dead. The dead king who rests in the pyramid at that moment rises from his grave and goes up to the bark of the sun god and goes over the horizon. The pointed pyramid stone on top of the Egyptian pyramids was called Ben, and was a sacred stone, and was also connected with the word Benu, which is the word for phoenix, the symbol of resurrection. So it is always associated with that part of the dead person, because the pyramid is a grave, naturally, which survives death and resurrects and lives an eternal life in communion with the sun god. And when the rising sun hits this with its ray, light the stone, this is the moment where the dead person in its pharaoh in his grave is enlightened and rises from the dead and awakes again from the underworld.
The pyramid was a living organism. The changes were fluid and organic. They were unpredictable.
The dream stresses that all these many shingles which make triangular and quadrangular shingles which make up the pyramid are colored in 1,000 forms of colored nuances, and that whenever on one side of the pyramid one color nuances changes because it's in constant changing life, then on the other parts another color must be changed, so that there is always a kind of fluid equilibrium preserved throughout the whole pyramid. That is one thing we observe is a function of what Jung calls the self. The self, this innermost regulating center of our psychological system, seems to aim at keeping the whole psychological system in a fluid balance. That has to do with what we call the law of compensation. Whenever we take on in consciousness a lopsided attitude, too rational or too spiritual or too materialistic or too driven by a single drive or too ambitious or whatever you like, if we exaggerate one aspect of our personality, then the dreams compensate by bringing up that which outweighs it to the other side. That's why St. Augustine, after his conversion to highest spirituality, said, "Thank God I'm not responsible for my dreams." He must have had some who pulled him right down, but he never tells us. The law of compensation seems to aim not as mechanically compensate. If I try to be good, my dreams are bad, or if I try to be too cheerful, my dreams are melancholy. Or it's not a mechanical bringing in the opposite. It is a compensation in view of a totality. As if to say, you are lopsided, not in itself, but you are lopsided compared to your inner totality. That's what seems to be the essential wisdom of the dream, to preserve a balance of all thinkable psychic opposites and establish a kind of middle way or middle line. The unconscious seems to be very much in favor of the Chinese yin-yang philosophy, or this idea of the Tao being a subtle balance of opposites. Or rather, naturally, the yin-yang philosophy of the Chinese is based on revelations of the unconscious, or on studying the function of the unconscious.
It was a strange experience looking into the apex of that pyramid. There should have been a structure there, and there wasn't. There was only light.
Just as in the real Egyptian pyramid, the uppermost point is the most numinous, important part of the whole structure, so it is in this dream pyramid. The upper point is empty space, is something invisible, but which is at the same time radiating a light. One is naturally reminded of the Buddhist teaching of nirvana being the uttermost point of emptiness, of the self being not an empty emptiness, but an emptiness full of life, but having no specific delineable content, and being the source of inner enlightenment. I think now that Zen Buddhism and many other Eastern meditation techniques have so widespread, it is not necessary to comment much more on this. It is that thing which the Easterners are striving for in all their meditation exercises and techniques. They are, so to speak, aiming at realizing that point of the pyramid. It is a form of the representation of the highest value in the psyche, or the Godhead, or the inner Buddha, or whatever. The different schools give it different names, but it is always that same inner thing.
Would you interpret the final image when the pyramid turns to shit?
Now the pyramid consists of solid shit. There we have again a union of extreme opposites, the divine, the most sublime divine light, and the shit, and what it means. The most transient, valueless thing which we discard, which we get rid of, which we cannot digest, the thrown away stuff. One is reminded of the fact that the alchemists always said that the gold is found in the shit, the highest is found in the lowest, and in certain Eastern schools of meditation, it has been pointed out that after having reached illumination, one returns to the very ordinary life. And the very ordinary life is also part of one's illuminated life. There is no contrast between having an inner illumination and living the shitty life of every day. Even those opposites belong together. But what the light does is that it makes the hand of God visible in the shit. I think one can just leave that and say that's it. That's the essence of the dream. And if we see the hand of God in the shit, then we can stand the shit. Otherwise we suffocate in it. And that's the message of the dream pyramid.
He dreamt he was a butterfly. And now he's puzzling all the time, is he a man who dreamt he was a butterfly? Or is he a butterfly who dreamt he was a man? Are we the dream of the self? Or is the self our dream?
It is so important in our culture that we recognize that our seedbed is power. And however we may try to disguise that, if we are honest, we have to come back to that point. Work in our journals, recognize when we were helping somebody or when we were making certain plans, we had another agenda. The unconscious picks up that other agenda, and it interferes with the relationship. Just to demonstrate how infiltrated we are with this, turn on the soap operas in the afternoon, and you'll hear some whining beauty or some whining little girl saying, "Oh, I love you so much, darling. I love you. I love you. You will do what I want you to do, won't you, darling?" And I just wish that some man would say, "No, I won't." It might wake the both of them up. Because that is coming from power. It's contemptible that two adult people can fall for that kind of relationship. But it is the shadow of power in both people. Another way of checking that out is through projections. You can find in your dreams how you project onto others. For example, you may say, of all the people in the world I do not like, why does she appear in my dreams? Over and over, there she is, and I can't stand her. Crucial that you look at yourself and your behavior and claim that projection and say, yes, that is how I can act. I ask your friends who will tell you the truth. Some friends don't tell you the truth. That also can be power. But you need to know that you are putting energy out into other people that is yours. And it's not only your worst, it's your best. So that you pull that back and you recognize power, or whatever it happens to be. If it is the best side, you may be projecting your capacity to write, your capacity to sing. Whatever that divine contrasexual in you is, you are projecting, and you're putting a terrible load onto the person you're projecting onto. He isn't a god. You are not a goddess. And, you know, I've had men say to me, I give her beautiful gifts, and she looks at me, she never says anything, she says, thank you very much. But I know I have just missed somewhere, and I don't understand it. What he's not understanding is that she has projected a God onto him. He's perfection. And he's not living up to that perfection that she is projecting, nor is she taking the responsibility of relating to that inner God and freeing up the relationship that two human beings can truly love each other, not through the miasma of the projections, but as they are, human beings. It's to come to the end of life and recognize that you were able to hold the divinity and the relationship to the divinity in its both its demonic and its creative forms, and to recognize that you've had a wonderful human relationship, that you have remained in your own body. You have lived your muscles and your own breath, and being a part of that reality. See, otherwise, if you get into that divinity and it turns on you, which it's bound to do, then you start yearning for that demon lover. And that demon lover will lure you out of life. And that will fit right in with your projection onto Daddy. Either he was so perfect that you couldn't live up to it, he was God, or it went in the demonic side and you did everything to escape it and you ran straight into it. Yes, it's painful. Von Franz says that we have spent years in the liberation of sexuality, and now the next 50 years are about the liberation of the heart. That's where we are. The anguish is immense because religions don't want to recognize the differences. Nationalities are different in their values. To live your own truth is not easy. But that's the direction that we are going. And we can see at the end of the line that having walked through that shit, we can also see the hand of God. I'd like to suggest one way in which the soul, the self, soul and spirit combined in the divine marriage is the self. How the self manifests. And I'd like to recite a short poem by a Chinese philosopher. I dreamt I was a butterfly, and now I think, was I a man dreaming I was a butterfly? Or was I a butterfly dreaming I was a man? We can't know. That is the mystery. As we circle this center and hold the mystery, an amazing thing happens. Now you, in your living room, have been able to watch a couple of programs, maybe 4 programs in the evening or whatever. But I suggest that sometime you immerse yourself in the material. 10 hours a day. And watch what happens to your body. You may find a totally new energy emerging. We used to find that when we showed the whole series in one weekend. People who were exhausted when they arrived on Friday night were fully energized by Sunday. Because the self-energy is released. You hold that place at center. If someone like Von Franz, for example, can hold that space, let the whole outside world fall apart. Everything that is superfluous leaves, and you stay with that center. She's like a tuning fork that brings everyone else into that center. And they can relax into that place and feel their own soul emerging. The eternal is quiet at the center of the transitory. As T.S. Eliot puts it, except for the point, the still point, there would be no dance, and there is only the dance. I'd like to give you a poem about the divine marriage. Rilke's poem. This is the creature there has never been. They never knew it. Nonetheless, they loved the way it moved, its suppleness, its neck, its gaze, mild and serene. Not there, because they loved it, it behaved as if it were. They always left some space, and in that clear, unbroken space they saved, it gently reared its head with scarce a trace of not being there. They fed it, not with corn, but only with the possibility of being. and that was able to confer such strength. Its brow put forth a horn, one horn. Whitely it stole up to the maid, to be within the silver mirror and in her. Enjoy your dreams.